Can you listen to me? No. Just a second. So, good morning. Good morning. I welcome you again at the Greek Pavilion, Your Excellencies, Minister Mola, Minister Papanastasiou. I'm deeply honored that you are at the Greek Pavilion. Osama, my good friend, ladies and gentlemen, all of you. It's a real honor for the Greek delegation to host you today here and have this interesting discussion that we will start right now. Just a very, very brief note. I wanted to say that EMGF is a relatively new organization, right? That has been established less than 3 years, something like that. Between producing, exporting, transiting, consuming natural gas countries. But I have to say that since then, it has grown its membership. It has grown in ambition as well. But since we are in COP, I would like to say that has always been climate conscious, EMGF, and has always been in search of ways to reduce industry's carbon footprint. And this has been recognized as a key priority of the EMGF's long-term strategy in 2022 that led to this specialized study currently underway in order to propose the gradual introduction of a carbon certification mechanism for EastMed gas forum producers that would significantly contribute to achieving the goal, reaching the industry's carbon footprint on its way towards this net zero future. I would like to congratulate from my heart the EMGF Secretariat, the Egyptian presidency, for the wonderful work that you have done, all of us, all members so far. You, Osama, in particularly, you, Minister, in particular, and assure you that the decarbonization initiatives of the EastMed Gas Forum will continue to be a major priority also for the Greek presidency that starts on January 1st, 2024. This is all from my side. I would like to invite the moderator. Carlos, you have the floor.
Minister, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for inviting us here to your pavilion, to your home, to sharing this event together with EMGF, and to be able to bring this community together. When I think about EMGF, I think about the journey that you reflected on. It's been 5 years. In 5 years, it's a short time, you said, but it's been an impactful time. This has been an organization that recognized the value of a strategic resource, of natural gas, and said that there needs to be a mechanism to create the capacity where governments and the private sector come together to tap that resource, bring it to the benefit of the region, and bring it to the benefit of the world. It's been a diplomatic organization. I was a diplomat for most of my career, for 28 years. And when I think about the way that you have used natural gas to build bridges across countries, at times enemies, and make them friends and unite them in a common direction forward, that has always also been strategic. And then we need to think about the reality of what's happened over the past few years. The pandemic, the crisis it caused, the war in Ukraine, the crisis it's caused in natural gas, and the ability that you've created as a region to be able to step up to those challenges and say that together we can operate and make a difference and have an impact on the region and on the world. And in the course of doing this, you've also recognized something else. We're here at a climate conference. We're here together as an organization on gas because you recognize that gas is critical to sustainability in the future. And you've made that process of decarbonization central to the agenda that you have as an organization. And in effect, what we're seeking to do in this discussion today is to recognize those different tracks, to celebrate them, and to establish a path forward as you continue to move in a direction that is making available strategic resources, supporting the energy transition, decarbonizing in the process, and creating energy security as you go. And that's quite significant for an organization which is just 5 years old, and you've been able to take disparate countries, disparate interests, and put them on a similar track, uniting, as you're going to hear from a number of the representatives here, industry as well. So what we'll do in the session today is we're going to start with a presentation from the EMGF Secretariat. Amr Ashraf will lead us through a presentation of decarbonization and the directions that are being developed on a carbon intensity certification. And then we'll go to a panel. And in that panel, we have the benefits of the participation of a number of the ministers, a number of companies, and I'll come back to an introduction of them later on. So to give you a sense of where we are, okay? And we're going to try to finish a little bit early. As everybody knows in the COP, it's a long distance. Everybody's running. So if we can save a little bit of time, we're going to try to do that as well. So let me stop there and ask Amr to come up and lead us in the presentation. Thank you, Amr.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor today to be here in front of you. As Ambassador Carlos clarified, we will have a very brief presentation on the EMGF ongoing decarbonization efforts in order to set the scene for today's panel for leveraging decarbonization efforts in East Med gas supply. First of all, we want to thank our partners, the World Bank, for supporting the EMGF activities, and especially for the decarbonization efforts, as well as S&P as our partners for our journey. Next slide, please. Today, our slide is our brief presentation will be divided in two sections. The first one is a brief about the EMGF decarbonization journey, and the second part about the EMGF carbon intensity certification. Next slide, please. As Mrs. Alexander Sudoku was saying, the EMGF is an infant organization, so this is a very brief slide about the EMGF journey. The EMGF was established in 2019, where the first ministerial meeting was convened in Cairo, in which there was a participation from the EMGF founding members. There were 7 founding members. The ministers, in which the ministers agreed on key strategic objectives to establish the EMGF with a base in Cairo, to foster dialogue on the formulation of the regional policies, to cooperate to unlock the regional gas potential. So the cooperation was and still the name of the game in the EMGF. Since then, the EMGF serves as a platform for structured policy and systematic dialogue for natural gas. Following this, and after the statute ratification by the EMGF member countries, the statute entry into force in March 2021. After this, France joined as a full member, and then the EU, the US joined as observers, and after this, the World Bank joined as observer. Next slide, please. As the EMGF believes in the importance of sustainable development and encourages the commitment from all countries for the climate change, the EMGF decarbonization efforts kicked off, and was concluded in 2022 by assuming multiple roles for the EMGF, varying from policy harmonizer, carbon intensity certifier, and knowledge aggregator. The next slide, please. The next slide will show a timeline for the EMGF decarbonization efforts, which it's starting in 2021, when the ministerial meeting issued a decree for the formation of two working groups, one for the natural gas decarbonization, which is aligned with the ongoing global decarbonization trend, and the second part is to study how the LNG could be fuel for the vessel, especially in the East Mediterranean region. In 2022, and this is what we will discuss shortly in the upcoming slides, but the efforts of the EMGF and the launch of the EMGF Decarbonization Initiative was launched at COP27 a year ago. In 2023, we resumed the efforts, and we got support from the World Bank as well in order to develop a harmonized carbon abatement framework for the decarbonization efforts. Next slide, please. This is the focus on 2022 achievement in the decarbonization efforts. We have three key outcomes. The first one is the MEG curve, which here we can see a visualization of the sequence of abatement measure from the lowest cost to the highest cost, plus the required incentivization for these efforts. The second key outcome, the 5 roles for the EMGF as a policy harmonizer, carbon intensity certifier, financial consultant, knowledge aggregator, and technical advisor. The third key outcome is the decarbonization implementation plan over a period from 6 to 8 years. Next slide, please. In 2023, the EMGF continued its effort in coordinating the decarbonization efforts. First, we are working on the development of a unified policy declaration, which could be a foundation for the upcoming decarbonization efforts and talks between the EMGF members. The development of a policy and regulatory framework, working on one of the EMGF key roles and developing a mechanism for the carbon intensity certification. And the last, the EMGF joined as an observer in the initiative led by the US and the EU for the MMRV. Next, please. Next, please. Working on the framework for policies and regulatory and regulations for the natural gas full value chain was one of the key activities for the EMGF. We are going through a research for the best practices for the regulatory frameworks worldwide in order to come up with a framework which is addressing the previously raised concerns and challenges in the other frameworks. The frameworks component, as clarified, it has a unified policy declaration, model policies, model regulations, and the model for the incentives for the operators and the member countries. Next slide, please. In this section, it's maybe as the EMGF is committed for transparency for the carbon intensity certification for the EMGF producing countries. We work on the development of EMGF-based carbon intensity certification for the benefits of both producers and consumer countries. We will focus on in the next section, next slide please, on the carbon intensity certification mechanisms that we are working on. So the carbon intensity certification focus and covers the CO2, the CH4, and for the driving emissions. It aims to provide buyers with carbon intensity data for the EMGF produced natural gas. Initially the EMGF targets that the carbon intensity will cover the East Med region, that then could be extended to the Mediterranean and maybe the GCC regions. The next slide will show the parameters that were followed in the development of carbon intensity certification. It's maybe focusing on scope 1 and 2. Its boundaries include the natural gas production, the transmission, and the LNG on board. It's adopting existing international standards. That's why the EMGF is ongoing talks with the other champions leading this the similar carbon intensity certification. And the certificates will be issued, the carbon intensity certificates will be issued for a period of 1 year, and then it will be renewed. The last slide, the next slide, it shows the implementation plan for the carbon intensity program. It shows the short, medium, and long-term activities in order to develop and roll out the carbon intensity certification mechanism over a period of 5 years. That's all for today. Thank you.
Okay, now? All right. Amr, thank you very much. Thank you for laying out that framework for us. And one of the critical things, I think, the critical word that you used is the full value chain, because that, in the end, is what is going to make it effective and make it credible. And we want to be able to build on that and go into a panel. And so let me call up individually the participants in the panel. And if I could start Minister Tariq Al-Mallah, the Minister of Mining and Petroleum and Mineral Resources. Minister, why don't you sit in the middle? And with him, the Minister Papanastasiou, the Minister of Energy and Industry and Commerce from Cyprus. Minister Sidoko, if you could join us up front as well. And thank you for having us again in your home here. Secretary Mubaras, Osama Mubaras of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. If we could go to Matthias Regas, the CEO of Energien. Matthias, you can choose either side, whichever. there you go. And Fabrizio Miatana, the president of, the CEO of Poseidon. Fabrizio, thank you. And finally, Ricard Scofias, the chairman of Eremea. Let me begin by thanking all of you, because I know you have an extraordinarily busy time at this COP, and the fact that you're coming together is symbolic of the importance that you give to this issue of the development of the resources of doing it in a responsible way and the objectives that you could achieve. We're going to have our discussion in 3 groups. What we're going to start is the policy side. We're going to frame the policy overall on decarbonization and the approach. We're then going to come back to the industry and ask them for their reflections on what that means for them and the investments that are being contemplated. And then we'll pick up on some of the last portions of what Amr was presenting on the carbon intensity certification, not to get into a technical discussion, but a little bit about what it means and its significance. All right? So that's our game plan. And Minister Al-Mallah, if it's okay, I'd like to begin with you. And I come to you because you're current president of EMGF. These issues lie deep in your heart from the very beginning. Egypt's experience has been fundamental, and it's influenced the organization. And I wonder if you can take us through Egypt's experience on decarbonization, what you have taken from that, the journey that you have gone on, and then we'll eventually bring that back to how it's influencing EMGF policy and strategy as we go. Minister.
Thank you, Ambassador Carlos. Thank you so much. I would like to start by thanking my dear friend Alexandra Tsoko, Vice Minister of Environment and Energy, for this invitation and for this wonderful arrangement. Actually, this reflects also how we coordinate between the member countries. And actually, I think that always when there is a kind of a panel, of a conference. When we need each other, we're always there. So this all was to show how close we are and how, again, let me go back to the EMGF. And proudly, it's not the matter that we are now, in this year, the president of the EMGF conference, but actually, I have to say that the initiative was an Egyptian initiative back 2018 in Cyprus, in Crete. And in one of our trilateral presidential meetings. So it came there, and it was really supported by the Prime Minister of Greece and the President of Cyprus at that time. To President Sisi, they said, we are with you, we are going to do it. So here, as you said, 5 years, 3 years from being endorsed by all countries and parliaments in each of the countries, I think we have played some role. The role is how we were able to highlight the importance of a valuable resource like natural gas, and how we need to develop it, how we need to get our countries to use this useful energy and resource to the benefit of everybody. I think that the idea again of decarbonization and all these important values that we are after has come also again as part of what we were talking about. You develop this resource and you develop it prudently, and you develop it to the welfare and the well-being of the people. So as Amr Ashraf has presented, back in 2021, we spoke about decarbonization and we spoke about LNG at the forum without having this big importance that is happening now after, proudly to say, after COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, when we were able to introduce for the first time a decarbonization day, where we dedicated one thematic day to talk about oil and gas industry and energy industry and hard to abate industries decarbonization. So since then, before that in 21, as we said during the EMGF ministerial meeting, we requested the Secretariat to run after having 2 different committees for these efforts of decarbonization. When we talk about our efforts in Egypt, we have to say that our industry goes back to more than 100 years. So therefore, we have built over years some good knowledge, some good skills, some good infrastructure. I mean, it is an integrated industry. Not only that, but we have most of the international companies, international players, regional and independent and local companies are within our Egyptian market in this industry, energy, oil and gas, and all what it takes. Not only user, but and not also producers, but also manufacturing. When we talk about decarbonization and the efforts that we have been taking through these years, we needed to start by having a strategy, and I think that we, last year during the COP27, we spoke about our Sharm el-Sheikh methane strategy, and we spoke about the implementation plans that we are undergoing, and perhaps Ambassador Carlos, you as part of SNP efforts together supporting Egypt in developing the implementation plan. But at the end of the day, we are having different, I would say, different venues where we are, and different tracks in which we are following these efforts. One of them, starting few years ago, joining the global flare initiative, gas flare reduction. We are also implementing the gas recovery projects, and we have made in Egypt more than 30 projects where we have been able to save more than 130 or maybe plus $1 million a year from gas recovery. For the methane, and this is very important, these are efforts that are ongoing, but to start with, we did put some measurements in order to measure and to weigh the levels of our methane in comparison to other, and to put the benchmark, let me say. We saw that our levels of methane are not that high, and then within the acceptable range, and we are still working on developing a proper in-business process for implementation. I think that in general, what we are catering for is to make sure that we produce more hydrocarbons with less emissions. We need the hydrocarbons, and we need to make sure that we are not harming our planet. And therefore, this has become an important element and an important parameter into our business plans together with our partners, because all the projects that we are undergoing currently are together as production sharing models. So with all our partners, it is part of the plans that we are putting together. Briefly, I would say that because we believe in that, and we have, as I said, important implementation plans historically and currently, I think that we were able as well to support the EMGF's initiatives and to promote and to advocate for that. We need to show that EMGF is there and has been there for important values. We cannot talk about transition without talking about just and affordable, and also in a proper manner. We cannot promote natural gas without saying with less emissions. So therefore, we needed to show that EMGF has the proper policies, and these initiatives and that was presented recently or just by Amr shows that EMGF is committed not only within the member countries but also to the region, because again EMGF, part of its values that is supporting neighboring countries, especially Europe, for expanding and supplying its needs of natural gas. So we need to walk the talk, and we need to show that we are also being able to cater for clean natural gas. So this is what I can say. I don't want to talk more than that. I think that we are proud to have this organization. I think that we are proud to have all this gathering all the time between member countries and between industry leaders as well, because we have been able to engage with us. We have made big success and big, I would say, advertisement to what EMGF is doing, and the values and the profits that will come to the countries there, together with their partners from different companies and from different, I would say, value of the chain value, I would say, upstream, downstream, and midstream, different opportunities all the time. I think I was very clear in what I was talking, and I hope that that was very comprehensive for what Egypt has been doing. Thank you, Carlos.
Minister, excellent. You've said okay, next door. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with that challenge as we go. Minister, that was excellent, and you set a foundation for the conversation. One is the critical reality of having resources to make available to the market. Secondly, that they have to be as environmentally sound as possible, that you need to do it with the industry, that it's necessary to be able to measure, you need to be able to react and respond quickly. And I want to build on that, Minister Sadoko, and come back to you and as our host here in the Greek pavilion on Greece's objectives. And there's a commercial side to this and there's an environmental side. And it would be interesting to hear from you Greece's perspective on how you're bringing those two different components together.
Thank you, Ambassador. As I was listening to Minister Molla, I was thinking that, just for the history, when we founded the MGF, there was a spirit of good momentum at that time. How those countries can cooperate, collaborate, in order to become, in order to produce, let's say, and monetize the natural gas reserves. Because ultimately, what was the aim? The aim is how EastMed could become, you know, a new source, a new route for natural gas discoveries in order to help to the European objective, which was reduce the dependence from other suppliers. In this framework, regrettably, I would say, Greece lost the momentum because we, as a country, we lost a decade, I would say, of in order to accelerate this effort of becoming also a producer. There was, you know, the economic crisis in Greece. There were other external factors that delayed this effort. We continue, to be honest, this effort. We still have some concessions, and we still try to accelerate. But of course, the momentum is not exactly the same as it was a few years ago. But still, the potential for the countries that are in the MGF is still there. Actually, Mr. Rigas here, Energean, is the only oil producer in Greece. Apart from that, EMGF, you're right now, is turning its objective in order to see how we could make these decarbonized efforts also in our policies, in our countries. And Greece indeed is undertaking, you know, an effort to transform completely its energy system. We are a country that depends on natural gas. We import natural gas. We have managed to reduce natural gas imports from Russia. We have managed to differentiate now our suppliers by importing LNG from several other suppliers for other countries. And indeed, in order to achieve this difficult task of net zero by 2050, we have to undertake a number of policies and measures, which is not easy. And it costs, Ambassador, it costs a lot, this energy transition. So, yeah, we might say that we are ambitious, and we are indeed, because our Greek Prime Minister has a green agenda. We are implementing a number of policies in the renewable sector, in the energy efficiency sector, in how we will insert new technologies in our systems. For example, we are having a cooperation with Energean and Mr. Rigas in Greece on how to create a CCS project financed by the recovery funding, which is a significant project. Like Minister said, methane solutions or hydrogen is something that is in our priority. So the task is difficult, but the mission is not impossible. What matters, and I keep on saying that, is time. time, and how we will accelerate our efforts in all countries, because the challenges we face are the same in almost every country. We know what we have to do. The roadmap is there. The action plan, I think, is also there. Greece has an action plan on that. We have set targets by 2030, 2040, as we move towards 2050. We are implementing a number of specific policies, in particular on how we will accelerate renewables penetration in Greece, as we have a good potential, a huge potential of wind and solar in Greece. We are accelerating grid connections and interconnections, electricity interconnections, and here also with Egypt and with Cyprus, we have specific projects that we are promoting and maturing at this time. Yes, from Greece's side and our government side, I think that what we should do currently is just unite our forces, I would say, create synergies, exchange good practices. There is an expertise outside. The industry is there, and it has the appetite to accelerate the technologies that are needed. Again, I raise an issue of how costly this might be. We all like talking about hydrogen, for example, but it's still expensive. And it is a matter of where each state will find the money, how easily you can invest on these technologies. But we see the last 2 years with the energy crisis that this has also pushed the industry, technology suppliers to accelerate their efforts as well. So I will keep this optimistic side, since we are in COP, and we need, when we pledge something, to believe in this and not just say words. What we have to do, all of us, is just stick to our action plan, not lose time, and keep the momentum.
Mr. Sudoku, one of the excellent things that you did is you put on the table that to succeed we have to confront hard realities. And in those hard realities, there's an agenda for security, there's an agenda for sustainability and how to achieve both. They have costs. Those costs can be a driver of technology and innovation, but they also have to be sustained, and we have to recognize how to be able to do that. And a key factor on that is industry. And Minister Papanastasiou, I'd like to come back to you on that question. Cyprus has had an extensive relationship with the industry. You've brought that into the development strategy of your policies, and maybe if you can share some of the lessons that you've learned on that industry engagement to complete that part of the picture.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to thank our hosts for organizing this event, and EMGF as well. Thank you, Osama, for being here. Minister Tarek, Mola, friends.
And you're going to have to speak a little bit louder because you're competing with
sorry
next
about
doors
that.
as well.
The Cyprus is the new member in EMGF that is entering the idea of natural gas, the resource of natural gas. In the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus, as currently we have discoveries which they are close to 15 trillion cubic feet. However, these 15 trillion cubic feet, they are dispersed within the exclusive economic zone. They are not huge discoveries, therefore they need to be connected somehow with infrastructure in order to be able to put them to the market. As far as the progress we have made over the last few months, we have a discovery which is the Aphrodite, which is 4.2 TCF. However, and this sits with Chevron being the operator. And a little bit more southwest, we have a cluster of discoveries, which is Kronos, Zeus, Calypso, and Glavkos. All these discoveries, they are total 15 TCF, as we said. If we all agree that Cyprus may be a bit late in developing its natural gas resources because of the green transition and because we are committed to the green transition to make it, to have energy which is cleaner for our future and for our citizens. However, this resource is very important, especially when it comes to the East Med and when it comes as a resource for the use in Europe. In order to develop this resource, we need to do it and put it to the markets. We need to do it responsibly. Responsibly means that we need to put it to the market, but at the same time, when it is burned in order to produce power, to produce electricity, we have to be responsible, and this is why we are talking today about decarbonization. Certainly, as Cyprus, we are not in the lead of such technologies. However, we do understand our responsibility that whatever we put in the market, for whatever the next period that natural gas will be used, personal opinion is that natural gas has a life of at least 2 decades more. You understand that because of the sensitivity of the carbon production, and we need to decarbonize ourselves, we need to decarbonize and create technologies that we can make use of this resource, and at the same time the technologies will help us to put it responsibly to the markets. Needless to say that, yes, we are moving to green. The transition cannot be done without natural gas. This is a transitional product. And whilst we all have the aspiration of a place where the majority of our production and the energy, the affordable energy comes from green renewables, you understand that this transition will be challenging moving to green totally, simply because natural gas, I believe, is the product for the next 2 decades. Having said that, we look, when it comes to putting this product to the market as a country, certainly we will look at countries and technologies that the companies are aware of. Also the countries that they are ahead of us, they are in the lead. We are looking at Egypt. And of course, we are looking at organizations like EMGF that we will be supporting us putting this product to the market responsibly. Thank you.
That's a good catchphrase, Minister, putting it to the market responsibly. And it's one of the things that's going to be critical to allowing natural gas to be able to play that critical place in the marketplace. But the other point that you also made is that you have to have a connecting infrastructure. That's fundamental. And so thinking about markets and how do you connect physically is going to be a key factor. And yet another issue that you really underscored is how do you bring the best skills and capabilities? And there we come back to the industry partnerships and how you make them and use them in a way that allows the broader technologies that are being developed around the world to come into the organization. And Osama, the 3 ministers have given you a good foundation, and the easy part and the hard part about your job is, the easy part is there are lots of ideas. The hard part is you need to translate that into a strategy and a policy which is coherent. Do you want to give us a little bit more detail on how you're thinking about doing that?
Thank you, Carlos. I think it's always difficult to speak after 3 ministers, very well outspoken. Minister Papanastasiou, Cyprus is the EMGF president for 2022, Minister Nmolla, current president 2023, Alexandra, the president of 2024. So it's quite difficult to speak after them, but I would just like to start with thanking my dear friend, Minister Sudoku, for hosting us here and organizing this event. And I think what I would like to add what I would like to add to what the minister said is that one of the main objectives of the EMGF is how can we strike the right balance between energy security and energy transition and climate action. This has been touched upon by the three ministers, but it's the two challenges of energy security and energy transition is imminent. We can see the severe weather conditions everywhere. So no one now is debating the climate challenge. But also at the same time, we need energy not just for growth and economic prosperity, but also to sustain life. And one of our main objectives at the EMGF is how can we strike this balance? And I personally believe that natural gas will play and is already playing a significant role in this regard. And I think the technology is there that can make natural gas even more cleaner. And this is what we're trying to do at the EMGF. And since the inception, as Minister Al-Mualla referred to, and even the culmination was last year during the COP27. And I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank Minister Al-Mualla, because I think he takes all credit for putting the oil and gas industry at the table of the COP for the first time. For the first time last year, we have a decarbonization day. And during this decarbonization day, we were privileged as EMGF to present our initiative for reducing emissions from the gas industry. I will not spend a lot of time because I think Amr covered most of this, but what I would like to highlight in the next few minutes is what we are doing now. I think one of the main roles of the EMGF identified last year is the harmonization of policies and regulation, and also the carbon certification. The three ministers talk about their government's role and what the efforts that they are trying to do. What we are trying to do as EMGF, how can we align between the different policies? We don't want to impose policies or strategies on governments, but we want to make sure that the policies are aligned so that the companies are not suffering from connections to infrastructure and starting even from the development. And it is challenging, but it is not impossible. And what we are trying to do, there are some gaps in some of these regulations and policies. How can we align between the existing policies, and how can we fill in the gaps in a manner that makes things smoother and able to attract investments? And what we managed to do also last time is we managed to develop the marginal abatement cost curve. And this marginal abatement cost curve, it's good and also challenging at the same time. The good thing about it is that it showed that there are a lot of quick wins that we can already do, and the companies can do. And even it is saving money for the companies. It is saving investments and OPEX, like energy efficiency, like reducing venting, like methane fugitive emissions, and different other activities, until we go along with the journey like more expensive and more capital intensive like CCS and CCUS. But we are trying to align the policies and strategies along this journey. We are trying to align with the governments. And I think one of the main advantages about DMGF that it is not only about the governments. We have definitely the governments, but we have the industry. We have the JIAC, so we have 38 members. We have the NOCs, the IOCs, the technology companies, the financing institutes. And at the same time, we also have the regulators. And very recently, the ministers approved that we establish another acronym, the STAC, the Scientific and Technology Advisory Committee, which will bring together the academia and the research institutes. So I think this is one of the, main advantages of the EMGF. I don't think of any other organization that has all the stakeholders, the governments, the industry, the technology, and the regulators. This is what we are trying to build upon, to align between the different stakeholders so that can we accelerate the journey for the decarbonization.
Osama, that's excellent alignment among the stakeholders with a clear vision and strategy on how to go forward. And one of the critical tests of that is what happens in the industry and investment. And let's move to that part of the discussion because it's really key. And Matheus, CEO of Energia, if I could start with you. In the end, all of these actions are intended to be able to drive a set of actions, of investments that go toward meeting the security side of the production and also doing it from a perspective of environmental recognition and driving to the reduction of emissions. How are the policy changes that you're seeing in EMGF, how are they affecting, from your perspective, the actions that the industry is taking?
Thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I feel very responsible being the only country that produces oil and gas in 4 out of the 8 countries of the EMGF. If you exclude the countries that don't produce today, I think we are pretty much in every country representing what EMGF and the countries behind it bring to the industry. So, to answer your question, policy changes and how that reflects into industry. Let's take real examples. Minister Zdoukou, although she said that Greece lost 10 years, was there to write the policy to restart and give rebirth to the hydrocarbon activities in Greece. Then there was a period that was lost, but now we're running again very fast together with Ricard and his team to drill the wells that will prove if Greece has the potential that we believe. And Greece has the potential to become a hydrocarbon producing country, but it takes commitment from the governments, and the industry will follow. In the other countries that we've operated, Israel, where we produce today 60% of the country's gas consumption, made a huge effort to promote oil and gas, and we have invested more than $2 billion in the country to be producing today the majority of the gas that the country produces. Egypt, the same, a country that is very close to our heart, and we have been investing over the last years a substantial amount, more than 200 million, to increase the production from our fields there. Cyprus, Minister mentioned 15 TCF. We would very much like to be there and do what we did in other countries to actually bring gas to Cyprus and to Egypt to export it to the world. So industry can play a major role when policy and regulators lay the ground for us to invest. And although people think that today it's very difficult to find money in oil and gas, I would say the opposite. In our case, any time that we needed to raise capital, either in the private markets or the public markets, money was there for responsible oil and gas companies that actually do what they say and take a very, very serious stance when it comes to environmentally, to the environment and producing oil and gas responsibly. What do I mean by this? 2019, December of 2019, we were the first E&P company in the world to commit to a net zero strategy. And at the time, people were asking me, seriously, oil and gas, net zero, what are you talking about? And I said, I don't know how I will get there, but I know that that's the path. Now, since 2019 to where we are today, 2019, we were a 100% oil producer. Today, we're an 80% gas producer in our portfolio. So we transitioned from oil to gas. 2019, our carbon intensity, and we talked about this, Amer presented it in his presentation earlier, we are producing barrels of oil equivalent with a carbon intensity of 60 kilos of CO2 per barrel produced. Today, we have reduced this to 9. And all that is presented, it's measured, it is in our sustainability report, and it is audited by third parties. So we are transitioning, we have transitioned from gas to oil. And now we're making another step with the assistance of the Greek government and the huge support we've seen. We are ready to invest in the first carbon storage project in the East Mediterranean. We're talking about decarbonizing heavy industries. The only way that this can be done, as has been pledged in this conference as well, is through hydrogen and through carbon storage. Carbon storage in Greece will happen. And it will happen because the government laid the ground, the European Union through the RRF is supporting us, and we will continue with technical knowledge, investment, and make it a reality. The carbon storage project in Greece has the potential to reduce carbon emissions of the industry by up to 30%, 3 million tons a year. That is how you transition and keep industries going. And for us, that is the role that we can play. Energy security through gas in the region, carbon storage to decarbonize heavy industries and allow people to continue living the way we all want to live. That is what we can do. With being part of the EMGF is absolutely critical because that brings us all together in this part of the world. A lot of discussion is happening about how we can bring EastMed gas to Europe. There are facilities today. I know there's a lot of discussion about infrastructure and pipelines that could connect the EastMed with the rest of the world. What we need is to find more gas. Without finding more gas in the region, we don't have enough to bring gas to Europe. That is why we're drilling a very high impact well in Egypt together with our partners. Inshallah, in January, we will have results of a well that could bring another great opportunity to develop gas resources in the East Mediterranean.
Excellent, Mathios. And thank you for delving into the definition of what it means to be a responsible company and for making the connection between the access to capital and the way that you conduct your environmental policy. And if we have time, one of the things I'd like to come back to is on the cost of carbon storage and how do you get from where we are today to the point where it becomes commercially viable. So let's see if we have time to come back to that. But I'd like to go to Fabrizio Matana of Poseidon. And Fabrizio, in a sense, Mathios has already started us on the topic of carbon intensity and the impact it has. I want to come back to you and ask you to build on that question and how important it is for Poseidon in developing its own strategy going forward. But I'm sure that there are other things that you want to add to that in terms of interconnections as well. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And thank you for the invitation, Minister Doku. And thank you to the EMGF as well. Yeah, I will give you the perspective on the industry perspective of the midstream part. So we heard about upstream and policymakers and scenario. And I think that what we heard, a part of the answer is that we need resources. Gas will be key for the transition, but we also need to transport those resources where the demand is. So the role of infrastructure is still key. And the way we have to develop infrastructure has to be responsible as well as we produce. And the carbon intensity in the efficiency measuring is an important driver to put in the equation. So far, most of the decision has been made based on cost efficiency, demand-supply balance, security of supply. This still remains key and part of the equation, but the additional point now for the transition is environmental impact. And measuring carbon efficiency is one variable that we have to take into account. So the straightforward answer to your question is definitely important to measure carbon intensity also on the midstream part. You mentioned, I think, at the beginning that the full value chain has to be taken into account. I fully share that. It's part on the production, it's part on the transportation, and also the way we use gas in the final uses. And I think that here comes again when we have to take a decision in which way we want to transport and connect resources from one region to another, then we put in the picture as well the efficiency. And we goes to the distances, and I mean, that's nothing new, but we really know that if we want to connect the resources that are in the EastMed region to Europe, to that distance, the most efficient solution is pipeline. And efficiency means reducing gas consumption from transportation and reducing CO2 emissions on the full value chain. Because on one hand, we just have, let's say, energy for compression, on the other hand, we have to, for the other solution, liquefaction, transportation, regasification. And it's just a matter on where we want to bring the resources. So when we want to decide which kind of connection we want to have between one region to another, we just put measurement and efficiency in the equation, so that an efficient decision from the cost part and environmental side is fully embedded and complete. So I think that measuring the carbon footprint of the full value chain is a starting point. It has to be adopted largely, because if you just start from, we have to start from somewhere, and I think it's a good initiative to start from the EastMed resources, and I think that has to be embedded in all the value chain. Just the additional point I would like to raise on the infrastructure that maybe is useful for the continuation of the panel is that infrastructure, given that the energy transition is a path, we have to think to infrastructure as flexible tools. And the way we're thinking to build new pipelines is to have them ready to use and transport gas today, because there's the resources of the next decades and the resource that we need, but has to be ready to transport also green gases as hydrogen. And that's also one key point in when we think to a midstream infrastructure. We know that a pipeline can be used for both. We know that for other technologies it's more difficult to have a double use. So I think this is also a matter of efficiency when we decide to make an investment in transport resources from an area to another.
Let me just ask you to elaborate on one point quickly, if it's possible to do quickly. But hydrogen is a dangerous molecule if it escapes. It's a savior if you can capture it and use it. And so one of the questions is the pipeline infrastructure that you have and is being built, is it capable of handling hydrogen? Is that another major investment that would need to take place?
Well, the pipeline is not yet there,
yeah.
But what we're doing is to study it to be hydrogen ready.
To be
and it
hydrogen ready.
has to be. I think
Right.
that's the only way we have to build a new pipeline. We're not talking about existing infrastructure when you can check how much hydrogen you can blend in it and transport in it. But if we think to a new investment, it has to be future-proof. So if we want to make a sustainable investment, we have to think that we will need gas today, we will transport gas today because it's what we have and what we need, but we have to target the future and to be ready to create. I think what we are thinking is really to create an energy connection, not a gas connection, an energy connection from EastMed to Europe. That's the target, and that's what will enable us to keep the same investment for a longer future and a more sustainable future.
Excellent. I just wanted to make sure that we captured that point on safety and brought it into the equation. And Ricard, I come back to you. Minister Sadoukou has already raised the importance of your role within Greece. You're now the Greek energy company. You've transitioned in terms of name and function as you go forward. What brought about that change, and how is it affecting the directions in which you're taking as a company?
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, we have undergone a transition or a transformation, and I think the arithmetics for doing so is pretty clear, and it also refers very much directly to what we are doing here in Dubai. We need to decarbonize. Less carbon and less greenhouse gases. And the options to do so is we shift our energy system towards low carbon or no carbon models. We have the option to utilize technology today, but then we need to capture carbon before it gets into the atmosphere. and we have the option to drastically change consumption or consumption behavior patterns. These are the options. And these options also need to be implemented with a very complex balance between the sustainability element, the cost element, and the security element. So this is a very complex process that we are undergoing. The reality is that none of these solutions on its own will provide the final solution. So we need to bring all these solutions to the table and ensure that we capture the synergies of all options as much as possible. And that has been the guiding principle for the transition or the expansion that we have done in Heerema. So as both Mathios and the Minister referred to, we are now accelerating the efforts to identify what opportunities do we have to monetize Greece's natural gas resources. But in addition to this, we have also expanded into a national offshore wind program that was recently announced, where the Minister has been a very strong driving force for this. And I think for those of you who were here yesterday, you will have seen that it was endorsed by the European Wind Organization as arguably the best program that they have actually seen in Europe. So we are very excited about that. We are looking at decarbonization, we're looking at carbon capture, we're looking at storage, and we need to bring all these components together. So this has been the fundamental driver for the transformation that we have done. But of course, with the EMGF, we also recognize that that is a strategic level. That sets out the vision where we need to get to. What we then need, critically important, is to have the mechanisms along the route to actually ensure that we are following the right path. Are we getting to where we need to be? If we are looking at carbon intensity, I mean, it's inspiring to hear what Mathios said about the carbon intensity improvements that they have made. That is exactly what we need on this journey towards that goal. How are we performing? Are we benchmarking ourselves? And I think this is where the work of organizations like EMGF and these mechanisms is critically important.
Just going back again to the example of Mathios and what you're mentioning right now, the ability to benchmark, to show progress, to demonstrate in numbers is going to be key. There's always going to be skepticism, but if you can actually show by measures and how your carbon intensity has changed, it provides a mechanism to be able to demonstrate that you're doing something which is contributing security and at the same time doing it, as has been said, responsibly, sustainably, and moving in a way that is moving responsibly to the marketplace, as Minister Papanastasiou said. We don't have very much time, and we need a group photo at the end because this is a COP, and we have to have a group photo to recognize the fact that we're here. So I'm going to ask two more questions, but I'm going to ask if you can answer briefly, and I'm going to start with you, Osama, because it's important to come back to the certification mechanism and why EMGF is picking up on this. And in part, if you can also explain, does it need to be a different certification mechanism? How do you build on the best standards that are out there as you're thinking about going forward with this?
Thank you, Carlos. I think this is, it has been already touched upon by the previous speakers that the sense of climate and the carbon footprint is growing, not just about energy products, but I think it will even grow to include even all commodities and products. Most of the consumers will be interested to understand about the carbon footprint of their products. That's why we need clarity about this. We need an accurate process and a mechanism of measurement and also reporting about this. That's why the EMGF is taking this initiative. It is challenging, it's not easy, it needs a lot of processes, alignment of policies, alignment of regulations, bringing in the companies as well, but it is going to take some time, as Amr explained in the presentation, but what we are trying to do is how can we even, back to your question about does it have to be a new mechanism? No, it is we believe it is an EMGF mechanism, but we are making use definitely of the existing mechanisms. And we believe there is a gap about carbon certification, especially in our region. That's why we're trying to be proactive, trying to start from not from scratch, but to build on other benchmarks, but we need to be proactive and start as early as possible and see what we can do. Our ultimate objective is that the EMGF would be a carbon certifier. To do this, we have to go through MMRV and other measurements and processes. We can start by partnering with other accredited certifiers until DMGF is a fully accredited certifier. Thank you.
Excellent. And one of the things you have are 2 members of the European Union here. And one of the things you're going to need to think about is what does your buyer think? And how will they look in that? And I think that's going to be a key part of the process.
Exactly, and actually we are already in discussion with the EU. EU, in addition to the 4 members that we have at the EMGF, but EU is an observer, and we are already in discussions about this.
Excellent. Minister Omola, I'm going to give you the final word. I'm going to ask you to reflect for a moment on this 5-year journey and how you feel about where EMGF has come and its potential for the future. And that could be a half-hour question, but we're going to make it a 2-minute question. So we can, in fact, get together and everybody can go on to their following commitments.
Thank you. I believe that the success of EMGF is coming from the good collaboration that it has with the founding countries and the leaders of these countries. There are good cooperations and good coordination among the leaders of the countries. Hence, using the EMGF as a tool, as an executive arm to, I would say, extend and reinforce the collaboration among these countries. So, briefly, in the 2-3 years journey of implementation of different plans, and among which the ones that we are talking about in this session, I can see that there is a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of buy-in, not only from the member countries, but also from the companies that are through one of the organizations, which is JIAC. So the importance of that is that the companies that are there and the academia that is there under EMGF, they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have the resource, and they have the ambition to do something among the region and among the countries. And we have all what it takes to be successful. And I think that they got all the support, and the EMGF is also, I would say, empowered to go and to implement whatever good, whatever will add value to the member countries, hence to the people living there. Because at the end of the day, what we care about is what is in for the countries to be member at the EMGF. What's the benefit of being a member at the EMGF? How we can benefit out of this cooperation and collaboration, and how we can then also, as I say, since we are at a COP and we are talking about a better and cleaner planet, I think that we ought to be a model, optimizing the resource that we have. I'm very optimistic. I'm very happy that we had such a session. I'm very happy that we see 100% alignment among countries, companies, and we have also a secretariat that is really moving with steps ahead, not waiting for things to happen. So, which is something good. So we are confident that within this organization, we can reach the goals that we want. Thank you.
Excellent, Minister. We are at a historic moment. I think you heard it from the discussion. A historic moment of change, of a degree and profoundness of change in our energy economy that we've never achieved before. We've never seen something like this. And that change will come in many different ways. It'll be changing names of companies. It'll be changing mechanisms of technology. And what you've outlined is that we have to think about the markets, what can be effective, how to be responsible. You have to think about the ways to get there. You've talked about collaboration. You've talked about transparency as a way to measure and to demonstrate proof. And in all of this, you've really, in many ways, defined what EMGF is, a collaborative mechanism to be able to achieve what is a historic change. Let's give them a hand, a tremendous panel. Now, don't move yet. So they want to take a picture. Do you want us to sit, to stand in front? Please guide us.
Okay, I think we're going to get started with our next event here at the Greek Pavilion. If I could please ask the audience to take their seats. Yeah. So I don't know, I think they wanted me to get started with the keynotes. Keynotes? Yeah? Okay. Great. Welcome, everyone, to our next event here at the Greek Pavilion, building new green electricity bridges from the Middle East to Central Europe. This is a really, really important discussion that couldn't come at a better place and a better time, just as we announced massive targets to deploy clean energy, particularly renewables and energy efficiency here at COP28. My name is Liebeck. I'm the Senior Director for Europe and the Middle East at the Clean Air Task Force. We are a global climate organization focusing on overlooked solutions and climate as an infrastructure problem. If you'd like to join us for our programming at the Zero Carbon Future Pavilion, please visit us in B7, Building 88, where we investigate the hard questions at the nexus of energy security, climate, and geopolitics. So it's really an honor for me to welcome you to our next event, which is really about the future of electricity and infrastructure. To decarbonize and enable electricity as a decarbonization vector, particularly electrification, we, while delivering on energy access and energy security, we're expecting the grid and electricity supply to grow 3 to 5-fold globally over the next 3 decades. So in this very high-level panel with really esteemed guests, we're going to cover a range of perspectives from the Middle East to Western Europe, stretching governments, private sector, and NGOs, and we'll try to really explore a common vision regarding the need to become a source, the need to develop green energy corridors between Europe, the Middle East, and Northern Africa, along with Greece's long-term ambitions to become a source of clean electricity for the wider region. And it's an honor for me to start with keynotes. We have several keynote remarks before we'll jump into a panel discussion. And to this end, I'm honored to introduce Alexandra Soudoku, Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy from Greece. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. First, let's make a competition who will speak louder, we or the people that are in the other pavilion. Thank you all for coming here. I'm very, very pleased to be here today and talk in this panel about building green electricity bridges to Europe and to Middle East. It is an issue, I would say, more relevant than ever, especially in the framework of COP28 pledge undertaken on a Saturday to triple the world's renewable energy capacity by 2030 as a route to cut the share of fossil fuels in the world's energy production. As we all know, the European Union is at the forefront of this effort, having set, as you all here know, very ambitious targets for reducing CO2 emissions by 55% at the end of the decade, and also reaching net zero by 2050. Greece's energy policy reflects this ambition. It is indicative that the updated national and energy climate plan in Greece foresees that the installed renewable energy capacity for our country by 2030 will more than double compared with the current level of almost 12 gigawatt. Taking into account also our plan to expedite the commissioning of 2 giga of offshore wind parks by the end of this decade. So in order to achieve those targets, we need obviously new international interconnections that can bring closer together the countries and the regions that produce clean energy. Of course, with the major consumption centers of Central Europe. And the strategy, value, and importance of those interconnections is very strong, as at the same time, I would say they promote one of the main priorities of the Greek government, of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, which is to turn the country from an importer of fossil fuels to a net exporter of clean energy. The second is to upgrade Greece's geopolitical position. The third is to enhance the security of supply, not only of Greece, but also Europe as a whole, connecting the continent with new sources of supply and contributing to the acceleration of the energy transition and the electrification of the economy. And of course, ultimately to serve as a powerful tool of regional cooperation. IPTO, the Greek power transmission operator, is expediting at the time of a range of international interconnections that are promoting all those objectives I mentioned to you. I'm sure you will hear quite interesting things from Mr. Manousakis. However, I would like to briefly touch upon a few of them because they are at the heart of our planning. Allow me to mention the interconnection between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, with IPTO as the project promoter, and also the interconnection between Greece and Egypt, the GREGI, implemented by Elika Group. Two projects that, for those that don't know it, are included in the updated list of the projects of common and mutual interest of the European Union, which means that they will be prioritized for access to finance from EU funds and other institutions. At the same time, we are also working in Greece for the maturation of the Green Aegean Interconnector project. This is an electrical corridor between Greece and southern Germany, which is key, of course, for the export of the surplus of green energy produced in Greece, including also the clean energy coming from offshore wind parks that are under development currently in Greece, and the transfer of the green energy produced in the Middle East and Northern Africa to cover the vast demand of big industrial centers of Central Europe. So I think that the electricity grids are actually the missing link of the energy transition as we speak, according to the European Commission. As you know, the European Commission recently launched the action plan with very concrete proposals for facilitating the necessary investments, including cross-border interconnections, which is very important, and also streamlining the licensing process, which is cumbersome and much slower, I would add, compared to the licensing of renewable projects that are connected to the grids. And our Greek Prime Minister, again, recently has acknowledged the importance of the grids in order to integrate more renewable energy sources. So the Ministry of Environment and Energy is fully supportive, I would say, to IPTO's vision and is backing up on the political level through a number of bilateral and multilateral initiatives. So I actually look forward very much to on how we can push those important projects. I don't know if my good colleague Tine, she's not yet here from Belgium, but Belgium will take the presidency of the EU in January. So this is something that we should build on during the next presidency, grid interconnections. And I'm sure also that the perspective of Antonella, Roland, on the opportunities and the challenges as well of all stakeholders will be very insightful. So thank you very much all for coming here. And I give the floor again to the moderator. Here.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for these incredible remarks, which I think really set the stage for an insightful and impactful conversation. And I think next we're diving into our second keynote by Manos Manosakis, the CEO of ITPO. We're going to learn more about the vision with some slides, I think. So stay tuned, and I'm handing it over to you.
Good morning to all. This is the second time that IPTO is in COP. This year I really want to congratulate the Greek government for taking the initiative to create this very nice pavilion and all these events for the COP. I want to say that we are generally proud of Greece's achievements in the renewable sources industry. I don't need to reiterate what has been said by our Prime Minister and the ministers the previous days. I just want to show you a glimpse of what is happening. I don't know. Sorry. Oh. I'm sorry. Supposedly there was a picture of the mix of October in Greece, where you could see that there is 55% of the energy that was produced in Greece. It was produced by hydro and renewables. This is where we are. This is where we already are. And now we have to make the great difficult step to go from the 55 to 80% in the near future. I also urge you to download our application, which is called IPTO Analytics, an application we have introduced in order to inform the public about the mix, the energy prices, and also to motivate consumers to be more active on issues regarding the climate crisis. In IPTO, we are also proud because we have commissioned already 7 subsea interconnections with islands in the last 6 years and a half. And this project have already a substantial result because they have reduced the yearly CO2 emissions by almost 1 million tons by the end of the decade. The environmental benefit will increase with the new island interconnections of IPTO. IPTO is implementing new interconnections in Greece to the Dodekanis Islands and the northeastern Aegean Sea. So we are going to reach 1.8 million tons of CO2 less year by year by the end of this decade. I'm sorry, I don't know. Anyway. The problem is that we are not only proud, we are also deeply concerned with what is going on. In Greece specifically, we have experienced already very strong consequences of the severe climate crisis our planet is in. Mega fires, heat waves, unprecedented snowstorms, devastating floods. And all these events I mentioned have happened only in the last 5 years. So the energy transition, as we all know, is a one-way street. There is no alternative. Electricity transmission projects, and especially cross-border interconnections, are pivotal for the energy transition globally. Why? Why especially I said cross-border interconnections? Because we need to transmit excess green energy from the sources of production to the centers of consumption, which do not coincide in all cases. Because we have to exploit as much as possible all the green energy wealth that exists in the planet, the sun and the wind, to transmit between different time zones and between countries which have different potentials and needs at specific time. The exploitation of this potential becomes more necessary and urgent than ever in the current environment, especially given the pledge that was made here at COP28 of 118 countries, including the European Union countries and the United Arab Emirates, to triple the renewable production by the end of the decade. We all know that recently the International Energy Agency dedicated a special report to grids, and they said that a total of over 80 million kilometers of grids will need to be added by 2040. This is the equivalent of the entire existing global grid. This is the energy mix I discussed before, the IPTO analytics, I'm sorry about this. This is the existing interconnections that we have in our grid now. And also, you can see the interconnections that will happen by the end of the decade and will have this substantial environmental result I discussed before. This is what happened in September, and you can see what we have to deal with in terms of resilience of the networks now and in the next years in order to be safe and be able to keep the lights on. And here we are at our existing international interconnections. I was at the point saying that the IEA, in their report, they mentioned that we need the equivalent of the entire existing global grid to be doubled by 2040 in order to be able to reach the targets of the renewable sources that we need to include in the electrical systems of the world. The European Union also, they followed suit last week with an action plan for the grids. And they said that they are going to utilize about, if I remember well, 584 billion euros in the next years. This will be a very important initiative. Important initiative which will enhance the momentum for the cross-border interconnections, which are the most difficult to implement. Such projects, as we see here, cross-border interconnections are in the plans of IPTOs, which has an investment program to the tune of 5 billion euros from 2024 to 2033. The 10-year network development plan, as every TSO has. These were my opening remarks, but please allow me to conclude with presenting to you the most important of this project that we are engaged. Before going to Italy, I want to say that we concluded the second interconnection with Bulgaria last July. This was a very important project for the integration of the market in the southern Eastern Europe. We doubled the energy that flows between the two countries. And now we are designing together with the TSO of Italy the second interconnection between Greece and Italy which will triple the capacity from what it is right now between the two countries. In fact, all these projects, what do? They facilitate the vision that the Deputy Minister said before, to make Greece from an importer that is now of energy to a clean energy exporter in the future. This is the strategy of Greece for the next years. So let me also pass to the project that has been mentioned sometimes the last days, because it is evolving. I'm talking about the Greece-Cyprus-Israel interconnection, a PCI project. Its first stage, it's 1 gigawatt HVDC interconnection. Right now, the project that exists and has started to be implemented is the Crete-Cyprus project. And in fact, we have become the project promoter a few days ago. And now we have established a new SPV, a new subsidiary, which we call it Great Sea Interconnector. This will be the new name of this project. A new name which signifies the new era of this emblematic project, as the previous project promoter, Eurasia Interconnector, brought it to the maturity that it is now, but now we need to go to the implementation phase. We are entering the phase of construction, beginning, as I said, with the cable part between Crete and Cyprus, where we already have a contract with Nexans. Today, we are also doing something substantial from our participation here. We are going to sign an MOU right after with TAQA, the Abu Dhabi-based leading energy company in the Middle East and North Africa, and, of course, the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Cyprus, where the interest of TAQA to participate as an investor in this project will be expressed. The next one is GREGI. Yesterday there was a whole session about GREGI. GREGI started to, let's say, get in the materialization phase by the MOU that was signed in October 2021 between the governments. Then the project promoter, Mr. Karidas, is here, the Copelouzos Group. They have, with the help of the government and all the stakeholders, they have managed to bring this project on the PCI level. So right now it is ready to go on with its studies, and IPTO, as always, will support the project. It supports it from its initial phases for the planning, and will contribute with its experience and expertise to its maturation also in the future. We have also been in collaboration. It may seem strange in the beginning, but I will explain. With our Saudis colleagues, the National Grid is a subsidiary of the Saudi electricity company, the TSO of Saudi Arabia. And we have agreed to create a common company with them in order to study a possible electrical interconnection between Saudi Arabia and Greece. So some years ago, we were all discussing these things theoretically, but now they're happening. I remind you that yesterday the General Director of DG Energy mentioned about the project between Italy and Tunisia, which is already a PMI project. So we are at the point where I believe humanity has understood that we need to exploit all the green wealth that exists in order to save our planet, and these projects are an integral part of this effort. Of course, when we take the energy from the Middle East and North Africa, we are not the country that can consume all this energy. And as I said before, we have the vision, the Greek government has a vision to make Greece more helpful to the world by becoming a clean energy exporter, which means that we need the corridors not only from Greece, to be honest, but from all the countries which own green energy wealth. We need corridors now to get connected with the centers of consumption, where this kind of energy cannot be produced on the level that it needs to be consumed from the heavy industry that exists. So one project that we promote is the interconnection between Greece and Germany. You can see here our initial design through the Adriatic Sea, Slovenia, Austria, and South Germany. We have put it in the 10-year network development plan of ENTSO-E. The project is under consideration. The Greek government, as the Deputy Minister said before, supports the promotion of this project. And we have already signed NDAs and initiated discussion with the TSOs of these countries. I believe that this discussion, as I said in the last General Assembly of ENTSO-E, must be generalized in Europe in order to understand altogether which corridors we need to interconnect the green production with the centers of consumption. So finally, it is obvious to all of us that we need not only the cross-border interconnection, but also the transcontinental interconnections between the north and south and between the east and west, in order to optimize the use of the renewable energy, which is not always available where we need it. And I hope that this discussion here and all the discussions and contacts at COP28 will contribute in order to bring those crucial projects closer to their fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this fantastic overview. As we're short on time, I'd like to ask the panelists to join me on the stage. Deputy Minister Sudoku, please join me. Minister Tinne van der Straten from the Kingdom of Belgium, please join us as well. Manos Manousakis, CEO of ITPO. We also have Roland Roche, Director of Innovation and Technology Center at the International Renewable Energy Agency. Antonella Battalini, the CEO of the Renewable Grid Initiative, and last but not least, John Caridas, Managing Director of Elica Group. Large panel, really fantastic. Welcome, everyone. Minister van der Straten, I want to start with you, and I think we have two microphones. Belgium is just a couple of days away from taking over the European Council presidency. There has been a lot of action just in the past couple of weeks ahead of COP. The 14th list of PMI and PCI projects, the action plan for grids. Countries are in the midst of really overhauling their NECPs, their National Energy and Climate Plans, as planning tools. What is Belgium's vision for tackling some of the issues for cross-border infrastructure and grid enlargement and advancement during your presidency?
Yes, thank you. I first want to thank Alexandra and also you, Manos, for inviting me into this panel. It was one of my top mentions in my agenda. Because in preparing the presidency, I visited a lot of capitals, and Athens was one of them. And we came to Athens the day after you announced the offshore wind plans for Greece, and that you announced 12 gigawatts of offshore wind to be developed in the Aegean Sea, with having in mind the electrification of the Greek islands, and then also doing these interconnections. And when we take on the European presidency, we want to build on this approach. We want to build on specifically, and I will take the last project that you showed, to make this connection between a huge build-up of renewable energy capacities and bring this to there where the energy is needed. And it's a corridor that you have in mind in the Aegean Sea. And in Belgium, we are also building our own corridor between Denmark and Belgium. And in fact, it is a new solidarity within Europe. We have countries with a lot of potential, and we have also countries who don't have the potential but who need the energy. And to bring together this export and import of energy, it's a solidarity between countries. It's in fact made possible by grids. And grids and what TSOs are doing and building these grids with political support from our governance is utmost important if we want to have climate security, which why we are here at COP, but also energy security post the war. So I count Greece as one of the countries that we need to interact very closely with, as a strong supporter also to this vision. And I have known Greece now for during the energy crisis, a very committed partner to bring energy security and affordable energy prices for those. Greece is not so well known within the European Union, but I'm so sure that all what you are doing with regard to energy and what we have done for tackling gas prices is making you specifically, and with the backing of your technical advisors and your TSO, as one of the very important countries within the European Union. So with regard to my presidency, I count on these interconnections. We will bring an agenda forward to make these interconnections happen, how to address this, how to finance these, how can we develop a better regulatory framework, but also on the political guidance from several member states, and we are many, and Greece is one of the most leading on this topic.
Thank you very much for this fantastic outlook on what Belgium is planning to do during its presidency. Really, really appreciated. I think we'll go over to you, Roland, because I think from an IRENA perspective, you've done a lot of investigation, and I'll come with the microphone, or there's another one.
I speak from here?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, thanks a lot to having us here from the International Renewable Energy Agency. International Renewable Energy Agency is a governmental organization with 168 member countries with the mandate to deliver the global energy transition and to accelerate the deployment of renewable energies. Greece is really a member, and the European Union is a member. And let's say at IRENA, we clearly see a lot of traction on the vital topic of regional electricity interconnection. By 2050, 50% of our energy consumption globally will come from direct electricity use compared to 20% today. And the need for electricity for green hydrogen is yet not included in this. No? We thus need to talk electricity generation, interconnection and grids and investments, as we have already seen. I want to build on our most recent analysis and reports regarding power sector planning, hydrogen infrastructure and socio-economics of the energy transition for the European North African region. First, we see bilateral agreements have been set between countries in the Mediterranean area on green hydrogen technology investments and developments. There is a clear interest in setting up regional market for hydrogen trade. But another very important aspect on today's topic is reliable direct power transmission. Analysis from Africa's continental master plan. So this is a master plan for the African continent where IRENA has been a major contributor, indicates that Africa may become a net exporter of electricity to Europe and the Middle East by 2040. So these results align with the EU challenge of serving growing demand linked to clean mobility, heating, cooling, electrification of industry, and the kickstart of low-carbon hydrogen production. It becomes evident then the importance of directing investments towards resilient interconnection in the Mediterranean as the backbone of a well-functioning energy market in the region for a green energy transition is a key element. Currently, there exist major constraints on cross-border electricity trade in North Africa. owing to lack of trade mechanisms and grid stability, even though the physical capacities of the interconnection lines are sufficient to allow more exchange. Under current plans, the potential for the region is expected to reach 36% renewable energy share in generation by 2040, together with a 5-fold increase in energy trade between the two regions. So pursuing greater end-use electrification and investments in cross-border interconnections, there is an opportunity for almost 90% renewable energy share in generation by 2040, while significantly decreasing the unit of cost of electricity. So, and that is one of the objectives that we see in Europe. A lot of the member countries of the European Union are concerned with high electricity prices. And let's say with the cooperation in this African region, there is a strong opportunity to bring down the electricity cost in Europe. In fact, a scenario for North Africa that accounts for pronounced expansion of solar and wind power technology, allowing large-scale hydrogen production, would acquire a quadrupling of power sector sizes and investments over current plans, but it would cut electricity generation costs in half. So this is what I was trying to explain. In addition to techno-economic benefits, regional cooperation in the Mediterranean will bring also socio-economic benefits. To contextualize this, globally, renewable energy was responsible for over 13 million jobs in 2022, with Europe contributing to 1.6 million, which is 8% of this share. IRENA's previous assessments show that employment intensity of investments in the energy transition technologies, so employment generated for each unit of investment on clean tech, is up to 3 times higher than in the fossil fuel sector. So that means if you invest in renewable energy, the socio-economic benefits and bringing jobs into the European Union, into North Africa, is 3 times higher as with fossil fuels. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for... Hello? Okay. Now we're working. I think we got our microphones sorted out here. Thank you so much for this overview of, I think, what economic benefits there are, electricity and energy security benefits, and then a changing geopolitical landscape as a result of changing our energy system. Antonella, I want to go over to you to get your perspective. RGI is a platform for dialogue between transmission system operators and NGOs. How is this dialogue emerging on the projects we heard earlier, and what do you see as some of the challenges in realization from your perspective?
Thank you very much. Indeed, RGI is a platform of transmission system operator, climate and environmental NGOs. It's quite a unique alliance, and we don't agree all the time, I must say. But still we stick to the same table, which is important. So the plans are great. We have seen tripling renewables, we have seen a tripling of electricity grids that we urgently need. However, I would like to remind you that we don't have the supply chains to deliver this growth so fast. We do not have the resources to deliver this so fast. So we need to prioritize and we need to optimize and we need to think, how do we optimize at energy system level? How do we make sure that actually we build what is really needed today and not what may be needed potentially in a far future? And I'm really would like to stress the fact that resources are not only what you may think in terms of metals or even people. It is also space, land, it is nature. So whenever we do an investment, we need to make sure that we take into account the impacts that we have in the natural environment and the impacts that we have on society. At the end of the day, this energy transition, this tripling, doubling, whatever you want, will only be possible if you do it together with people. All the benefits that Roland has been highlighting are in the future. We need to be sure that we take people on board tomorrow morning, next year, and the year after that, because otherwise we will never be able to deliver this. So let's plan this energy transition with people in mind. Let's understand that we can only do it together with people and in full respect of the nature constraint. I think it is possible actually to reconcile energy and nature, and this is what we really work on. But it has to be part of the planning. You cannot do it a posteriori. You need to do it a priori. You need to embed this in the thinking. It's a cultural change. And I really invite all actors from governments and industry to realize that if you want to build all that is needed, you got to build it well and together with people.
Thank you very much. And I think I want to later, if we can, just quickly touch on the NEC piece and the role in bringing together people and planning infrastructure as we're seeing it. But first, I want to go to you, John. And I think your flagship project is the GREGI project, which we already heard about earlier. So perhaps you can give a little bit more insights into the vision and what the key challenges, but also the key next steps are for realizing infrastructure at this scale.
Thank you. If I may start with
You have a panel? Okay. But
very quickly.
very quickly.
Thank you. Thank you for the very kind invitation to participate in this panel and present GREGI. GREGI is a project regarding the electrical interconnection between Egypt and Greece. Sorry for that, sorry, yes. It's a direct link between Egypt and the Greek mainland. I don't want to repeat the well-known facts and the well-known targets and vision that has been highlighted during, I would say, the last months, and especially recently here at COP28, where it was a common decision to try and further accelerate all efforts towards bringing earlier green transition, tripling the capacity of renewable energy projects until 2030, and highlighting the importance of eliminating CO2 emissions as fast as possibly due to the advanced climate crisis and climate change that we face globally. I want to say that address the following issue, that we all share the same vision, but also we have to identify how we can solve any obstacles that exist towards the acceleration and towards the achievement of such targets we have globally, and in Europe, we're part of Europe. And our group, also being investors in renewable energy and have been investors for many years, now we're facing the continuously increasing problem of scarcity of land. Scarcity of land due to extensive constraints from the regulatory regime, environmental, archaeological, spatial, numerous, which make it even more difficult, even more slower, the penetration of renewable energy in the energy mix. So as the consulting firm McKinsey said a few months ago, such scarcity of land is one of the most important obstacles, which means that we have to see outside the borders of Europe. And in Greece, we're lucky because we don't only enjoy very good capacity factors for sun radiation and wind, but also we are in close proximity with countries like Egypt. And Egypt has not only an abundance of free land, it also has very strong, very high capacity factors for wind, for wind and sun radiation. And even most importantly, such parameters are supported by the firm policy of the Egyptian government, not only to implement a large number of renewable energy projects in the country, but also it has an extroverted policy to export such green energy to the region and Europe. And GREGI does exactly this. It interconnects two continents, interconnects Egypt with Europe via Greece, and it provides Europe, Greece and Europe, the possibility to exploit the benefits of receiving green energy from Egypt. Very briefly, GREGI is a submarine cable with a length of 954 kilometers, a capacity of 3,000 megawatts with bidirectional capability. And as I said, we aim to exclusively transfer green energy at competitive prices to Greece and Europe. We're speaking of a budget of 3.6 billion euro. The project was conceived back in year 2008, and at that time the group realized that without interconnections, the electrification with green energy of the European grid will be delayed. So we presented our vision, our idea to the Egyptian government at that time, and we signed the first agreement with the Egyptian Electricity Holding Company in year 2010. Since then, our group has conducted all preliminary feasibility studies, and as it was mentioned, the GREGI project has been included in the 10-year network development plan of ENTSO-E, and now has been recently included in the first list of projects of mutual interest of the European Union. Let me also state that GREGI, due to its importance, has been included by the European Commission this year in the Global Gateway Priority List, which is a list of infrastructure projects with high priority, infrastructure projects between European countries and third countries. Sorry? I will finish in very quickly. Besides the obvious environmental and energy benefits, we all share the same position that interconnections can support by transferring green energy to preventing climate change and greenhouse effect emissions. Two numbers to give you the importance of GREGI. The 3,000 megawatts of green energy can use to replace 4.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas on an annual basis and reduce CO2 emissions by 10 million tons annually. It obviously, GREGI provides the usual benefits that a high voltage DC interconnection provides regarding energy diversification, stability, reliability, and security of supply to the systems. By bringing competitive prices, we can reduce energy prices to the benefit of the consumer. The obvious, it was mentioned before, social and economic benefits and opportunities for new jobs and new businesses. But of course, I would like to stress, and I'm closing, that GREGI, besides all these energy and environmental benefits, also provides very important geopolitical benefits, because it forms the cornerstone of the creation of green energy corridors linking north to south, linking two continents. And by this way, GREGI supports the vision for Greece to become a very important green energy hub in the region. And our vision, in order to secure the existence of green energy, is to complement our project with another plan we have as Copelouzos Group to implement, design, develop and construct 9.5 gigawatts of renewable projects in Egypt in order to maximize the utilization of GREGI by feeding it with green energy. So GREGI has two important benefits, two categories of benefits. Not only the obvious stability to the systems that will be connected, but also it provides additional additional energy in the quiver of Greece. Not only domestic production of domestic green energy, but also the availability to transfer green energy from Egypt part of which will be used to Greece, part of it will be exported to European countries through the existing and the new interconnections that will be developed, and of course part will be used for the production of green hydrogen. Thank you.
I want to thank you very much for this presentation. I think we've heard a wealth of perspectives from analysis to stakeholders, to governments, to project developers. Deputy Minister Sudoku, I think you have to leave in a couple of minutes, so I want to give a word for you while we will continue our panel conversation. You've heard from the stakeholders. What are your reflections so far, and what are the next steps for realizing Greece's vision?
Thank you. First of all, I'm very happy that I have my good friend Tina here, and I'm even happier because I heard that the Belgian presidency will set as a priority interconnections. It's simple. I think that if we need to shield European energy security, the role of clean sources, clean energy is pivotal. And in order to see that being transformed into a reality, interconnections is the key for that. So we need physical interconnections, right? In order to have the clean energy from where it is produced to where we need it, where there is the consumption. So far, of course, all countries are discussing of how they will be interconnected, but the reality is that it takes much time, 10 years. I mean, Mr. Manousakis has the experience how many years it takes for an interconnection to become a reality. Because of bureaucracy, because of permitting, because sometimes of lack of funding. So I was very happy when I saw the action plan coming from the European Commission, which sets these as a key priority for the European Commission. If we don't accelerate the permitting procedures for, especially this comes even more complex when you have interconnections from one country to the other. Imagine if it takes 10 years, for example, in Greece to interconnect, let's say, the Greek islands. I cannot imagine how many years it would take if we're discussing about having international interconnections between member states. So I think we should focus our effort in the next years to come on how we can accelerate the interconnections we're talking. Greece has a very ambitious agenda on that, triple actually the capacity, the interconnection capacity. We have a bold agenda as well, policy agenda on how we will get more renewables in our electricity production mix. So far it's 50%, but the aim is to get to 80% by 2030. The action plan is there actually. We know the process, how to do it. We have the tools, we have the investments appetite. But again, I think that as we are speaking here on how to build this new green electricity bridge from Middle East to Central Europe, it is very essential to cooperate between the countries. I'm sure that what we have faced in the previous years with the energy crisis has made us wiser, Tina, right? And get closer. And ultimately, what the need is from government is to reach at a moment where we will have affordable prices. I was very concerned during the past 2 years, and I think that this touched every household and every business. The fact that suddenly we saw this spike on the electricity prices, natural gas prices. So it's good when we have this momentum and we say that we need to accelerate the efforts, because ultimately this must be transferred on a social welfare term. So if we want to see cheap energy finally in the pocket of households and businesses, we need to do a lot of work on that. And again, international interconnections, electrical corridors, I think is the key if we want to achieve this target.
Deputy Minister, thank you so much for joining us here for this incredible event. We'll continue the conversation because I want to actually dive into some of the challenges that you outlined, right? The timing, how long it takes, and from stakeholder perspectives, what can be done to remove some of those challenges, particularly from the private sector perspective. So thank you so much for joining us here.
If I may?
Yeah.
If I may, I wanted to react to Antonella. It's always very inspiring how you bring something very technical from a cable, a submarine cable, to something more inspiring. Because as you say, we always get very happy when we talk about cables, but it is not about a cable, it's about people and it's also about nature. And I 100% agree that we need to include nature from the beginning in the planning process. In Belgium, we are building a hybrid energy island to connect offshore wind capacity, but also to connect two interconnections to it, the interconnection with Denmark and the interconnection with the UK. And this island is not only built in line with nature, not only designed as in, okay, we have some negative aspects on nature and that we have to mitigate, but it is instead it's built proactively with nature in mind. We have done changes to the design to have breeding spaces underwater, also above water, to have for fish, but also for oysters and also for birds, so that our energy infrastructure becomes an enabling infrastructure for nature. We have, and that is from a Belgian perspective now, we have seen we are a very densely populated country, and we have seen that if we build not in line with nature, that we become very vulnerable, for example, for flooding. And so with these negative examples in mind, we need to better at sea, because all these projects that have been shown, but also the projects that we have in other sea basins, they will have the same impact on space and on nature. It's something that we cannot afford. We have a climate crisis, we have an energy crisis, but also a biodiversity crisis. And the Belgian example gives me also the conviction that we can do it, and I hope, Manoj, that you can duplicate in Greece what we are doing in Belgium.
Thank you very much. I think, Antonella, you want to jump in, but I'd also like to go then back to you, Manos, to discuss some of the key challenges I think that we are touching upon. Thank you, Minister van der Slatten, for your remarks.
So definitely congratulations to Belgium and your leadership on what you are doing. Now imagine if we can plan the European energy system like you have planned the energy island. And everyone is talking about how long it takes to build grids, how long it takes to get permits. But we should ask ourselves why. It takes long because basically we have processes that are not suited for going fast. It takes long because we put the emphasis on the regulation rather than on good planning. And so this is really an opportunity for us to plan better, to construct better. And it is not only at project level, of course we have to do at project level as well, but already in the planning of the overall system. And of course we need to do it in an optimized way because we have scarcity of resources. And if we embed scarcity at energy system planning, we will take much better decisions.
I agree, and it's also something that I will put on the agenda as a Belgian presidency, indeed, to take it from a European level and not only from a project level. In order to make it, indeed, we need time to do a good planning, but with the Energy Island, we also managed to go fast. And why was that? Because we did co-creation. We put everyone around the table, the engineers, the builders, the TSO, but also our ecologists, our marine experts, and this co-creation process, and it's also something that you have been advocating, I think, a lot, allowed us to make speed. And why? Because we better understand each other. Because we come from different perspectives. perspectives. The TSO perspectives, oh, the birds, it's a security issue, and it is. It is. But from the other side, we have birds that are really being menaced threatened as a species. That's also a perspective. What I've learned from what we've did, and okay, we are a small project, but still it is the first energy island in the world that bringing people around the table and better understand each other's needs and continue the monitoring afterwards is also a way to make speed. Because in that case, you can begin with the measures that matters the most.
Thank you very much. Manos, would you like to comment on some of these challenges from a private sector perspective? Or from ITSO perspective?
Yes, it's nice that we have a real discussion and not just praising ourselves here. That's why I put my concerns in the beginning in the initial remarks. What we are trying to do is very difficult. What we are doing here is called the Conference of the Parties. It's exactly of the spirit of what the Minister said before and also what Antonella has said. We have, I mean, it's everything but easy. It's all the way challenges. We don't have now the capacity from the industry to build the cables that are needed in order for the renewable power to be integrated in the electrical systems. There is the issue of the cost. People get very concerned. They already pay the electricity, so they understand that cost is going to be added. And this is a very important policy issue, how it is going to be treated. There is lack of human resources at the end of the day right now. So we need to be more inclusive to understand what we need, how we're going to recruit people. And what Antonella said before is very important. We are facing full force the climate crisis, but we need to prioritize in order to get real results in what we are doing. I would make it on an upper level. We need to see it as a mission. It's not about just profitable industry, normal days as it was before. Now we are at risk. We are at a very important risk, the human race. So we need to see it as a mission. We need to create a mission economy. We need to create mission financing, mission policy toolbox in order to confront the situation in a way that the stakeholders will find the common ground. I am the TSO. I want to keep the lights on, and I want to build all the time new networks. This is my job. But we need to all to be on the table, as the Minister said, in order to see how we're going to make this to work at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for these really important remarks around a mission economy, building on what Antonella and Minister van der Straten have already said. I want to ask Roland and John for your perspectives on the biggest challenges globally, or if there's even projects that you're looking to that have our best practices. Maybe, John, you can start because you already have a microphone.
You start? No, it's okay.
I think we need to use the other microphone. That one's not working.
Hello? No. Okay. Sorry. So let me very quickly repeat myself. No, I do fully agree with what Mr. Manostakis said regarding the scarcity both of raw materials and human resources. There is an increase in cost. With all this will even create some obstacles in the implementation of large-scale projects, and of course the global demand of cables, which means possible delays in manufacturing. So I think at the end of the day, the real challenge we face is time, and this is how we need to see how we can accelerate addressing all these concerns, and this is also the real challenge that I see in our project, because if we're, let's say, 5 or 6 or 10 years ago, we might also identify technological challenges. and technical challenges. But now all these things have been resolved for that kind of project regarding length of the submarine cable and the depths at which we need to implement it. So I think the crucial challenge that we have to see how we can address and resolve all these more important, less important, but real obstacles is time. And this is actually what the European Union also identified in their action plan for grid. And they proposed as action one is to see how all stakeholders, the Commission, the governments, the TSOs, and the project promoters, and the financial institutions have to accelerate with the design, implementation, and funding of PSI and PMI projects, because such projects, by definition, are the most important for the European Union.
Thank you very much, Roland. And then Antonella, I think you wanted to respond.
Yes, I think it's very clear the challenge to decarbonize the energy systems and also the end-use sector, like the industry sector with chemicals, steel making, and also cement production, then decarbonizing the transport sector and heating and cooling. The key avenue there is electrification, so 50% electrification level by 2050. And we have to say we are already struggling at the moment to build up renewable energy generation. Now with the G20 kind of commitment to triple the renewable energy, total global renewable energy capacity for G20, and now 180 countries have signed basically to triple this renewable energy capacity, will require, let's say, very stable supply chains. So this is a challenge. So manufacturing capacities, kind of the spare parts, materials, critical materials to build up this tripling. But then the infrastructure is very important. And when we discuss the decarbonization of the end-use sector, you have to keep in mind that for 1 kilogram hydrogen, you need 55 kilowatt hours of electricity, which would mean just for the hydrogen production, globally, we would need as much electricity production as we have today from all sources, just to produce the green hydrogen. And that creates a challenge that we have to see how we can manage it, because it brings a lot of infrastructure demand. It brings additional, let's say, workforces that need to be built up to be able to work on this. As it has been said here from my neighbors, we have to speed up. And that means also the administrative setup in the governments has to speed up. They have to increase the number of staff that works on the approval of infrastructure projects, that works on the approval of renewable energy projects. And we have also to be smart to basically limit the investment numbers. So just to build up the infrastructure, build more DC lines, build more transmission lines, cannot be the only way. Also smart electrification and thinking of innovation like artificial intelligence, blockchains, and the Internet of Things to make sure we reduce the cost to build up the infrastructure. And Irina prepared a report which we launched together with the EU Commission on Energy Commission, with DG ENER, that indicates that with smart electrification, you can reduce the cost for the infrastructure investment by 30%. So these things need to be discussed and considered. But of course, this creates challenges also for the regulators.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Antonella, yeah.
Oh, you closed it. Oh yeah, you didn't want me to talk. Yeah, after you. Let me start from the end. You know, I guess some of you are energy experts here. If you could electrify everything, which I know it's not possible. But if you could electrify everything, we would save roughly 60% of primary energy demand. So, point number one, yes, we need other fuel on top of electricity. Let's decide very careful who needs what, where, by when, because of the scarcity element. Now, everyone is complaining about complexity, challenges. We have so many challenges, as if this is something new. Well, we have always had challenges. The problem that this transformation has is that we try to take out one piece of the big pot and look for a solution for that piece. This is not going to work. In reality, is that we live in a complex system, in a complex world, and solution will be found in complexity and not in simplicity. And so every time that we want to slice down things, we miss an opportunity. The opportunities that complexity gives us is actually sustainable solutions, sustainable, and not the greenwashing sustainable things that we are doing here at the COP. And my third and last point is that it is great that we have this tripling of renewables. But please, don't forget that already today, project developers are worried that they will not be able to sell their electricity from wind and solar. Because if we add so much capacity, we got to take something out of it. It's not that we increase capacity exponentially and then we have cheap prices. No, we have higher cost for taxpayers and for consumers. So tripling up is good, phase out is better.
Thank you so much. As a fellow NGO, I want to say solution will be found in complexity. Thank you. And no pledges without plans anymore. I do want to go through a lightning round in 3 words or 30 words. We've outlined a vision. We've outlined challenges. We're clear on the headwinds that we're facing to realize the vision. So we have the first steps. We also know a lot about what needs to be fixed on the political and administrative side. So if you could, and we need to figure this out how we're going to do this with these microphones, if you could prioritize what's the most important next steps, particularly with Minister van der Straten here, over the next, say, 2 years when we meet at COP30 in Brazil, what are these important next steps? Lightning round. John, you want to go first?
Yeah, it's okay. No, I think regarding your last concern, let me say to Antonella, I believe that one of the ways to solve the concern you mentioned is interconnections, because interconnection can bring the form of energy we decide is applicable. Today is green energy. Today at least is green energy. Tomorrow maybe another form. We'll see how the technology develops. Green energy to everybody, to the large part of society. That's why I think interconnection, which is the key issue of today, can make available green energy and at competitive prices, because we live at a free market. If such energy is not competitive, you will not be able to sell it. So this is the way interconnections can address one of such concerns, which is a major concern. The issue is how we can accelerate and address time by simplifying or addressing the complex issues that we are concerned. Of course, that takes time, and as I said, it's a vicious circle. Time is the most important challenge, but I think interconnection, at least today, can solve important issues regarding the type of energy we have to offer to society and its cost of energy.
3 to 30 words. Most important next steps, Antonella. No?
I don't, let's say what I see clearly is we have to kind of build up the infrastructure in a smart way. So that means we need to look at smart electrification to reduce the cost for the infrastructure. We have to strengthen the global workforce of people that are able to develop projects and build up the infrastructure and operate it. We have to strengthen the administration in the governments and in the regulators to speed up the energy transition. This is very important. And let's say in being smart in the way we electrify and we decarbonize the end-use sectors, we have to look also at neighbor countries to cooperate. And let's say this cooperation with the European neighbor countries has to go, and there I'm very much in agreement with Antonella. This benefits, socio-economic benefits, people have to feel in their pockets now very quickly. The energy transition has to become a social energy transition that gives people the feeling that makes things cheaper. This is beneficial, we benefit from it, it creates jobs, and not only a thing that needs huge investments. You wanna? I have unfortunately to leave.
And we'll wrap up here in the next couple minutes. Manos, most important key next steps.
It's not about the next steps, it's about the notions. I mean, the most important thing, as discussed, is first of all the justice about the costs. There has to be justice. There are going to be costs in this transition. We cannot hide it under the carpet. We are building new infrastructure. At first, we had a few lignite units. Now we have hundreds of production sources that are built. So it's a transition. It's going to cost. So we need that's why I said before the policy toolbox is needed there. The second is the realization of how difficult it is. It's not to say it's complex, it's going to be complex, but the complexity adds a lot of stress to everybody. The operation of the system, it's going to be more difficult in the future. People will have to tolerate the transition between where we are now and where we will become again in a totally stable, green, clean environment of production. And the last thing is the cooperation, because as I said before, we need to see it as a mission. I mean, in the 60s, they managed to go to the moon. Now we need to challenge this situation. So everybody has to take a step back and try to be in the shoes of the others and try to cooperate in order to make the system more resilient, more cost-effective, and at the end of the day, to make the green transition a reality, which is not yet sure that we are going to do.
Thank you. Antonella?
So I wanted to speak just before Tina because you are going to have the presidency, and I think the most important thing is to go back to the basics, to go back to communities, to go back to people. And engineers will find all the solutions. But if you are voted out of office, if we have governments that don't want renewables, but they want to stay in the world of the last millennium, there is nothing that we can do. So do it with people, for the people. And so in the next chapter of the European Union, we have all the policies we need, really. Now let's empower citizens, European citizens.
Yes, otherwise intentional speaking right before me. Get back to the basics, and I would rephrase. Yes, and I would rephrase it as fix the fundamentals first. And that is indeed what we need to do. And I do agree, engineers, but also economists, legal advisors, all those technical skills we have, indeed, they will find a solution if we give political guidance. And political guidance needs to come from governments who believe in it, the mission economy as was mentioned. So maybe my 3 words would be, I am ready. I take with me from this panel the why. And also, Antonella, what you said, solution is found in complexity, not in simplicity, and I absolutely do agree with it. And I want to thank you, Antonella, and also Manoj, for your very inspiring contributions. It really helps me in my presidency. If you are very specific and concrete, the first and the steps, as you have asked, are mentioned here. It's about costs, about people, and not to lose ourselves in very extensive conclusions that say everything and nothing at the same time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I want to just thank this panel. We've covered so much ground, a lot of potentially conflicting and controversial views. I think, as I said, the vision is there, 3x renewables and 2x energy efficiency. Interconnection is an act of solidarity. However, it needs to be about people. It needs to be a mission economy, and we need to focus on planning and improving administrative processes that are not suited. We're also facing huge global headwinds, shortage of cables, critical materials, rising interest rates, rising inflation, backlash on climate policies because of the energy security crisis and high cost. So you're stepping into an interesting time ahead. So glad to hear you're ready, really excited. And I'm encouraging all of you here in the Greek Pavilion to engage further on this conversation. Climate is a long-term issue. It takes decades to build this infrastructure, and we'll need to create solutions faster. So I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the Greek government and ITPO for hosting this conversation, IPTO. And thank you to the audience for joining us. Thanks to the panelists.
Minister in the middle, maybe? Protocol, minister in the middle? Yes, yes, the minister in the middle. Obviously. Us at the start. Just a minute, please.
Λοιπόν, είστε έτοιμοι, τα μικρόφωνα είναι ανοιχτά. Εγώ να το έχετε απλά τοποθετήσει, δεν έχετε παρουσίαση κάτι, οπότε θα μιλήσω. Τα μικρόφωνα είναι ανοιχτά, μην πειράξετε το κουμπάκι, γιατί συνήθως τα κλείνουν, τα κάνουν. Για να μην πατήσουν τίποτα, είναι έτοιμο. Είναι απλά ανοιχτά. Έχουμε ένα όλοι. Όχι, είναι δύο. Μπορείς να έχεις εσύ το ένα σταθερά και όποιος μιλάει και παίρνει το λόγο μπορεί να... Αν μετά υπάρξουν ερωτήσεις, όταν τελειώσετε, βλέπω εγώ το μείω σε σένα. Μπορείς να κάνεις την ανώνα και να πάω να δώσω το μικρόφωνο σε όποιον έχει απορία. Γιατί είναι το μόνο δύο μικρόφωνο. Δεν θα τα σπάσουμε τα όχι, δεν το λέω γι' αυτό. Το λέω για να ξέρεις ότι θα πρέπει να συνεννοηθούμε στο τέλος όταν είναι το. Αν θέλεις να δεχτούν οι ομιλητές σου ερωτήσεις, θα μου κάνεις νόημα, θα έχω το νου, θα έρθω να πάρω το μικρόφωνο. Σε όλους. Αυτό, ναι, στο κοινό. Σε όποιον μιλάει. Σε όποιον, ξέρεις, εσύ κρατά ένα σταθερό και είναι να το δώσεις να ανταλλάζουν μεταξύ τους όποιοι μιλάνε οι τρεις τους. Όταν τελειώσει το session, αν θέλουν να δεχτούν ερωτήσεις και τους πεις ότι τώρα όποιος έχει ερώτηση από το κοινό κτλ. Θα έρθω να πάρω το ένα, να το δίνω στο κοινό και το άλλο το κρατάς εσύ και το δώσεις στους ομιλητές. Κατάλαβες? Τέλεια. 45 λεπτά. Μπορείτε να πάρετε έξτρα χρόνο γιατί έχω 15 λεπτά διάλειμμα μετά, οπότε δεν με πειράζει. Ιδανικά θα προσπαθήσω να μείνω στο timeline γιατί είμαστε λίγο. Ευχαριστώ. Όλα καλά. Καλή ευτυχία.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All good? Rob, do you want to try your microphone as well?
Testing. Yep, works fine.
Great. Hello, my name is Alkisti Kyriakopoulou, and I'm the Chief of Staff at DeepSea Technologies. Thank you very much for having us here. 2023 has been the year of world records. So, for example, July was the hottest month ever in the history of humanity. So what we understand right now is that we're in the middle of a crisis. Global warming is a problem and is very important, and we need to disrupt the industry and make a change. So a way to disrupt comes through startups. What is a startup? A startup is a company that's disruptive, it's fast-paced, and it brings a technology that can actually have a huge and fast impact on a market and make a big change. So we're very lucky today because we've brought in a series of experts from all over the world. So I'd like to introduce you to Rob Genieser, Managing Partner of ETF, the Environmental Technologies Fund in London. Madison Freeman, former Senior Advisor to John Kerry, and currently working on emerging tech at Stanford University. And Hiroshi Narima, who's a Managing Partner of Naptesco Technology Ventures. So our discussion today is threefold. First of all, we're going to discuss the importance of startups. Second of all, how they can fail or how they can succeed. And third of all, how governments can support them. So let's start with Rob. So there are decarbonization problems that can be solved by startups, but actually not by large corporations. So can you talk to us about what kind of problems can be solved by startups and some examples of companies that you've invested in?
Thank you, Alkisi. Thank you for having me here today at COP. The beauty of technology is it can be deployed anywhere and everywhere, and it will be startups, it will be entrepreneurs that do that. And why is that? Because entrepreneurs will take the risk. They will go out there and do the things that seem to be impossible, and they're willing to do it. Large corporations, it's not in their DNA to do something like that. And if we look across a variety of industries, you see the ripe for change. There's ripe to have technology come in there and make a difference. And if I'm a bunch of young people coming out of Oxford, Stanford, maybe Harvard or what have you, maybe some of the institutions in this part of the world, would you want to join the corporate behemoth? Or do you want to go join a bunch of smart young people that are really mission-driven, trying to do something really useful? And let's take one specific technology which is in the news right now, AI. If you're a great team of AI researchers, are you really going to go to that large corporate, or are you going to go start your own company and try to make a difference? So it is the time for startups to get in, time to tackle the problems, the mission-based solutions that are needed today, they're going to come from the startups.
So an example of a startup you've invested in?
Well, you know, speaking specifically about AI in the field of energy, we invested in a Dutch company called Dexter. Again, really smart people, and their technology is used to help balance the grid. So you can see all the renewable energy sources that are out there today. Again, it's not going to be the large utility that has that team in-house that's able to figure out how to do the balancing. They're going to have to look outside and bring that talent in.
Thank you, Rob. So, Madison, you advise the US government on hard-to-abate sectors. So what does this mean? This means the industry, means heavy manufacturing. So what are the priorities in this field in terms of investments, and what is the role of startups?
Yeah, thank you. Well, heavy industries is a pretty diverse space, but it makes up a tremendous amount of carbon emissions. In the US, it's about 30%. I believe in Greece, it's closer to 20%. And this includes a lot of manufacturing of fundamental commodities like steel, like cement, things that have been made the same way for hundreds of years. And so, you know, when you think about those ecosystems, there's a tremendous amount of need to change the infrastructure that we have in order to meet our decarbonization goals. But as opposed to spaces like the energy sector, we're not really seeing meaningful deployments of decarbonized facilities today. So that's why we get the hard to abate moniker. You know, we're thinking about things like cement kilns that are, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars to construct, and right now today produce a tremendous amount of emissions both through burning fossil fuels and the fundamental process emissions that come out of them. A lot of those industries have been relatively slow to change and decarbonize. When I was working in the government, we were working on a number of things around procurement and scaling up, accelerating that transition with existing corporations. And they've started to implement a number of more incremental solutions. We're seeing things that improve efficiency, but not total, you know, changes that would actually fundamentally shift the trajectory. So that's where we see a lot of opportunity for startups to come in, develop new technological solutions that can bring these industries to a decarbonized future that's also economically viable and better. And so I think, you know, one of the most important things there is getting those startups to find real offtake, to find real purchasers for highly decarbonized industrial materials. And that's something that we were working on in the government. There's also a real need for both regulation and demand for these types of materials that understands the challenges of, you know, innovation and the way that that can be a little bit more expensive up front, but provide really major benefits in the long run.
Okay, that's very interesting. So I understand because a lot of money is being put in and it takes a very long time, you go the incremental model so you can actually see an impact faster. Great, thank you, Madison. So moving on to Hiroshi. So would you like to tell us about Naptesco? So Naptesco is a large engineering company. Actually, the company I work for was recently acquired by them. And you have a group of fantastic engineers who we've been working with. So why have you decided to invest in startups specifically? And what are the benefits?
Thank you, Alexis. And thank you today for this opportunity. Before answering to Alexis' question,
Can you speak louder?
First of all, we come from the large corporation that Rob said that now the youngsters are not so willing to come to large corporations, but I did some decades ago. But nowadays we are very much willing to learn from startups with the best and brightest guys, and working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's why we are guys in a big corporation are a bit, you know, accustomed to the 9 to 5 p.m. and the work and life balance. Okay, that's fine. But innovation comes from the people who are so excited and enthusiastic on something, and it's amazing that you are doing that in this, you know, startup community. And the venture capitalists like Rob, you are perhaps same age as I am, but you're still you're still enthusiastic about the, you know, encouraging these young guys. And by not only the investment money, capital, but also your knowledge and experience. And that's I learned a lot for last 5 years since I established my funds. And then, well, this year is a tremendous year that we finally acquired DeepSea, but it's not a acquisition. It's a start of the partnership, equal partnership. And you could possibly learn some from our Japanese traditional, very solid hardware manufacturing, but we also can learn a lot about your AI, not only the AI technology, but also your enthusiasm of something new things, new innovation happen. That's we must, this entrepreneurship is the most important thing that we large corporations must learn again.
Thank you, Hiroshi. That's true. Like post-acquisition, both and even before, because we've been working together for a while, we've learned a lot from each other. So we've learned to become how the company can grow, to become more structured, to add documentation. And DeepSea employees, I hope you're listening. See, Hiroshi really appreciates your hard work, and there has actually been a big impact.
Alkisty, I can't help but jump in because Hiroshi has done a fantastic job because startups need money. So he put a bit of money in, first of all, to help us get to the next level. Startups also need credibility. Working with the leader in the space, albeit on the hardware side, whereas DeepSea was more software, gave us a lot of credibility. And finally, global reach. They have all the customers. So again, really smart people figure out how to work with large corporates to get that scale, get that out in the market, and build a very successful partnership.
So both Rob and Hiroshi Rob used to be invested in DeepSea. Hiroshi now is invested in the company. Rob helped us open up Northern Europe. Hiroshi helped us open up Asia. So it's been a great partnership. Okay, so moving over to the next set of questions. So how a startup can be successful. So Rob, based on your experience, why do climate startups fail to scale?
I'm a people person. That's why I invested in Konstantinos. Her brother, Roberto, started it. And it's great people that make great companies. And they have to understand the needs in the market for sure. They have to come with the right solutions. But most importantly, they have to be adept, on their feet, constantly looking and learning as they build the business. And I think Hiroshi said it very well. They also have to have that drive. They have to really go for it. And when you find the right people, they build some fantastic startups, and you can do it across industries. And that's what makes the job so exciting. It's almost a privilege to work in support of them because they're so driven to have success.
Do startups have to take risks?
Absolutely. I think it's easier almost to be the venture capitalist or the corporate partner because we can deal with failure. Not every startup we invest in is a success. The entrepreneur has one shot at this, and they go for it, and we want to make them a success, but they have to deal with the risk every day of it not being around. And that's really challenging. It takes a certain type of person to be able to do that. One thing I would say is, you mentioned Angus Iana earlier, getting good people around the founders is critical. And so when you have a great team tackling the problem, not just the founders, that's when you really have great success.
That's a very good point. So Madison, same question. Why do climate startups fail to scale, based on your experience?
Yeah, so I think beyond just the people, one of the biggest challenges we're seeing across the climate ecosystem is failure around financing. And I think, you've got a great example here of how you're seeing a bridge between early stage financing through venture capital and later stage financing through large corporate partners, customers, ecosystems that can really support a company at scale. But with a lot of hard tech companies, so companies that are tackling these industrial challenges we were just chatting about, there's a big gap and divide in where the money comes from to deploy those first couple of facilities. And so I think that that's a really big trip up right now, where we're looking at the amount of emissions we need to be abating by 2030, which is getting closer and closer. And there is a lot of money out there. There are a large number of funds, but the funds that are willing to take the risk on new and emerging technologies and really start backing those at scale with the time horizons funds needed, understanding, the risk return profile, they're just not there today.
So what advice would you give to startups looking for these types of investors? Where can they find them?
Yeah, I think it's almost a little less than just finding the right type of investor than building your project for scale. And I think there's a couple of ways to do that, right? One of the things you can do is work really closely with your partners or customers from early stages to develop projects that are much more easily bankable because you have a very clear offtake agreement, or you have a partner who's willing to take some of the commercial risk of a first deployment. There's also options and opportunities to bring in people really early on to build your project or your technology with an eye towards that deployment and what that needs to look like, rather than just for an optimal, most efficient, most customizable technology deployment. And so I realize I'm being, a little vague there. I think it's so specific to your project what that ends up looking like. But, it's much easier to bank or to finance a project that is very repeatable, that takes on certain characteristics that are similar to existing types of technologies. So I think there are a lot of options on the table, and I think the advice that I would give startup founders, or that I'm working on right now with startup founders, is to be thinking about this at the very earliest stages of building out your technology and be aiming towards that project scale.
I think something else really important is to find a diverse set of investors. So you have financial investors, you have strategic investors. So you need to have the right mix to get what the company needs to grow. Okay, moving on. Okay, great. The startup is successful. What happens next? Okay, at some point, you need to become profitable. So either, the company goes an IPO or it gets acquired. So Hiroshi, the company gets acquired. So based on your experience, how can you run a post-merger integration? And how can a small company that works in a very ad hoc, quick way collaborate with a large organization? And what are the main steps you should take based on your experience or our experience together?
Thank you, Alexis. We do almost every day talking and doing about this so-called PMI, post-merger integration. We kicked off this PMI together with Nabtesco and DeepSea, I think, even before the closing of the deals. Yeah? Once we got an LOI, then I started how we proceed this PMI before acquisition. Yes, I had a clear milestone in my mind, and the important thing is to share what we should do from the day one of this so-called PMI, say the 180-day plan that I said. Well, it could be the 90 or 100, it doesn't matter. But set up some, immediate goal in 6 months or 3 months, and to share what we should do in this short period of time, what we should achieve, and share this view with both sides of the management, but not only the management, but with all the, employees, all our colleagues, both in the acquirer side and the acquirees side. And then during this, limited time of the period, then you can share more the vision or let's say, mission, what we will achieve in 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, because we are not venture capitalists like Robert. You exited. And I have no option but to exit or but just a retirement, happy retirement in some island in Greece. That's the other option of my exit. But as long as the corporation concerned, we are in, endeavor. And you must endeavor, we must endeavor. We are personally going to die someday, but the company should survive. Nabtesco survived for 100 years, and we will survive, and the world should survive next 100 years. And to make a contribution to the world and the emission, then we should share this kind of the very high vision and mission at the very beginning of the acquisition period. Then we can be aligned, and we can solve any small gadget problems which every day is coming up. But we should first share this vision. This is the most important things.
Alkisty, I can't resist grabbing the mic.
Go for it.
So, I think the mission that you're on is why you buying the company was so attractive to us, because you're going to keep it up. you're not going to stop. If you look at the world's shipping emissions, I think it's estimated to be around 4%. And their algorithms, their AI can decrease the amount of fuel that a ship burns on a journey by as much as 10, maybe 15%. That's huge. You can do that immediately. You don't need any hardware. You don't need any new engine. You don't need any new boat. You just have to use it, right? And the fact that he is going to push this technology quickly into the, if you would, the global economy, this is very, very exciting to us, the impact investor. So it's not just about the exit, it's finding the right partner to carry it on.
You should do sales at Deep Sea. You explained it very well. No, and based on what Hiroshi said before, I think what's made this very successful is that when we were about to start, Hiroshi sent me this very detailed presentation, exactly what we need to do. Everything was structured. I'm an ex-consultant, so I loved it. So it's very well organized. We communicated it to the company, and then we're working every week. We have meetings, we go through, we make sure everything's okay. And I think it's gone quite well. But like what we were discussing, like when we were running the startup, the strategy was for about 3 months. After 3 months, you didn't know what was going to happen. And now we're part of, like, I remember this graph, and it's like the 10-year strategy of Neptesco and how we fit into it. And now we have a sense of purpose, and we know exactly what we're, like, where we're going and what we're doing. And it's incredibly exciting. Okay, next question. I want you guys to raise your hands. Is enough money invested in climate tech? Yes, oh yeah, yes, no, yes, no. So Rob, what did you say? You said no. No.
I said no. I mean, I think a lot of money has gone into infrastructure. If you look at the pace at which, solar and wind has been rolled out around the world, it's really impressive, actually. I would argue that's low-risk infrastructure. The lowest risk is green bonds. But when you come to maybe the sharp end of the spear, where we sit in the world of innovation, there's still not enough money. There's not enough money in the R&D. There's not enough money in the venture funds that are doing it. There's not enough money in the hands of the entrepreneurs. And so I do think more money is needed because there are massive problems to be solved across a variety of industries.
Is the money that's there being spent properly?
Well, I mean, the difficulty, I think, is when you're a venture capitalist, if you run a fund well, you can only run a certain size fund. I mean, if you gave me billions and billions of dollars, I don't think I could use it properly because we're still a cottage industry where we have to get very close to the entrepreneurs. $500 million, $1 billion, that's fine. That's easy to work with. But so you have to find good, experienced people that can hand that money out and really be there for the entrepreneurs. Because it's not about the check writing. That's the most important thing. It's about the experience sharing and then working hard on those companies to make them ultimately a success. And the way you deal with risk and reward as you move through that journey, that's really important. And again, experience matters in that regard.
And as an investor, last question. As an investor, what do you need to do to help the startup become successful?
I mean, there's so many things you can do. We talked about team. I think, attracting a good team to get it going is really important. Hiroshi or Alkisi, you mentioned finding good customers, finding the money, because again, the first check you put in is usually not the last, but you have to raise successive rounds of financing, and then working on the exit. If we just invest and we don't get the money back for our investors, people get a little bit disappointed in you. So you have to make sure that you achieve success as you've set that up with your investors. Our investors want to see impact, and they want to see return over a finite period of time.
Okay, there was one yes, one no. Who was the yes? You're the yes, okay.
Perhaps I'm a bit biased from the very startup-friendly environment in Japan currently, partly due to the government or the Bank of Japan keep their monetary easing policy while the FRB is now going to hike, or now people are market people thinking that the peak interesting hike is already peaked out. So Japan is in a sort of the one cycle behind from the less of the developed countries. So that means that for the startups in Japan, it's very easy to raise not very, but comparatively easier to raise the funds. While now the Prime Minister of Japan and the government has a lot of policy to support the startups community and the venture community. And expecting the foreign investment in Japan to support this startup community. This is one of the government's growth strategy, and I don't say that's bad. I totally agree on that in that sense. But we need a more qualified venture capitalist who make this money more and more efficient, as like Rob, yes. And you just mentioned that to give the good financial return is also your fiduciary duty to your limited partners. So this is a good alignment of the capitalism. That's the investment with a good financial return only derives from the success of these startups. And the success of the startups, of course, based on the sales of their products or the solution. And this should, of course, support not only by the money, but also the people of the well-experienced and well-connected, like experienced venture capitalists. I see the huge gap of the quality. Like Rob, you are very qualified and well-networked. And when we had together in the board meeting, the Deep Sea for last several years, I really, learned a lot from your input. They learned, but I also learned. And then that's, I see the immaturity in Japanese community. That means this is, in a sense, that in Japan, we've got a good amount of money, but we need a little more of the qualified capitalist or the more matured equity finance community. That's my, that reason why I said a bit yes, but I don't, if the money with the qualified people is, of course, more and more, that's good, yeah, better. Yeah.
Well, that's true. Money is not enough to create a successful business. So, Madison, you replied no.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm a little in agreement with both of you here.
She keeps the balance.
Being very diplomatic. No, I mean, I think I agree that there is quite a lot of exciting venture capital money coming to this space, but it's not enough. We're looking at there's a report that came out recently from PwC that analyzed the climate tech funding from venture capital and private equity, so very early stages of the innovation ecosystem and lifespan of a company. And this past year, we hit a low, we've hit the same amount as 5 years ago. So we were seeing a big climb over the last few years in funding of early stage climate startups, where people were seeing, the IPCC reports. We were having more impact focused investors trying to put capital into innovative solutions. And that's seriously declined over the last year. And a lot of that has to do with an overall depression in the market of funding startups that's not just about climate tech, but I do think we're at such a inflection moment for climate technologies, and it's incredibly important to keep funding these, to keep accelerating these forward. And I think it's really important to have capital coming from, as you said, investors who are thoughtful, who understand the space, who are able to bring strategic value to startups beyond just funding. Being able to bring introductions to customers, being able to bring other opportunities for these startups to really help climate tech companies, which have their own unique challenges and sets of needs, grow more rapidly. And then, to your point, Rob, about scaling up and putting money into real deployments, yes, we're seeing a lot of this in solar and wind, but when it comes to things in the industrial sector, when it comes to heavy transportation build out, we're not seeing the sort of capital that's needed for the physical infrastructure to change either. So I think we have a lot of steps that need to be unlocked. And if this were a normal challenge where we were just looking to innovate and improve a particular industry, I think we could be comfortable with the pace of innovation and change that we're seeing today. But we're looking at all the data out there. We're looking at the pledges. We're looking at how much we need to decarbonize in the next few years just to get us to 2030, let alone 2040, 2050. And none of the capital is coming at the speed needed to get us there.
Thank you, Madison. Keep the microphone. So the third and final point of discussion is about how governments can help this innovation in startups. So Your case is quite interesting because you've worked in the US government with US startups, but also in Europe. So can you describe like the difference between investments in the US and in Europe and how governments can help them improve and propagate more innovation?
Yeah, I mean, I think, coming off of this last year in the U.S., we've had this Inflation Reduction Act, and the big IRA passage in the U.S. has meant a tremendous amount of funding for climate technologies. And some of that goes to a few of the points I just made about really trying to be innovative about deployment, about being thoughtful around how can we support manufacturing in a way that also brings, attention to local economies that have been depressed as part of the energy transition, or being really thoughtful about, what this means for good green jobs. I think that's unlocked a lot of opportunity in the U.S. And so when I speak to venture investors who are based in the U.S., and Rob, I'd be really curious to get your vantage point on this, but the investors that I've been speaking to in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley are seeing so much opportunity to have their technologies scale really rapidly, to see their portfolio companies be able to take advantage of this government support. But there's also a lot of this government support that goes to, I think the title of this panel is on innovation ecosystems, that goes to innovation ecosystems in the US, and we see, funding for that. We also see a lot of those ecosystems, perpetuating because of, opportunities around regulation that we're not seeing, the parallel in Europe. And so I think that there's opportunities in Europe too for more targeted funding opportunities, more targeted carve-outs and incentives, whether that's through tax credits or other incentive structures for these, not just these scale-ups, but for offtake agreements or other sort of structures from corporates to come in and partner with startups.
Okay, thank you. So Rob, you're from America, you're HBS alumni. Why are you investing in Europe?
Well, when I came over here in the early 2000s, here being Europe, there was a massive opportunity, and particularly around environmental investing, sustainable investing. And the reason for it was pretty clear. I think Europe got it first in many respects. If you look at the legacy of the Scandinavians, they were some of the first, I think, to appreciate the environmental risks and the like, and started to put money where their mouths were. So European governments, whether you're the left or the right of the article, were doing something about sustainable investing, or sustainable policies, I guess is the accurate word. If you look at corporations, you had the groups of like Unilever, Danone, people like that, even champions like Ørsted that switched from oil and gas to wind, that were really leading the way. And so Europe had leaders, they had good government policy, and finally, I think Joe and Joan Blog in the street really got behind sustainability. I don't think it's any accident that Greta is a European at the end of the day. And if you just looked at, for example, at Germany today, who would have thought that 1 in 3 Germans would, I think it was ultimately that in some states, would vote for the Green Party? I mean, so there is a massive, massive interest in sustainable solutions from the people in the street through to the corporations to the governments, and it's been consistent. And that would be my biggest problem with the United States, is depending on which administration was in, either sustainable investing was in or out of favor. When the U.S. gets it right, they put a lot of money behind ideas, they have functioning capital markets, they have great innovators, but Europe has been consistently doing the right thing for a long period of time, and I think that's given us a big advantage.
Okay, so it's steadier and you have more trust in it.
It's also a nice place to live.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Just adding to this, okay, Europe. So you've invested in a few companies based in Greece. Why Greece?
Well, that's also a nice place to live, but that's not the reason. Ultimately, the Greek economy has done phenomenally well under the Mitsotakis government for an extended period of time. I mean, 6% growth in Greece year on year is phenomenal. The amount of direct investment coming into Greece is probably one of the largest in Europe. And then finally, going back to investment grade, that's a big deal because even more capital will then show up. So if you're looking for an economy that's working, a government that's working, frankly, a society that's working, you go to Greece today. I think actually what's really interesting from a sustainability point of view, Greece will also be looking at a lot of challenges. The forest fires, the floods, the need to upgrade housing. So there's going to be a lot of demand, local demand, that I think are going to be really interesting for entrepreneurs to tap into. And the entrepreneurs have come back to Greece. Some never left, but you have a diaspora that's come back. You've had great technical universities creating great graduates. And I think Greece actually has one of the largest number of AI graduates in anywhere in Europe, which is pretty remarkable when you think about it. So why not?
He's talking about our employees specifically. Okay, Hiroshi, so you just acquired a company in Greece. Why are you looking at Greece specifically?
Yes. Actually, when we started minority investments 3 years ago as Series B together with Rob, at that time I didn't think very much about the Greece. I just look at the technology or AI capability, how DeepSeek is excellent. So, and it was coincidentally in Athens of Greece. So I didn't think, to be honest, very much about why we invest in Greece. But when I decided to acquire full 100%, we spent, by the time of the decision making of this full acquisition, we spent a lot of time worked together, both technology side and marketing side. And we had a lot of interaction between the Nabtesco's guys in Japan and in the DeepSeek side in Athens or other countries in Europe. And this, during this, what we learned each other is that we are very good at complementary each other, both technologically and commercially. But more importantly is a chemistry, how we work together. This was beyond my first expectation, how the Greek youngsters and our guys in Japan works very well, or drinking evening every night. But this kind of the culture is different from the European guys north to Alpen. I'm now living in a German-speaking country of the Switzerland. They are so, how to say?
Yeah, you guys know how much I had to drink in order to get the deal to go through.
And in Japan, in Mediterranean European people, sort of the similar way of the communication, in a sense, in the evenings. For example, I don't say too much about that, but to work together, is this kind of the chemistry is very important. We found that our chemistry perfectly fits. And this is a foundation of what we can share the vision or strategy. But before that, we need this kind of chemistry. Of course, we love the United States. And we Japanese love the United States very much. But sometimes we see the very big difference. And while we found the very conservative traditional Japanese guys of the Nabtesco said, once they came to Athens last August, and on the way back to the airport, to Athens, to Tokyo, one guy said, hey, Mr. Nerima, I changed my mind, understanding of the Greece, 100%. It's a so nice country and nice guys of the deep seas that we can learn a lot. So this is kind of the, things that beyond my expectation. And this happens in the Greece. And that's, of course, that's so nice things. But I want to repeat it again, another acquisition in Greece or in Europe, and of course in the States. Yeah.
That's great to hear. From the entrepreneur side, at least, I used to actually live in Cambridge in the UK, and I moved to Greece in order to join DeepSeek Technologies. And the culture is great. The people are really clever, very, very hardworking. Greek people are very hardworking, very educated. And also, as you described in terms of the government, there are grants we have gotten. There's a very good ecosystem through Endeavour Greece, where we can meet other startups, we can meet other investors. So it's been set up in a way where we can actually grow even more. Great. So to conclude, as we can see, there are a lot of opportunities here for startups in order to help decarbonization and manage to speed it up. I want to say a big thank you to all three of our speakers for coming all the way here. So I'm going to open up to questions, if anyone has any.
Thanks for the wonderful panel discussion here. My name is Archishman. I'm a lecturer in process and chemical engineering in Ireland. So just from being a lecturer and being in the university and looking at this topic, I was just wondering what's your opinion about in this innovation ecosystem and startups, the role of universities that you see going forward? Because I'm looking in COP28 and there is lots of collaboration, cooperation, trust, and I think the universities would be a key player. So do you think that universities will be key player in the disruptive ecosystem that is required for decarbonization?
Well, at DeepSea we work very closely with universities on a lot of different projects because they have the best minds in terms of research to move things forward. And then if they work together with businesses, then the businesses manage to monetize this technology. But it's incredibly important, very important.
So university spinouts are a great source of solutions, I think, for a lot of people, both investors and also for the climate. But the challenge around those is quite often the politics within the university. How do you do that elegantly? The second challenge is you have how to bring commercial minds around quite often academic researchers, which is not always the easiest thing to do. And then the last bit is, are they close enough to the market? And so I went back to my alma mater at Harvard. I saw their beautiful, environmentally friendly house, and they had showed me all these different technologies, which I thought was really cool. But then I thought, have they actually looked what was on the market, right? And understanding what's already out there. So I think as long as you're not doing it in a bubble, and you bring outside talent in, and then you find the right partners to solve for your needs, right? Because you're going to have to build from that small team, then you can do some great things.
And then I'm just happy to say, so I'm at Stanford University right now, and we have a very large school that just was started last year. We're entering our second year of it, our new climate school. And with that sustainability school, we've accelerated a couple of initiatives that have been really, I think, helpful, and I hope will be a sort of signpost for a lot of other universities to scale up technologies from the universities and sort of translate those into real world impact. And so one of them is an initiative I'm working with called the High Impact Technologies Fund. And so that's a fund that provides transition finance for researchers in the university who have promising technologies for a variety of different sectors, and one of the big areas that I've focused on is climate. And so that's not just funds for bringing in a consultant, but they actually match them with advisors within the university, advisors in the field, so venture capitalists like Rob who can come in and sort of help these companies or help these researchers explore what it would be like to start a company there. And then there's also a variety of other programs at Stanford that help those researchers then start to scale up or start to really build out a business model. And then on the other hand, with informing research by what's actually happening in the market and making sure that research is targeted not just to breaking scientific boundaries, but really being able to solve solutions that we're seeing at scale. We just launched a new initiative called STEER, and so STEER is doing a lot of work on bringing techno-economic analyses of different major challenges in the climate ecosystem back to the lab and using that to inform PhD and other research on campus. And so we're starting with battery technologies, and that's been a big initiative that just got launched, I think, 3 weeks ago, maybe. But that I hope is something that could be replicable at a bunch of other universities to really make sure that university research is pushing the envelope forward as fast as possible.
Any other questions? 1 second. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Thanos Zarogiannis, member of the Greek delegation here and advisor to the Deputy Minister of Energy. Actually, it's two smaller questions. One is to the investors in the panel. We hear lately that money are more difficult to find nowadays, or they're more expensive to find. Is this true, and is it a factor that should disincentivize startups or people working on a new idea, or is it something that there will not be a problem when they go out to the market and find money. And what would be your advice to Greek young entrepreneurs starting working on something new? What should be their 2-3 key steps going forward to be successful? Thank you.
I'll take this and maybe allow Hiroshi to say a few words as well. So if you look at the numbers, I think the numbers are that I'm not always sure what climate tech investing is or who defines it, but somebody did, and they decided that it was about down 60% from last year. And so that's a big drop. Of course, that's not as big as what's happened to the general venture tech scene. And the reason that's happened, of course, is a lot of people pulled back from tech in the public markets. And you also have this phenomena where you have rising interest rates. So people get less excited about riskier types of investments. So the amount of money for venture capital and for sustainable investing actually fell year on year. So if you're a startup, yeah, it's probably hard to get money today, I mean, as the math goes. And that will probably continue for a period of time because it takes a while for VCs to go back to the market, get new money, and go again. So I think it's going to be a period next year where capital is harder to come by than it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Also, the statistics says a corporate venture capital is continuously increasing the investment amount, at least in Japanese financial community, or the big corporates are still tends to increase or at least maintain the level of the investment. Well, some corporates are a bit reluctant now, but most of them still keep backed by the very strong support from the government, and also the still lower interest rates. So once you come to not the VC as a whole, but come to the corporate venture capital side, you still have a good chance to raise the funds, at least from Japan. But the difficulty is in, for example, language and the communication problems. Most of the capitalists in Japan even are not so good at speaking or understanding English. But now the government tried to connect that one. So I personally, think that there should be no boundary of the, hey, Japan or United States or Europe. Once you talk about the deep tech, it should be the B2B business. Your competitor should be around the world. So you must start from beginning of your business start as a startup. Then you must think of your potential competitor is be around the world. And then you must win against that. And you must bring the value, which may be common, have a value proportion to all your prospect customer of the future. So you must think globally from the beginning. And then the investor should also be like that. Then you can raise the funds everywhere around the world with this kind of the community. We are very well connected. I'm in Zurich, but I have this overnight I fly to Japan and have already set up the meeting with very executives of the several governmental banks to do something. And this money could go not only in Japan, but mostly probably in Europe and others. So vice versa. So we don't need to now stick to the regions, but let's think about globally, about both startup business entrepreneurship and also the financial community side.
And that's a really important point because we talked about capital raising, but very quickly, if you think about what's happening globally, the U.S. has said they want to triple the amount of renewables. China said they'd triple it. They're going to contain methane leaks. The list of, if you would, macroeconomic push that's going to push a lot of these startups forward is really, really strong today. So if you actually looked at the growth of our portfolio companies, the portfolio companies that Hiroshi's investing in or you're helping at Stanford, they're going like this, right? So on one hand, capital may be harder to come by in certain parts of the world, maybe not so much in Japan, but the underlying businesses are going like this. So if you want to be in growth, go invest in sustainability.
I think that's a great way to end our panel. Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
στην ουσία ένας καθρέφτης αυτού που συμβαίνει σήμερα και για την οικονομία και για το διεθνές πολιτικό σύστημα και για τα όλα. Έχω από κάτω μερικά σημεία που θέλω να σημειώσω και νομίζω ότι θα πάμε κατευθείαν στην παρουσίαση. Είναι καμιά 20-25 graphs τα οποία θα τα έχετε εσείς στη διάθεσή σας μετά, επομένως μην ανησυχείτε αν τα περνάω λίγο γρήγορα, δεν έχουμε χρόνο. Λοιπόν, όπως βλέπετε μετά το 2008 έχουμε μια στασιμότητα στη λεγόμενη παγκοσμιοποίηση, κυρίως την εμπορική παγκοσμιοποίηση, αυτή που συνδέεται με τα αγαθά και τις υπηρεσίες, εντάξει. Υπάρχει και η μετανάστευση, υπάρχει και αυτό που λέμε το financial globalization. Έχει σταθεροποιηθεί αυτό το ποσοστό, όπως σας είπα, γύρω στο 60% του παγκόσμιου συνδυασμένου ΑΕΠ. Άρα έχουμε μια στασιμότητα στο θέμα αυτό. Η περίοδος της φιλελευθεροποίησης, 80 με 2008, ήταν η μεγάλη περίοδος αυτού που λέμε της γοργής παγκοσμιοποίησης. Εδώ θα δείτε ότι τα τελευταία 2-3 χρόνια, αν πάτε μετά το 20 δηλαδή, υπενθυμίζω ότι η μπάρα η πράσινη είναι της Ευρώπης που με ενδιαφέρει ιδιαίτερα και η πορτοκαλί της Αμερικής. Βλέπετε σε έναν δείκτη που απεικονίζει τον όγκο των συναλλαγών ότι τα τελευταία 2-3 χρόνια μετά την πανδημία είμαστε χαμηλότερα. Μια στασιμότητα ή μια μικρή πτώση σε αυτό που παρατηρούσαμε τόσα χρόνια πριν, ιδίως μέχρι το 2010. Εδώ πάλι μια απεικόνιση του παγκόσμιου εμπορίου σαν ποσοστό του εισοδήματος, σαν ποσοστό του ΑΕΠ. Τι βλέπετε? Βλέπετε από το 2008, 9, 10 αυτό το όριο του δείκτη το 100, το οποίο στην ουσία είναι περίπου το 60% του ΑΕΠ, να έχει μια πτώση λόγω του COVID. Λογικό είναι αυτό, ιδίως για τις υπηρεσίες, το πράσινο που πέσαν πολύ χαμηλά, δεν ταξιδεύαμε έτσι, δεν κάναμε τουρισμό, και μετά να επανέρχεται πάλι εκεί που ήταν. Άρα επιβεβαιώνεται η στασιμότητα. Δεξιά στις μπάρες θα δείτε που δείχνουν τις βασικές χώρες. Κίνα, Αμερική, Ευρώπη είναι πάνω κάτω στην ίδια κατάσταση, για να μην πάμε σε λεπτομέρειες. Αυτό που ενδιαφέρει επίσης εδώ είναι οι σχέσεις Αμερικής και Κίνας. Η αποσύνδεση, το trade decoupling που υπάρχει. Βλέπετε την πράσινη γραμμή, 14% βρίσκεται κάτω από το 12%. Είναι αυτό που λέμε αλληλεξάρτηση του εμπορίου. Τι εισαγωγές και εξαγωγές υπάρχουν μεταξύ των δύο μεγάλων χωρών. Είναι γνωστό ότι η Κίνα έχει γίνει το εργοστάσιο του κόσμου, έτσι. Μέχρι προσφάτως τουλάχιστον. Οι εξαγωγές και οι εισαγωγές, βλέπετε και αυτές μπλε και κόκκινο, ακολουθούν μια καθοδική πορεία. Εδώ έχει ένα ενδιαφέρον για όσους και όσες δεν γνωρίζουν. Τα WebEx και τα conferences που κάνουν οι public companies μελετώνται και από το artificial intelligence, και μπορεί κανείς να δει πόσες φορές η λέξη θρηματισμός, fragmentation, έχει αναφερθεί στις συσκέψεις. Αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό, θα δείτε, όσον αφορά τον τομέα των commodities, που είναι πάρα πολύ κρίσιμος τομέας, τα προϊόντα δηλαδή, τα αγαθά. Αυτά είναι και τα 5-6 αγαθά τα μεγάλα του ξηρού φορτίου που λέμε στην ναυτιλία, το σιδηρομετάλλευμα, ο άνθρακας, αλουμίνιο κτλ. Και τα τρόφιμα και οι πρώτες ύλες τους. Και οι άλλες όμως κατηγορίες βλέπετε ότι έχουν την ίδια πορεία. Αυτός είναι ένας δείκτης με βάση το 100 και βλέπετε που έχει φτάσει 3 και 4 φορές. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό, ο κόσμος μιλάει γι' αυτό, άρα το αναγνωρίζει. Έτσι, αυτό σας λέει αυτή η διαφάνεια. Επειδή μιλάμε για το κλίμα, κοιτάξτε να δείτε τώρα αυτό το πρόβλημα που υπάρχει στον Παναμά με τα νερά, πόσο έχει επηρεάσει το εμπόριο. Αν δείτε τον κύκλο, τους κύκλους που είναι 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 κάτω, είναι στην ουσία πόσο έχει επηρεαστεί το εμπόριο από αυτό που έχει συμβεί από ένα απλό γεγονός στον Παναμά. Μέχρι και 50%. Έχει μεγάλη σημασία αυτό λοιπόν. Δεν είναι, όπως είπε και ο πρέσβης πολύ σωστά, κάτι το μελλοντικό ή μια πολυτέλεια να μιλάμε προφανώς σήμερα για το περιβάλλον. Άρα έχουμε και εδώ ένα θέμα το οποίο θέλω να τονίσω. Αν δείτε δεξιά, εκεί που είναι οι πράσινες μπάρες προς τα κάτω, είναι το Green Transition Impact, που σημαίνει, βλέπετε, μείον 25% και μείον 30% για investment in renewable energy και production of new electric vehicles. Τόσο θα επηρεαστεί από το fragmentation η προσπάθεια που κάνει ο κόσμος για την πράσινη μετάβαση. Το θέμα λοιπόν είναι σοβαρό. Επίσης να σας πω ότι αυτό το fragmentation, ο θρηματισμός, θα έχει μεγάλη επίπτωση στις χώρες αυτό που λέμε low income countries. Υπήρχε αυτή η συνδιάσκεψη στο Παρίσι που είχα μετάσχει ως Υπουργός Οικονομικών τον Ιούνιο, που είχε κάνει ο πρόεδρος Εμμανουέλ Μακρόν, για το θέμα. Να μην ξεχνάμε ότι αυτές οι χώρες έχουν μεγάλο χρέος και ρυπαίνουν ή εξάγουν αγαθά που, εν πάση περιπτώσει, έχουν μεγάλη επίπτωση, επιβάρυνση, θα έλεγε κανείς, στο κλίμα, και τις ζητάμε να προσαρμοστούν, ενώ οι ίδιες ζητάνε μείωση του χρέους. Άρα το πρόβλημα είναι τεράστιο και εδώ, έτσι. Για να δούμε τώρα αυτό που γίνεται. Είδαμε πριν αν θυμάστε το interdependence Αμερικής και Κίνας που έχει πάει προς τα κάτω. Για κοιτάξτε εδώ τι αντικαθιστά το trade globalization σε κάποιο βαθμό. Είναι αυτό το de-risking που λέμε. Ρίσκο είναι να έχεις ένα κρίκο της αλυσίδας σε μια χώρα που δεν είναι φίλη, έχει ένα καθεστώς μη δημοκρατικό ή ανελεύθερης δημοκρατίας ή απολυταρχικό καθεστώς. Αυτό το ρίσκο μετράται σε οικονομικό κόστος και επομένως κάποιες εταιρείες ήδη έχουν απομακρυνθεί από την Κίνα, για παράδειγμα, και αλλού. Αν δείτε όμως αυτό το κόστος με το οποίο επιβαρύνονται τα προϊόντα, παρένθεση, ιδού και ο πληθωρισμός, που έχει μεγάλη σημασία σε αυτό, τι θα δείτε? Στο reshoring, που είναι το βασικό, δηλαδή αντί να πάμε στην Ουκρανία εκ των πραγμάτων, πάμε στον Καναδά να πάρουμε πρώτες ύλες, αν είμαστε μια βιομηχανία τροφίμων, βλέπετε ότι η επίπτωση είναι σαν ποσοστό του ΕΠ 4, 5 και 6%. Έχει μεγάλη σημασία λοιπόν αυτό και κόστος αυτό που συμβαίνει. Τίποτα δεν είναι χωρίς κόστος, όπως λέει η οικονομική θεωρία. Να, κοιτάξτε εδώ το increasing friendshoring με ένα δίκτυο 100 που έχει πάει, έχει ανέβει, και κοιτάξτε τη γραμμή την πορτοκαλί που είναι το more concentration, το οποίο είναι το εμπόριο, όπως το ξέραμε, που βασίζεται στο σχετικό συγκριτικό πλεονέκτημα του Ρικάρντο, του Χένξερόλιν και όλων αυτών που γνωρίζουν όσοι έχουν κάνει διεθνή οικονομικά. Έχουμε όμως και κανονικά εμπόδια στο εμπόριο. Τι αφορούν αυτά? Πώς λέγονται τα εμπόδια στο εμπόριο? Μπορεί να είναι δασμοί, ποσοστώσεις, ή μπορεί να είναι και non-tariff trade barriers. Εμπόδια προδιαγραφών, γραφειοκρατικά. Κοιτάξτε το 2016, 18, 20, 22 που έχουν πάει, και τι αφορούν κυρίως? Τα goods, τα αγαθά, τα commodities, αλλά και τα services και τα investment σιγά σιγά. Δείχνει εδώ μια αιτία και ένα αποτέλεσμα του fragmentation. Πάμε λίγο παρακάτω. Κοιτάξτε εδώ στη γεωργία, στον αγροτικό τομέα, που είναι το μπλε σκούρο, και τις χρονιές 14, 16, 10 που δεν είναι τίποτα, και τώρα πόσο είναι με ένα δείκτη 0, είναι 6 φορές πιο πάνω. Είναι 6 φορές πιο πάνω. Μαζί για τα minerals, την ενέργεια, συνολικά 4 φορές πιο πάνω, συγγνώμη, αν πάρει κανείς τη γραμμή που ενοποιεί και τις 3 κατηγορίες ενέργειας, minerals και agriculture που έχουμε. Πάλι το ίδιο, με διαφορετικό τρόπο, number of trade interventions by sector. Όλα αυτά είναι εμπόδια στην καλή κατανομή των πόρων. Βλέπω εδώ τους φοιτητές, φαντάζομαι ότι είναι και φοιτητές των οικονομικών, καταλαβαίνουν τι θα πει efficiency, αποδοτικότητα, καλή κατανομή των πόρων. Είναι ο δυνατά πιο φτηνός τρόπος να φτιάξει ένα αγαθό, το οποίο αυξάνει την ευημερία. Κάθε εμπόδιο δημιουργεί αυτό το τρίγωνο που λέμε στη θεωρία, στο σχήμα, απώλεια ευημερίας και απώλεια καλής κατανομής των πόρων. Δεν είναι μόνο αυτά, έχουμε τους πολέμους, που είναι ένα αποτέλεσμα μιας κατάστασης σήμερα. Εδώ βλέπετε ένα σχήμα που σας δείχνει το economic impact των θανάτων. Βρισκόμαστε πολύ κοντά στο ψηλότερο σημείο από το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Το μαύρο είναι, αν θυμάμαι καλά, η Ευρώπη, που είναι πολύ ψηλά, περιλαμβάνει την εισβολή της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία. Και εδώ είναι οι αμυντικές δαπάνες, που δείχνει πόσο έχει κατάσταση εκτραχυνθεί, πόσο έχει αλλάξει. Βλέπετε την Ελλάδα είναι όσο μπορεί να φανεί τελευταία, προτελευταία, που σημαίνει πρώτη από το τέλος, δηλαδή στις δαπάνες είναι η πρώτη. Αλλά η βασική εικόνα είναι ότι όλοι αυξάνουν το 23 τις δαπάνες, γιατί βλέπουν μια κατάσταση που έχει δημιουργηθεί, που είναι πολύ δυσάρεστη. Πάλι η επίπτωση όλων αυτών των πραγμάτων τι σας δίνει? Σας δίνει έναν World Uncertainty Index, μια δηλαδή αβεβαιότητα η οποία έχει μεγάλη σημασία στις οικονομικές συναλλαγές και μεγάλη σημασία όσον αφορά την ευημερία. Βλέπετε ότι είναι αυξημένη τα τελευταία 3-4 χρόνια, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό αυτό. Και εδώ θα δούμε κάτι το οποίο πιστεύω ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό, σε αυτό και στο επόμενο chart, είναι τα κρίσιμα μέταλλα για τη μετάβαση στην πράσινη οικονομία. Βλέπετε πόσο συγκεντρωμένα είναι σε συγκεκριμένες περιοχές του κόσμου. Κοιτάξτε τα Green Transition Metals κάτω αριστερά. Τι μας δείχνει? Μας δείχνουν τους top 3 producing countries as a percent of global production. Είναι πάρα πολύ συγκεντρωμένα σε συγκεκριμένες περιοχές του κόσμου αυτά τα νέα commodities που χρειάζεται σήμερα η παγκόσμια οικονομία για να κάνει τη μετάβαση, η οποία είναι απαραίτητη. Και στο επόμενο θα δείτε και ποιες είναι οι χώρες αυτές. Κοιτάξτε, να πούμε, ο γραφίτης είναι στην Κίνα βασικά κατά 65%. Το λίθιο είναι πάλι σε 2-3 χώρες κατά 90%, στην Αυστραλία, ευτυχώς. Το κοβάλτιο κυρίως στο Κονγκό, πάνω από 65%. Στην Ινδονησία το νικέλιο, στη Χιλίο χαλκός και όχι μόνο. Βλέπετε λοιπόν τη σημασία αυτής της διάσπασης όταν φτάνει στο να αναζητούν οι χώρες του πλανήτη τα πολύτιμα, είναι ανταγωνίζονται για αυτά τα πολύτιμα commodities. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Αυτά μπορεί να φέρουν και οπωσδήποτε και αναταραχές στο πεδίο της γεωπολιτικής.
Deloitte και συντονιστής είναι ο Κώστας ο Ανδριουσόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι και πρόεδρος Επιτροπής Ενέργειας. Δεν ξέρω, μας βλέπουν, έχουμε σύνδεση.
Καλησπέρα Ηλία, δεν ξέρω αν μας ακούτε.
Μαζί μας είναι. Σας χαιρετούμε από Αθήνα. Κώστα, έχεις το λόγο.
Καλησπέρα σας και από εμάς. Καλησπέρα από το Ντουμπάι, από την COP28. Είναι μεγάλη χαρά και τιμή να συντονίζουμε αυτό το πάνελ και να παρεμβαίνουμε στο Greek Economic Summit του Αμερικάνικου Επιμελητήριου. Έχω τη χαρά να έχω μαζί μου την Υφυπουργό Ενέργειας, την κυρία Αλεξάνδρα Σδούκου, τον Γενικό Γραμματέα Περιβάλλοντος, τον κύριο Πέτρο Βαρελίδη και τον Κωνσταντίνο Ελευθεριάδη, partner στην Deloitte. Θα πάμε κατευθείαν στην Υφυπουργό με ένα σχόλιο για το τι έχουμε δει λίγο όλες αυτές τις ημέρες, ποιες είναι οι πρώτες εντυπώσεις από την μεγαλύτερη ως τώρα COP, όπως έχουμε ακούσει από πολλούς συνομιλητές, και έχουμε δει ότι υπάρχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον από πολλές χώρες, πολλούς οργανισμούς να δεσμευτούν για την κλιματική αλλαγή πλέον με πιο σοβαρές προτάσεις όσον αφορά την επόμενη μέρα για τη χώρα μας. Έχουμε το ελληνικό παβίλιον για πρώτη φορά και θα θέλαμε να ακούσουμε από την Υφυπουργό λίγο τις τελευταίες εξέλιξεις.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και από μένα. Δεν σας βλέπουμε. Βρισκόμαστε στο ελληνικό περίπτερο, να μεταφέρουμε λίγο το κλίμα από το Ντουμπάι και από την COP. Είναι η 4η μέρα σήμερα. Η COP κρατάει 12 μέρες. Το σχόλιο μου, κυρία Ανδριουσόπουλο, είναι ότι είμαι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενη που η Ελλάδα πέτυχε τον σκοπό που είχε θέσει πριν έρθει στην COP, να έχει την δυναμικότερη παρουσία που είχε ποτέ μέχρι τώρα συμμετέχοντας στην COP και κατά τη διάρκεια της παρουσίας της εδώ να είναι σε θέση να παρουσιάσει τις πολιτικές της, τη στρατηγική της, το τι θέλει να κάνει ως χώρα για να πετύχει τους στόχους της κλιματικής ουδετερότητας, αλλά να αποκτήσει και μία εξωστρέφεια εδώ κατά τη διάρκεια. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό ότι, όπως το αναφέρατε κι εσείς, ότι για πρώτη φορά ως χώρα έχουμε μία δυναμική παρουσία με το ελληνικό περίπτερο. Ήδη στις 4 αυτές μέρες είχαμε την ευκαιρία να διοργανώσουμε αρκετές εκδηλώσεις και συνεχίζουμε πολύ δυναμικά. Μέχρι το τέλος αυτού του 12ημέρου θα έχουμε πάνω από 40 περίπου ειδικές εκδηλώσεις που διεξάγονται εδώ στο ελληνικό περίπτερο. Όπως γνωρίζετε, είχαμε την υψηλότερη εκπροσώπηση, ήταν ο Πρωθυπουργός μέσα στο Σαββατοκύριακο, έκανε την ομιλία του, παρουσίασε την στρατηγική της χώρας μας, τα επιτεύγματα της χώρας μας. Όπως ανέφερε, η Ελλάδα έχει και μεσοπρόθεσμους και μακροπρόθεσμους στόχους. Έχουμε καταφέρει τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια να δημιουργήσουμε συνθήκες σε αυτό που ονομάζουμε ενεργειακό μετασχηματισμό της χώρας. Βρισκόμαστε στην πρώτη δεκάδα, για παράδειγμα, της επιτυχίας μας στο να καταφέρουμε να προσελκύσουμε επενδύσεις στον τομέα των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, αλλά βεβαίως έχουμε μπροστά μας και πάρα πολλές προκλήσεις, τις οποίες είχαμε την ευκαιρία, νομίζω, και κατά τη διάρκεια των εκδηλώσεων που κάναμε εδώ να τις αναφέρουμε. Να πω επίσης πως ήδη μέσα σε αυτές τις 4 μέρες είχαμε και 2 σημαντικές συμφωνίες που υπογράψαμε. Η πρώτη αφορά στην στρατηγική πρωτοβουλία της χώρας μας να μετασχηματίσει τα ελληνικά νησιά σε πράσινες κοιτίδες καινοτομίας και βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Υπογράψαμε λοιπόν με μια εταιρεία κολοσσό εδώ στα Εμιράτα, την Masdar, την μετατροπή του επόμενου νησιού, που είναι ο Πόρος, σε πράσινο και έξυπνο νησί, κάτω από την ομπρέλα της πρωτοβουλίας των Greco Islands. Μια πολύ σημαντική συμφωνία, θα έλεγα. Και πριν από λίγα λεπτά, επίσης, είχαμε την υπογραφή μιας άλλης συμφωνίας, μεταξύ του ενεργειακού ομίλου που είναι στο Αμπουντάμπι, την ΤΑΚΑ, με τον ΑΔΜΙΕ και την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, σε ό,τι αφορά το ενδιαφέρον των Εμιρατινών να συμμετάσχουν στην χρηματοδότηση του έργου Eurasia Interconnector, που μόλις σήμερα άλλαξε όνομα και έγινε Great Sea Interconnector. Να πω επίσης και κλείνω με την παρέμβασή μου ότι είχαμε την ευκαιρία να κουβεντιάσουμε στο περίπτερό μας και θα συνεχίσουμε να το κάνουμε και τις επόμενες μέρες. Αύριο είναι η μέρα της ενέργειας, είναι η θεματική της ενέργειας και θα φιλοξενήσουμε εδώ αρκετές εκδηλώσεις. Παρ' όλα αυτά, είχαμε την ευκαιρία να συνομιλήσουμε με ξένους υπουργούς που βρέθηκαν εδώ ως προς το όραμα της χώρας μας να γίνει ένας σημαντικός προορισμός αρκετών επενδύσεων στον τομέα της πράσινης μετάβασης. Η Ελλάδα φιλοδοξεί, όπως γνωρίζετε, να πρωταγωνιστήσει σε αυτόν τον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό ότι πέρασε από το περίπτερό μας η Ευρωπαία αξιωματούχος από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή, κυρία Γιώργενσεν, άλλοι υπουργοί από άλλες χώρες, για να συνομιλήσουμε μεταξύ μας σε ό,τι αφορά μεγάλα και εμβληματικά έργα, όχι μόνο ελληνικά, έργα που έχουν αρκετή συνεργασία επίσης με πλήθος άλλων κρατών μελών. Ήταν εδώ πριν από λίγο ο Κύπριος Υπουργός. Συζητήσαμε λοιπόν για το project της ηλεκτρικής διασύνδεσης Ελλάδα-Κύπρος-Ισραήλ. Είχαμε εδώ τη συμμετοχή της Αιγύπτου για να κουβεντιάσουμε το πώς οριμάζει μία άλλη ηλεκτρική διασύνδεση Ελλάδας-Αιγύπτου. Είχαμε την ευκαιρία να συζητήσουμε με την Βελγίδα Υπουργό που αναλαμβάνει την Προεδρία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, λοιπόν, για το ότι η προτεραιότητα αυτή τη στιγμή σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο θα είναι το πώς θα επιταχύνουμε τις ηλεκτρικές διασυνδέσεις και αυτό και θα συνεχίσουμε να κάνουμε. Προσωπικά είμαι πολύ ευχαριστημένη, πολύ ικανοποιημένοι, γιατί, ξέρετε, τίποτα δεν είναι αυτονόητο. Βρισκόμαστε σε μία COP που έχει σπάσει ρεκόρ συμμετοχών σε σχέση με τα προηγούμενα χρόνια και είναι σημαντικό ότι σε αυτήν η Ελλάδα έχει μία πολύ ισχυρή παρουσία.
Είναι πάρα πολλές οι εκδηλώσεις, οι συζητήσεις, οι εξελίξεις που ζούμε εδώ στις μέρες αυτές στο Ντουμπάι. Και λόγω και του ενδιαφέροντος για το κοινό μας στο Αμερικάνικο Μελητήριο, να πούμε ότι είχαμε και συζήτηση την πρώτη μέρα με τον Τζον Κέρι μαζί με τον Πρωθυπουργό εδώ και έχουμε τη χαρά να έχουμε συζήτηση γύρω από τα ενεργειακά θέματα, όντας και το Energy Day, όπως είπαμε αύριο, με τον Υφυπουργό, τον κύριο Πάγιατο, που τον γνωρίζουμε όλοι από τη θητεία του σαν πρέσβη στην Ελλάδα. Με αυτό να περάσω στον κύριο Βαρελίδη, ο οποίος συμμετέχει σε COP πολλά χρόνια, να μας δώσει και αυτός τις πρώτες εντυπώσεις του, όχι μόνο όμως σαν το περιβάλλον της COP και αυτά που συμβαίνουν εδώ, αλλά και από τα ενδότερα, αν θέλετε, της COP, από τις συζητήσεις, τις διαπραγματεύσεις οι οποίες γίνονται σε επίπεδο εθνών για τις δεσμεύσεις μας γύρω από το κλίμα.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Κώστα. Να συμπληρώσω για το side event που είχαμε ο Πρωθυπουργός με τον Τζον Κέρι, ότι ήταν για το Our Ocean Conference που οργανώνεται στην Αθήνα τον Απρίλιο του 2024. Μια πολύ σημαντική διάσκεψη για τους ωκεανούς. Και ερχόμενος στη διαπραγμάτευση, να πω ότι δεν πρέπει κανείς να έχει λάθος προσδοκίες από οποιαδήποτε COP. Ο τρόπος που λειτουργούν οι COP είναι ότι χρειάζεται ομοφωνία μεταξύ περίπου 200 χωρών. Άρα, εκ των πραγμάτων, οι διαδικασίες είναι βασανιστικά αργές. Κάποιες φορές καλλιεργούνται λάθος προσδοκίες και μετά υπάρχει απογοήτευση. Νομίζω ότι οι προσδοκίες πρέπει να είναι ρεαλιστικές και με βάση αυτό να αξιολογούμε κάθε φορά το πώς κινείται η COP. Τώρα, έχοντας αυτό σαν δεδομένο, πάντα η συζήτηση στην COP, και θα συνεχιστεί να είναι έτσι για αρκετά χρόνια, είναι ότι εμείς πιέζουμε τους αναπτυσσόμενους να δεσμευθούν με πιο φιλόδοξους στόχους μείωσης των εκπομπών και οι αναπτυσσόμενες χώρες πιέζουν τις ανεπτυγμένες χώρες για περισσότερη οικονομική βοήθεια. Και υπάρχει και μία ενδιάμεση γκρίζα ζώνη χωρών που άλλοτε εμφανίζονται ως ανεπτυγμένες, ισχυρές οικονομίες, περιφερειακές δυνάμεις και άλλοτε εμφανίζονται ως φτωχοί και κατατρεγμένοι που χρειάζονται οικονομική βοήθεια. Εμείς λοιπόν σαν χώρα αυτό που επιδιώκουμε είναι όλοι να δεσμευτούν για στόχους φιλόδοξους που συμβάλλουν στην αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Υπάρχει βέβαια η αρχή της κοινής αλλά διαφοροποιημένης ευθύνης. Αυτό όμως δεν σημαίνει ότι εσαΐ, αυτή είναι μια αρχή που πρωτοεμφανίστηκε πολλά χρόνια πριν, 30 χρόνια πριν. Από τότε λοιπόν έχουν περάσει 30 χρόνια, δεν θα απολογούμαστε στον αιώνα τον άπαντα για την αποικιοκρατία, για το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο, εμείς για την τουρκοκρατία, δεν ξέρω για ποιο λόγο ο καθένας. Θα πρέπει να σταματήσουν οι δικαιολογίες και όλοι να δεσμευτούν σε ισχυρούς στόχους μείωσης των εκπομπών. Αντίστοιχα, θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μία διαφάνεια και λογοδοσία στο πού πηγαίνουν τα χρήματα της κλιματικής βοήθειας. Πρέπει να διασφαλίζουμε ότι αυτό που λέγεται κλιματική βοήθεια είναι κλιματική βοήθεια και δεν βαφτίζεται ως κλιματική βοήθεια. Και δεύτερον, ότι τα χρήματα πάνε πραγματικά σε ανάληψη κλιματικών δράσεων και δεν σπαταλιώνται σε άλλες μη παραγωγικές δραστηριότητες για την προστασία του κλίματος. Και να κλείσω λέγοντας ότι μέχρι τώρα, δυστυχώς, η συζήτηση έχει εστιάσει μόνο στο κομμάτι της κλιματικής βοήθειας. Το ζήτημα των στόχων και της υιοθέτησης φιλόδοξων στόχων από όλες τις χώρες έχει μπει σε δεύτερο πλάνο και βέβαια να πω επίσης ότι όταν έχεις μια διαπραγμάτευση 12 ημερών, αναπόφευκτα οι πρώτες μέρες κυλάνε πάρα πολύ αργά γιατί κανένας δεν μετακινείται από τη θέση του. Άρα αναμένουμε να δούμε και οι επόμενες μέρες που θα κυλήσουν και ειδικά οι τελευταίες μέρες που εκεί είναι η χρονική περίοδος που πραγματικά κινούνται τα πράγματα προς τα μπροστά. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε κύριε Βαρελίδη. Να περάσω στον κύριο Ελευθεριάδη, ο οποίος με την εταιρεία του, με την Deloitte, φαντάζομαι έχει εμπλακεί σε πληθώρα project και σε πληθώρα συμβουλευτικής βοήθειας σε πολλά επίπεδα. Να μας δώσετε λίγο κι εσείς τη δικιά σας άποψη σε σχέση με την COP, την επιτυχία αυτής της COP και πού βλέπετε ή πώς θα έπρεπε τα πράγματα να εξελίσσονται για να μπορέσουμε να πετύχουμε την κλιματική ουδετερότητα την οποία όλοι υπολοιπόθουμε.
Πρώτα απ' όλα να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ για την παρουσία μου εδώ. Να ευχαριστήσω για την παρουσία μου εδώ. Νομίζω πως είναι πρώτη φορά που έχουμε τόσους πολλούς καλεσμένους, τόσους πολλούς participants στην φετινή COP. Η αλήθεια είναι πως όταν υπάρχουν δεσμεύσεις, αυτό για τους επενδυτές σημαίνει πολλά έργα. Επομένως, έχουμε ακούσει αυτές τις μέρες, ακόμα και αν είμαστε λίγο πριν από τη μέση, έχουμε ακούσει πάρα πολλά έργα, έχουμε ακούσει πάρα πολλά καινούργια initiatives, έχουμε ακούσει καινούργιες τεχνολογίες, έχουμε ακούσει καινούργια έργα να υπογράφονται ή άλλα τα οποία συζητιόνται. Αυτό η αλήθεια είναι πως σημαίνει πάρα πολλές επενδύσεις, όχι μόνο για την Ελλάδα, αλλά γενικότερα για όλο τον κόσμο. Αλλά η αλήθεια είναι πως εάν κρίνουμε και από το πόσοι περάσαν από το ελληνικό περίπτερο, τα έργα στην Ελλάδα έχουν μια ιδιαίτερη σημασία. Η Ελλάδα γίνεται ενεργειακό hub, το βλέπουμε συνέχεια, βλέπουμε τους investors να έρχονται, βλέπουμε και μετά από την ανακοίνωση της επενδυτικής βαθμίδας να υπάρχουν συνέχεια καινούργιοι επενδυτές οι οποίοι να ενδιαφέρονται. Έχουμε το sustainability, έχουμε καινούρια πράσινα έργα, έχουμε και τα interconnections, υπογράφηκαν ήδη 2 συμφωνίες όσο είμαστε εδώ πέρα αυτές τις μέρες. Οι επενδυτές τι ψάχνουν, ψάχνουν στην ουσία βιωσιμότητα στα έργα, ψάχνουν αποδοτικότητα στα έργα και ψάχνουν στην ουσία και κεφάλαια. Σίγουρα κάποια από όλα αυτά τα έργα τα οποία συζητήσαμε και που θα συζητάμε όλες αυτές τις μέρες είναι ανταγωνιστικά μεταξύ τους. Αλλά νομίζω το στίχημα, και όχι μόνο για την Ελλάδα, αλλά γενικότερα για τις χώρες οι οποίες φέρνουν έργα στο τραπέζι, αλλά νομίζω το στίχημα που πρέπει να πετύχουμε όλοι μας είναι τα έργα τα οποία έχουν ενδιαφέρον για την Ελλάδα να προχωρήσουν πολύ πιο γρήγορα, να προχωρήσουν να πάνε μπροστά. Νομίζω ότι έχουμε όλα τα εχέγγυα. Έχει γίνει εξαιρετική δουλειά από το Υπουργείο και από την κυβέρνηση. Οι επενδυτές το βλέπουν. Επομένως, υπό τον μανδύα της ΚΟΠ, νομίζω πως αυτό μπορεί να μετατραπεί σε μια πάρα πολύ δυνατή ευκαιρία για την Ελλάδα για να προχωρήσουμε μπροστά πολύ δυνατά με καινούργια έργα.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ όλους τους συνομιλητές μου. Να ευχαριστήσω τον Ηλία και τον κύριο Πακατσέλο για την ευκαιρία που μας έδωσαν να συμμετέχουμε στα πλαίσια του Greek Economic Forum στην Αθήνα κάνοντας αυτή τη σύντομη παρέμβαση από το Ντουμπάι. Και βεβαίως να ευχαριστήσω τους συνομιλητές μας, την κυρία Ασδούκου, τον κύριο Βαρελίδη και τον κύριο Ελευθεριάδη. Γεια σας.
Κώστα, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Να είστε όλοι καλά και να έρθετε με πολλές ωραίες και projects και αποτελέσματα. Έχουμε υποτίθεται εδώ ένα διάλειμμα, αλλά το διάλειμμα θα είναι πάρα πολύ σύντομο. Θα είναι περίπου 15 λεπτά, οπότε ό,τι προλάβουμε. Θα παρακαλούσα πάρα πολύ να γυρίσουμε πολύ γρήγορα πίσω για να συνεχίσουμε, γιατί είμαστε ήδη πίσω στον χρόνο. Εντάξει, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
It's not working. Δεν δουλεύει, ξέρω. Το πατάς. Ναι. Οκ. Εντάξει είμαστε. Εντάξει είμαστε. Very good. Very good indeed. Indeed. Μπράβο, έτσι. Μας ζουν και στο χωριό να...
Ποιο χωριό είστε?
Θεσσαλονίκη. Yes, yes, yes. Are we ready? Έλα, Your Highness.
Αυτό δεν είναι δικό μας, είναι άδικος.
Can we all take our seats, please? I'd much rather. So, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Can the Bahraini people next door hear me? No. Anyway, hello, I'm Vasilis Triantafilos. I'm a lawyer and an energy transition expert. We're here today for a very interesting and a very relevant discussion. And we're very lucky to have a dream team of panelists and of speakers that will navigate us through the future of shipping in the context of decarbonization. So the thing is that we're currently dealing with two challenges, two major global scale challenges. One of them, of course, is you're in COP, so you know where this is going. It's the climate crisis. And this is, I won't get into detail. You know the problems, you know the issues, you know the dangers, the existential dangers for the planet and mankind. But we also have the challenge related to maintaining our way of life and actually increasing our prosperity, our growth as a society and as an economy in the global context. And this, of course, goes through movement of goods and movement of people. Trade is at an all-time high. Movement of persons across borders is also at an all-time high. We need to maintain that. We need to increase that. And shipping sits right in the middle of those two challenges. On one hand, climate crisis. On the other hand, maintaining and increasing the transit of goods and people. Shipping is, you know this phrase that the very, very wealthy are the 1%. Shipping has a fair share of that, but shipping is also the 3%, right? A very large and very well quantified part of emissions worldwide have to do with shipping. So something must be done with that in the context of net zero by 2050 or whenever. On the other hand, shipping is also a solution related to sustainability and energy, of course. If we didn't have LNG carriers to bring in gas when the energy crisis happened last year, we wouldn't have power. So there are no easy answers. That's for sure. And to navigate the whole issue of shipping in the context of decarbonization, we also have to take into consideration that Greece has a very particular place in the shipping industry. It's not only that the Greek-owned or operated commercial fleet of Greece or Greek individuals is probably the largest in the world. It's also that Greece has historically had a very strong voice, and it maintains and even increases that strong voice in the international arena around issues related to shipping. So we have to be very careful about what we say, because what we say is being heard. So that's why I'm very happy that we have, as I said, a magnificent lineup here to navigate those questions. And what is interesting about this panel, and why I exercised my, let's say, small prerogative to have the honor to moderate this panel, is the fact that it's not only bringing questions to the table. The 5 speakers we have here today actually have answers to propose. So, I won't take up any more of your time. I will ask our participants to briefly introduce themselves, and then I will ask the first speaker to join me. If you want.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kostas Rokos. I'm Chairman and CEO of TST International SA, a shipping company, a ship management company. And I'm delighted to be here today. I would like to thank the organizers and the colleagues in this very interesting panel, and the moderator, of course. And the rest will discuss over the podium.
So I'm Dionysia Theodora Avgerinopoulou. I'm the chair of the Environment Committee of the Greek Parliament and a member of the Parliament. And recently I have taken up the role of the coordination of our Ocean Conference that will take place in Greece this coming April 16 and 17 of 2024. And in order to complete successfully this role, I need the assistance of all of you.
will be delighted. I'm Stelios Bikos. I run the Energy Competence Center, which is a formation between the private and the public sector, and which is attempting to give answers, as the moderator said, to things like, how is the shipping going to become greener?
Good afternoon. I'm Dimitri Theodosiou. I am the managing director and the co-founder of Danaos IT Group, and I'm here to present our work later on today.
Thank you. I'm Professor Antonis Kokosis at the National Technical University of Athens. I'm also visiting professor and fellow of Imperial College London, and I'm also chairing the sustainability section of the European Federation of Chemical Engineers.
Now, you know, I wasn't lying when I said we have a dream team here. So, first of all, I will ask Mr. Konstantinos Rokos to come and share with us what he believes are the challenges of the sector in the energy transition area.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you and say that in this COP, what I've heard up to today is very challenging. Actually, created me second thoughts in what I had in mind. And I would say I was very challenged. I'm happy for the audience because I have some remarks for them. And without further ado, I will proceed to give a general framework of what shipping is facing, let's say, through decarbonization. Shipping in Greece at the beginning is very important. We are the first, we have the biggest fleet in the world, and the support from the government and the people there is very important and very helpful to us. They strongly supported us through the difficult years, previous years, in the Greek crisis, and we think that in the future they will support us more. Just to give you an idea, shipping, which transports, let's say, 90% of total goods, emits, I would say, only 2.9%. But recently has been targeted within the idea of the climate change and the reduction of CO2. There is, let's say, a guidance and procedures from IMO, the International Maritime Organization, to reduce emissions by at least 40% 2030 and by 70% 2050. Just to give you an idea that those targets, more or less, have been achieved 2019. So shipping is very good position, but we further discuss about the alternatives in order to improve better and further our footprint from ships. The European Commission has put more aggressive goals, reducing the emissions by 55% by 2030. And this is related to the ETS scheme, which is connected with the carbon allowances, and this is a very important story, which I will refer later on. And for this, to achieve these goals, IMO set a system by collecting data from on board the ships worldwide and European Union within the European traded ships with MRV. The calculation and verification required for the ships from 2023, according to EEXI, has been achieved, I would say, in the most ships worldwide. And from 2024, we will start, let's say, the calculation and the rating according to the CII, to the Carbon Intense Index. The EEXI, which is, let's say, related to the characteristics of the ships, calculated only once. The CII is an ongoing procedure, and by 2025, the IMO will put the new requirements according to the data which will be received up to that time. The EU ETS scheme is a scheme for which the ships will pay for their carbon emissions through a carbon allowance cost scheme. It will start January 1st, 2024, gradually, by 40%, let's say for 2024, 70% 2025, and 100% 2026. All in all, I would say that these earnings amounted around, let's say, $6 to $8 billion up to 2026 in total. Further, I would say, what are the solutions? I'm very pleased that I heard before the presentation from our friends from Japan about the system of NAPSCO. And the first solution is the hull hydrodynamics. If we extend the length of the ships and reduce the width, we would say that we could reach a 20% reduction in emissions. This is related to the port's length, and this is something which can be done easily. The other thing is that we can add some features to reduce the reduction, the resistance of the ships. We have, personally, I have experienced the bubbles 8 years now with Mitsubishi in Japan in a new building. We are talking for silicone paints, which also reducing about 5%, let's say, the CO2 emissions. The power alternatives, shaft generators, in order to save some money, some CO2 emissions during the voyage. The propulsion auxiliary systems, the improvements in the duct, the fins and the propeller, together with digitalization. Digitalization means optimization. Optimization, weather routing, slow steaming. All in all, if you consider how much each one of them gives you as a CO2 reduction, then there is no problem. Because I've heard that only by controlling the main engine you can get 20%, hydrodynamic can give you 20%, bubbles can give you 5, 6, 7%, silicone paints can give you 5, 6, 7%, auxiliary generation. So if you implement only these technical features, more or less the problem has been solved. But let's discuss about fuels, because the discussion here for the shore industry is fuels. I mean, renewable energy sources, not fuels, renewable energy sources. The alternative sources, the alternative fuels for shipping are mainly the LNG, which we know up to today, we have experience with LNG. The LNG can save, let's say, about 15% to 20% CO2 emissions. The biofuels, I have it here, the biofuels, which we have tested already, B30, and the results, despite that theoretically they would say that the CO2 reduction could be up to 50%, practically we have seen reductions up to 15-20% with biofuels today. And also, of course, with the future fuel, the fuel of the future in shipping is methanol. Methanol would be more or less the solution in shipping for the future. On top of that, we see some synthetic fuels, which I would say, personally, I do not prefer. I won't say about hydrogen, which there are a lot of studies how, let's say, difficult it is to handle hydrogen in minus 253 degrees, how difficult it is to avoid leakages, how difficult it is. I mean, there are a lot of handicaps for hydrogen, but of course hydrogen, and of course we are talking for the green hydrogen from renewable sources, because for the grey hydrogen there is no any particular saving. The hydrogen ammonia is also a solution which is applied in shipping. We have seen some orders by using ammonia as a fuel, but ammonia is very toxic. Just keep in mind that if something happens and there is an accident with a ship carrying ammonia, the whole cost of Dubai will be diminished as a sea life. So ammonia is very toxic, and this is very difficult to be considered as a fuel for the ships. Batteries, of course, batteries is also the future, but not in the present form. We need much lighter batteries and with let's say, better performance, much better performance. We think that this was the announcement here, the announcement here by the Deputy Minister about this electrification of a small ship in Poros. For small ships, I think there is an application, implementation. Finally, I would say about the carbon capture. Carbon capture is a technology which actually reserves the existing situation, the existing supply chain of fuels, the existing engines. The only thing we do is we collect, like with what we have done with the sulfur, we collect the CO2 and we, let's say, discharge it for sequestration or for further use. This is a very important and I would say a solution which will give us time in order to find the right fuel, to gain time, and to see what would be the final solution. I said at the beginning one word for the ETS. ETS is a very clever policy from the European Union to collect money, and we hope that this money will go to improve, let's say, the competitiveness of the European shipping industry. But just to give you an information, China has announced to launch the same type allowance for 4 billion tons CO2. So we see that for most of the countries, the idea, the polluter to pay would be, let's say, something which we face in the near future. Thank you very much, and I'll pass on to the next speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Hello? Thank you very, very much for what was actually an across-the-board explanation of all possible alternatives and solutions right now technically feasible, right now on the table. And this brings the question, which I think is a very focal question in the whole discussion of, do we go for one of them? Do we hedge and go for all of them? Can some be introduced like in the short term, others in the mid and the long term? And those are all questions that I know are very, very crucial for the shipping industry, but also they're very, very relevant for the energy sector as well. Because when we're talking about fuels, we have to fuels for the shipping sector to use, the energy sector needs to produce them. They need to make them. So those two sectors will be more interlinked than ever in the coming years and decades. So thank you very much for that. And now I have the honor and the pleasure to ask Mr. Avgerinopoulou to come and share a few words on EU policies and how those are, through Greek legislation, facilitate the protection of the environment and the decarbonization of the sector. Thank you very much. And sorry, if you can say, since you spoiled it, if you can share a few words at the beginning, at the end of your presentation on the Oceans Conference, which is a huge initiative for you personally because you're in charge, but also for the sector, we would be happy.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this panel and to address this very important topic. Well, it is indeed time to accelerate both ocean sustainability and climate action. Let me start by quoting the Greek Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, on his intervention during the official launch of the 9th Ocean Conference at the Greek Pavilion here a few days ago. He said, "We Greeks are the world's leading global shipping power, controlling nearly 25% of the global shipping fleet. The entire issue of maritime decarbonization is of great and special importance to us." He added, "I would like for our ship owners and ship managers to take the lead in adapting new technologies that will contribute to decarbonization in a sector that is, by definition, hard to decarbonize." And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. You are the pioneers and you are the doers. We're just here, hearing us, to see what we can do to work together and achieve net zero in the shipping sector. The Greek state is working thus very closely with the ship owners and the ship managers, as well with all the spectrum of the private sector that is being evolved in shipping in a very joint effort to greening the field. And this is an effort that in Greece has started not recently, but many years ago, since our country and the shipping sector of Greece excel in naval innovation, the development of environmental programs to protect the marine biodiversity, and recently even we have developed artificial intelligence tools for the optimization and the greening of our maritime routes and our ports. We perform very highly by applying cutting-edge green technologies and, of course, ESG programs. And we co-lead the way to sustainability among other countries that also care to stabilize climate and restore the health of our oceans. Regarding the existing legislation, the first Greek climate law set targets for Greece to cut greenhouse gases emissions by at least, as we said, 55% by 2030 and 80% by 2040, before achieving net zero emissions by 2050. The Greek climate law regulates the shipping sector as well by adding it to the EU ETS. The same holds true regarding the National Plan for Energy and Climate that develops further and articulates the national strategies and policies to achieve these goals. The National Plan for Energy and the Climate refers to shipping too for the first time, but it is currently under evaluation by the European Union. So we have to come back to this topic on a later panel. I would like to give a very concrete example on what Greece is doing about greening of the sector. Actually, two examples. First, there is a recent announcement by the Ministry of Shipping about a state-supervised fund to transform Greece's coastal shipping fleet into green, but we refer only to coastal shipping fleet. And of course, we have also announced very recently, but by the Ministry of Tourism, that we are going to upgrade several ports regarding energy and green infrastructure. These are important announcements, and I would call everybody to follow what the announcements of this pavilion will be in order to be updated in this. Well, however, what is important in this field is that the policies and the regulations that we apply to global shipping are not only national. It's not up to the Greek regulators to regulate the shipping. As you all very well know, Greece is a member state of the European Union, of course, and the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. The set of the EU regulation, and especially the recent financial and policy instruments, such as the European Green Deal and the Repower EU, set the stage. However, the most recent set of legislative acts that are very relevant to our topic is the so-called EU Fit for 55 package. According to the EU Fit for 55 package, the shipping sector in January 2024 is going to be under the ETS and will be extended to cover CO2 emissions from all large ships entering EU ports, regardless of the flag they fly. The system will cover 50% of the emissions from voyages starting or heading outside of the EU, allowing the third country to decide on a proper action for the remaining share of emissions, and it is going to decide on the 100% of emissions, the total emissions that occur between the EU ports and when ships are within the EU ports. The EU ETS covers carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide emissions, but the two later will be covered only as from 2026, not from 2024. The incorporation of the marine sector in the ETS is estimated to generate a cost of billion of euros by 2024. You have sent us some information about the cost that is about 3.6 billion of euros. And there is, in addition to that, the danger of the port shopping. with potential reference to other port preference of the ship owners and the ship managers to other ports in the Mediterranean, not in the EU ports. The EU has to consider these impacts as well and deploy pertinent solutions to cope with these carbon leakage from shipping as well. Regarding fuels, our new fuel EU maritime regulation is in place these days in order to boost the demand for marine, renewable and low-carbon fuels by setting a maximum limit on the greenhouse gas content of energy used by ships calling at EU ports and by encouraging zero-emission technology at Perth, where ships stay in the ports, with however, and this is to emphasize, a technology-neutral approach at the moment. So the choice of the technology is up to the private sector, and we are going to evaluate later on the potential environmental and climate impacts of these technologies, and maybe in the future the EU is going to take a different stance, but at the point that we discuss right now, the regulation is completely technology neutral. In addition, there is a revision of the directive on deployment of alternative fuels infrastructure, because we need the infrastructure as well to function, which would set, among other benefits, mandatory targets for shore-side electricity supply at maritime and inland water ports. On top of this, and let me add by this remark, regarding global shipping, we are looking for solutions under the IMO, because the shipping sector is one of the most globalized fields of our economy, and we need global solutions for the global issue and a level playing field for all. In July 2023, the IMO made a step on this path, committing to new targets for greenhouse gas emissions reductions and to develop and adapt in 2025 a package of measures delivering on these reduction targets. The next years to come will show which measures will be adapted and become applicable and whether they will consummate with achieving these targets and the objectives of the Paris Agreement. In COP28, major players in the field also called for IMO to take global measures regarding fuels, fleets, and emissions. Well, if you're interested into discussing further on these issues, please join us to the 9th AUROCEAN Conference in Greece. This will take place in April 16 and 17th of 2024. The conference is a forum of dialogue that brings together governments, international organizations, the academia, the private sector, the NGOs, that share a common vision for the protection of the oceans and take action to support these visions. We look forward to your participation and to the announcement of better and stronger commitments for our oceans, for our life on Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Avgerinopoulou, and thank you not only for a very thorough presentation of EU policies and where we stand, both in Greece and at the European level, but also for highlighting a few things, a few issues that show us where the thing is going, where the situation is going. The mention of ETS and a very, very concise but also very thorough explanation of what's at stake when ETS is applied to the sector, I think is like a wake-up call for everyone involved, that Brussels means business. ETS is, on one hand, we know from the energy sector that ETS works. On the other hand, we know it's very expensive and sometimes it can be a bit scary. So bringing it up is actually very, very useful to let us know that we need to take action to adapt to situations that will be ahead in the coming years. Now I want to invite Mr. Bikos to say a few words. We told you we have solutions, and the gentleman over here pretty much proves the point. I want you to say a few words about what you're doing, what your center is doing, and how you contribute to this, how you catalyze this change.
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good day from us as well. Thank you for joining us here at COP28 in lovely Dubai. I don't know how much you've walked into the campus already, but it's a very, very taxing task to just see yourself through the pavilions. The Greek pavilion is nice as can be, I suppose. Very nice. Right, well, a picture has been painted here with shipping being the target of a lot of attention because of its global role and because of the difficulties it faces in view of the ETS joining at the beginning of next year. And solutions are being sought. Now, for very many years, we've been exposed to several efforts to find solutions for shipping in particular. Because it's a healthy sector of the global economy and therefore may take steps of improvement. And secondly, because the challenge is global and quite big. Now, the one thing that seems to puzzle shipping is that there is no one unique technology to provide an answer. There is no unique solution the way that oil has been for the last many decades, and sails before and carbon in between. So the problem is where to turn to. And in turning into a particular technology, the question is when, as in how fast, what can it be done? ETS is here. So in that respect, our centre is coming to give answers for now and for the future, in two separate contributions. But before going into those, which are the subject of the next speakers, may I just take a few minutes to talk about the centre itself. Hello. Right, well, the centre is called a competence centre. And it's meant to be a venture between the private sector, that is big energy companies and big energy-using companies, and producing companies, which you can see in the green and orange bits on the left. Household names for Greece: Motor Oil, ADAP, DEPA, Mytilineos, Danaos, of course, our buses in Athens. E-Tricolor, one of the nicest and most forward cities in the country, and EPE, Hydrus, world-known naval engineers, Hydrus, and EPE, as I said before, which is dealing with ship waste. And on the other hand, we've got people that know a lot about technology, so technology, research and technology organizations. First and foremost, I suppose, the National Technical University of Athens, ICCS, which is again a National Technical University of Athens institute to deal with computers and communications, the Western Macedonia University, and the National Observatory of Athens, giving us a very wealth of lovely data, very, very thorough data on weather prediction. And the centre was set up about 2 years ago to essentially bring those two worlds, research and technology on one side and business on the other side, together in a company, meaning there is no escape, meaning one has to talk to the other in languages and words that can be heard by the other side and can be exploited. And so the Energy Competence Centre was formed, bringing those three worlds. I said three because it's the private sector, the public control sector, but business, and of course, as I said before, research. The centre deals with the whole spectrum of energy, from central production in the metal-lignite era down to smart cities and communities, the environmental impact of energy and the energy transition, and sustainable development, meaning circular economy and the likes in those environments. In between, you've got obviously storage, you've got networks, you've got several types of users, sectors of the economy, like industry, transport, and so on, and that's where shipping comes in. So the value proposition of the centre essentially is that it has an excellent research capacity. It combines a lot of the engineering faculties in the National Technical University of Athens, obviously capacity in digitalization. It has a strong collaborative drive among the three worlds that I described earlier. It focuses on applied innovation. I heard the deep sea presentations earlier today, and in fact that's what was said. It was said that a lot of the spin-offs, for example, set out to bring new technologies to the world, but they kind of lack the reach to the business world somehow, and often they fail because of that. Well, this center has business in it. It cannot escape from the market, and whatever activities it has undertaken so far has been prescribed and has been, to an extent, to a good extent, in fact, specified by business. The business perspective is very strong, therefore. And of course, the center, like anybody talking about new technology, has a task to spread the knowledge and let the people understand what the new technology is, what it brings, and how it can help to the problem that it set out to solve. So, 8 projects we undertook in the last 2 years. That is internal projects to prepare us for the market. Projects that deal with the whole spectrum, as I said before, of energy. Unfortunately, the slide is not particularly helpful because the screen is not particularly big. However, we've dealt with the central production of electricity, the storage of power in both batteries and hydrogen. We've dealt with the coming of the new era of distributed power generation and obviously power use within networks, and the greening of fuel networks like the natural gas network, for example. We've also dealt quite extensively with what we do with the several groups of usage of both electrical energy and non-electrical, like thermal, for example. So infrastructure, non-connected islands, networks of water and sewerage and so on, buildings, which is the big problem of the EU, also transport in all types of transports, so land, air and sea. And with that, as you can see on the bottom right, and I go back perhaps a slide just to see it bigger, bottom left, is the final contribution that we'll make today. In between, may I give the podium to Mr. Theodosiou. May I make your task? Is that okay? Right, okay. So that he can talk about a solution for shipping today.
PowerPoint. May I have my PowerPoint, please? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like... Yes, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, allow me to thank EKI and the Greek Mission for giving me the opportunity to present this innovative concept to you. So, what I'm going to present today is called IFORIA. The mission is decarbonization. IFORIA is coming out of, IFORIA has been conceived out of the optimization of life cycle assessment results of an innovative scrubber which has been developed and built, designed and built in Piraeus, Greece by Dr. Pitas. And we have done the optimization in 2 main areas. The first area was usability in the shipping environment, and the second one was economics. And what we ended up with a totally new concept which is called captured carbon utilization. So nowadays we capture carbon using scrubbers. And in this particular implementation that has been optimized, we use a converter which converts CO2 to liquid. Not only CO2, all the emissions actually to liquid. This liquid is pumpable, can be stored at the ballast tanks of the vessels, and can be shipped to the ports and can be transported out with today's available facilities for sludges. This solution will be using blue feedstock, and it will produce fertilizer. And this fertilizer has been evaluated by the Agricultural University of Athens as suitable for both conventional and hydroponic systems. So here you see a typical implementation from where we capture emissions and we convert to something useful. And if you look at the process, this process produced the fertilizer with no real energy, with no carbon footprint. So this fertilizer is greener than the green. And since we cannot call it green because green means comes from renewable, we called it eco-pure fertilizer. All this process, special attention has been paid in order not to bring harmful materials into the industry, and all the materials we are using, the only control you have to take is to coat your tanks you keep your feedstock because it's a bit corrosive. The emissions level captured are really impressive from scrubbers nowadays. In the particular one we are using, you have almost 100% on the sulfur, quite 70% on the carbon, on the CO2, also 72% on the monoxide, the NOx, the SOx, everything is captured. And of course, this is a closed loop scrubber, meaning that we throw nothing to the environment. According to our analysis, it was painful to assume that we will throw gigatons of whatever into the sea without knowing the impact. This solution has been type approved, is patented, and of course is ready now. Okay? So this is the supply cycle. Let's go to the value cycle. The value cycle is pretty straightforward, much easier than the supply cycle. Here, the capital cost can be easily amortized, if not, as we heard from the minister, from the government, be subsidized for coastal shipping in Greece, can be absorbed, amortized within a couple of years out of the carbon tax. The cost of the feedstock, which is a highly available feedstock with moderate energy requirements only, can be absorbed by the revenues, the cost of the value of the fertilizer. And of course, the energy required on board is less than 3% of the fuel used, meaning a 3 kilowatt generator is good for a Panamax vessel to capture all the emissions and deliver the fertilizer. And of course, the market of the fertilizers is growing. And the most important thing here is that you don't bring additional cost to the end product of shipping, meaning you don't bring even a cent on the top of the ton mile. This is very important. All the solutions I have seen, you increase costs. Here, you increase nothing. And another important effect, very essential, is that your carbon intensive index will be always A, meaning the owners and the operators can utilize the vessels better because they can go at any speed and get the best rates into the industry. Okay, so these are the benefits. And of course, in this added value chain, it comes our contribution as Danaos. We are using ICT in order to Internet of Things, sorry, in order to measure and monitor the emissions and report to the verifiers and after that to the authorities. This is our first service. The second one is to optimize the performance. And the last one, to use algorithms in order to sort of coordinate the so challenging supply chain. Imagine collecting fertilizer all over the world in order to cover the demand. Okay? In closing, I strongly believe that this solution, as it is, meets the decarbonization goals towards net zero for at least the next 20, 25 years. Using the existing infrastructure offers the energy security, meaning you utilize the existing infrastructure, you use your heavy oil, the heaviest oil. God knows what you're going to do with the heavy oil if you take it away from the market. Addresses the food problems, the planet food problems. Fertilizers are the futures in order to feed 10 billion people. And of course, makes the earth greener. And don't forget that the greens are the best pumps for the CO2. Thank you.
Well, congratulations for at least 3 reasons I can think of. First of all, we understand that we can either abate sector or we need to find something to do with the emissions. And I'm very, very happy that CCU comes into the discussion in the shipping sector. This is a discussion that we need to have. We cannot just focus on how to replace or remove or eliminate emissions. This is a valid discussion that I believe we need to have. Second, thank you for proving me right when I promised that here we will also provide solutions. And third, I want to say that it's not just your practical solution that we brought and proposed here today. There's also a conceptual, let's say, allow me this phrase, a conceptual solution that I got when I saw the slide, the first slide that you showed on how the center works, where you have the piece of the puzzle that's the public sector, the piece of the puzzle that's the private sector, and the piece of the puzzle that's academia, and how you combine them all to make a full picture in the second part of your screen. And I think that this is also a solution. This is a conceptual solution on how to treat the problems that our first 2 speakers very eloquently described. So we have the situation as it is, we have the conceptual solution, we have one tangible application of a solution that can work for the shipping sector. And now I want to invite Professor Kokosis to come and tell us the interesting things that they're doing at the university.
Thank you very much, Vasily, for the introduction. I would like to thank the audience for being with us today. The Greek marine industry employs, enjoys, deploys a very large fleet, over 5,500 vessels that contribute to almost 7% of our national GDP and an impressive 70% of the European fleet. So the development of sustainable solutions is apparently of high importance for the shipping industry. Also the search and research of innovations as well as realistic solutions. So there is no surprise that the marine industry joined forces with the research and the academic community to come up with a general, generic, systematic framework to analyze the different scenarios and options that are available for us to use. So this effort has been epitomized by EKI, and Stelios has managed and coordinated this effort. And from my side, I will simply share highlights of these results of this framework, delivering, if you want, short-term as well as long-term kind of solutions. So, with a focus on carbon emissions and environmental carbon footprint reductions, many things can be done to the ship to improve. So you can involve better materials, and this is the light blue curve. You can involve and engage a different type of renewables, and this is the other blue type of curve. You can operate the ship in a better way. This is the yellow part. But by and large, the largest contribution is with the alternative fuels and the involvement of carbon capture technologies like the ones we have seen in the previous presentation. So the options for alternative fuels, are several, numerous, but the major ones are summarized here. Ammonia was excluded for a reason. For the other ones, LNG offers a very nice fuel, attractive fuel that could be accommodated, with large supplies, but is a fossil-based fuel and requires large modifications for the ship. On its own merit, methanol is also a very good fuel. It's not available in large supplies today, but these, volumes may increase in the future. The footprints for methanol are questionable and very much depend on where you produce this methanol. But methanol is very compatible with the engines we have today. Hydrogen is a low energy density fuel. And of course, although we understand that we're getting into the hydrogen economy, it has deficiencies on this front. At the same time, it can be a very green fuel. Hydrogen has challenges still with the storage in the ship. Biofuels involve many carbons, but all these carbons are green carbons. So this accounts for net zero emissions kind of option. Problem with biofuels is that they are of limited quantity, but still they can contribute as drop-in fuels in existing type of operations. And they are fully compatible with the shipping we have today. So what we have developed over here is a bottom-up approach, if you want, with a lower layer that accounts for individual analytics with respect to the different fuels, the different engines, to the different ships and the different sea routes. And on top of that, we translate this analytics into metrics. These metrics with respect to techno-economic kind of performance, as well as environmental performance, mainly by means of life cycle assessment and analysis. Now, on top of these two layers, then we can start combining options, developing scenarios, addressing, for instance, the use of multiple fuels, or the use of different carbon capture technologies, or the different options for carbon utilization technologies, again, referring to the previous presentation. Now, this kind of work can direct towards specific kind of solutions, on the basis of the potential that one will build as against the targets that you can achieve. Or it could provide an open-ended, if you wish, type of line of recommendations, suggestions for innovations, in the long term with respect to the engines, with respect to the integration that is more favorable. This is an overview of the tools. On the left you have the model libraries, things that are doing the basic calculations. And then in the middle, the environment where you can build this kind of integrated type of solutions and explore different scenarios with respect to the techno-economic performance, with respect to the life cycle, kind of environmental performance. And all this kind of framework is supported by graphical tools that could explain the results, that could support decision makers, and convince them in the benefits of the proposed approach. So we are presenting here results on a pilot case of a RoPax vessel, maximum speed 25.5 knots. It's a 150-meter vessel that services the southern cluster, of the Greek islands, accommodates up to 2,000 passengers. This is technology of the last decade. And this runs, with marine diesel oil, with a possibility to drop in biofuels as well. And here you see, I mean, this is a congested kind of slide. You can see on the first part that energy integration on its own can build about 5% improvement, only on the basis of energy integration. And carbon capture on board, not necessarily utilization, can save up to 80 to 84% of the CO2 emissions. So, from the start, we have a realistic kind of option in front of us. Carbon capture on board can give an immediate solution today and as we speak. Now, as we involve methanol, methanol can give us an additional 50%, being methanol, being a cleaner fuel, and also a further 80% improvement with respect to carbon captures, on board, or carbon capture utilization. Now, the case of LNG, which is shown on the bottom, LNG will give you much lower benefits because it's a fossil fuel. It's about 17%, which I saw here. But LNG can also highlight some innovations. For instance, one of them is suggest a different way to capture the technology, not with the amines I was showing before. As the cryogenic path of the fuel, I remind you that methane is stored at minus 160 degrees. So one could exploit this path to actually liquefy the CO2 and store it on board while recycling methane, further suggesting an improvement on AFR that is used today, essentially improving a better potential for energy integration. I will stop the technical part here. I think you had enough from that. Apparently, we are open, to receive, analyze different scenarios, additional scenarios, and all this has to be addressed to Stelios. Again, we're a service group. Hopefully, we offered something, today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And what I want to point out is that there's this saying, I'm sure you've heard it, they say that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And you made a very, very convincing case about, first of all, for the fact that we need to examine all possible solutions, but we also need eventually to choose one or even some amongst them to really push, to really bring to market, to really help implement, to really help achieve scale. And this is very important both for the policy side, which is what I focus on, but it's also very important for the business, for the industry, to know where to put their money. So this is very useful work, very valuable work, and I think it ties all the previous discussions we had, and the fact that we established that there are many, many alternatives. We need to approach them carefully from a policy perspective. We need to do our homework. We need to speak across sectors and across disciplines. And finally, we need to evaluate on a realistic basis in order to reach the result we want, which is to decarbonize the sector. Now, we don't really have much time. I just want to open the floor just for one or two very, very quick questions if someone needs some point clarified or something. The lady, please. But please keep it brief because, yeah.
Thank you, Excellent. Well, that was not sorry. Thank you, Excellencies, and thank you to our esteemed panel of speakers. I'm Gemma, I'm from the Pacific, and thank you so much to the Honourable Member of Parliament for mentioning the recent decision of the IMO to go green and to recognize 1.5. This is work that's been championed particularly by Marshall Islands, and I believe it's Iceland. So my question to you firstly was in relation to the Oceans Conference next year. How do you see that conference and the pledges that could come out of it, like furthering the work that you guys are trying to do now? But also, do you have any frameworks? I understand many universities and technical advisors are involved in this program. Do you have any frameworks for sharing that type of providing that technical assistance or transfer of technology also to the Pacific and to other small island states who are very heavily involved in the shipping industry or mostly impacted by the activities in the shipping industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much for your question, and we would welcome you to come to Greece this April. You know, actually Greece, apart from being a country with one of the largest, actually the largest shipping fleet, we are the country with the second largest coastline in Europe. And we have so many islands as well. So we are really very close to what you think about climate change and the sea level rise. And we're going to focus very much on these issues, how to make our country and your country, everybody to be sustainable and to have a future. Because we really, really worry about the coastal countries, and especially the island countries. We are really worried that, you know, maybe after a few decades, we might have no island at all. We know that. And we would like to accelerate climate action in order really not to go beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So please come and join us, because we're going to talk about sustainable shipping, but also about solutions for the ocean's health. It is very vital for everybody. Thank you once again for your question.
May I give an answer to the second leg of your question, I think? There are several tools, if you like, that can be applied to islandic countries, which Marshall Islands are one of. Greece has got a large archipelago, as you know, which is full of islands. You know about the Greco Islands initiative, the greening of certain smaller islands in the Aegean, which are not connected to the electrical network of the mainland, and where autonomous energy systems are being set up one at a time, one per island, which are all renewable, together with storage and changing the fuel needs of the particular island to totally renewable. So that's an effort that is ongoing. But to do that, one may rely on the particular renewable energy sources that exist close to that island, which is very specific. So, for example, wind farms just outside the island, or PV, or even thermal solar, depending on the climate and the particular site. So there are tools. Our center is also dealing with some of them, and we're very, very happy to talk about them just outside the session. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Any other questions, any observations or comments? We're good from the audience. Would the panelists like to contribute some final words, any conclusions, any thoughts? Totally optional if you want. You're good? Right, and we're only 5 minutes late, so we did a great job. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending. Thank you for watching.
ένα διακοπτάκι εδώ πέρα, έχει ένα διακοπτάκι εδώ πέρα, θα το χρειαστούμε.
Απλά δεν θα πειράξετε τα διακοπτάκια.
Μην πειράζει τα διακοπτάκια.
Περιμένουμε κάποιον άλλο.
Ωραία, αλλά θα έρθει στην πορεία.
Θα έρθει στην πορεία?
Ναι.
Γιατί τεράστια στη μέση. Θέλετε να καθίσετε με πιάσει, να συμπληρώσω στη γωνία καλύτερα.
Να καθίσω εγώ.
Κεντρικός
Ναι, και όταν έρθει να σηκωθείτε να
Είστε μέσα και κεντρικός ομιλητής και moderator. Σας πειράζει?
Απλά έχω το ποτήρι με το νερό εδώ κρυμμένο.
Εντάξει, ό,τι προτιμάτε.
Να ξεκινήσω τώρα από τη μέση και όταν έρθει θα τηρώσω εκείνη τη θέση. Κάνετε εισαγωγή από σύντομα. Οπότε δεν είναι... Αρχίσουμε τώρα. Ναι, ναι. Headquartered and ready. That's right. And one of the things we've done also thanks to this initiative development of a machine learning. Where they're talking about each of the really at the forefront of we do colloquial destination. Good. Because we also want to use it for modeling.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Greek initiative at United Nations level, an initiative that we are co-driving with UNESCO, UNFCCC, and the World Meteorological Organization, I have the privilege and the pleasure to welcome you all to this COP28 event on the Greek initiative, which is protecting cultural and natural heritage from climate change impacts. I have a panel with prominent personalities. Others will join us online very soon. And of course, the challenge is to convey the very important messages that we want to convey as regards the relationship between culture, in which the natural heritage is an inherent part, with the climate crisis, with the aim to mainstreaming culture in climate action. This is also, and we are very happy, the goal of the high-level meeting, which will be held here in COP28 with the Ministers of Culture on the 8th of December to discuss exactly the involvement and the role of the civil society for a climate decision as regards the integration of culture in the climate action. And the good news is that Greece will be represented at ministerial level as well, as we are very happy to ensure a continuation of our initiative. Now, without ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Zerefos, who is connected online, and who, I must say, is the initiator of the Greek initiative at the UN level. I had the privilege to take the lead afterwards under his mentoring. He's with us, and he will say a few words about the importance of this initiative at the United Nations level. Professor Zerefos, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kremlis. Hello, everybody, ladies, gentlemen. It is my privilege and my honor to collaborate with most of you and many others towards implementing the idea of the need to protect our cultural and natural monuments. And we have started, as some of you may know, with a paper that is now being expanded to become universal. We have studied the vulnerability of all 200 and about 240 sites that are endangered by climate crisis in the Mediterranean. These UNESCO sites actually include also three sites that have been threatened in the recent absolutely unprecedented situation of extreme weather events that we saw last summer in the Mediterranean. In fact, among the monuments that have been mostly referred as highly endangered were those in Rhodes, the forest of Dadia, a Natura place, and a monastery that has been quoted also in the list of the 14 most endangered places in the Mediterranean from all UNESCO sites. Now, the interesting thing is that among the 13 most endangered sites, Venice is not included in them. The reason is that the vulnerability index that we have created is based also on seismicity, and since Venice has not the same seismicity as other sites endangered also, Venice is not in the first priority danger, except if one looks at the sea level rise damage that it's actually threatening this part of the world. So I would like to tell you that we at the Academy of Athens, and in conjunction with several universities and of course the World Meteorological Organization and WMO and UNESCO, of course, we are continuing our vision, and I'm so happy to see with us Professor Kartalis, who is heading the Ministry of Culture Committee for the same targets, and Dr. Gerasopoulos, who is leading the environmental branch of the National Observatory in Athens, and of course, Professor Luterbacher from the World Meteorological Organization, and our chair, Deputy Director of UNESCO. Great to see you all, and I cannot welcome you to Dubai because I'm not in Dubai, but one of the reasons, you know, is that I got COVID. So today is my first day without it, and I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Derefos. Your voice was excellent, and you were very convincing, as usual, notwithstanding the COVID. Now, I wanted, without ado, to give the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Environment and Energy, the Secretary General of the Ministry, Petros Varelidis, to say few words on behalf of the Greek government and, of course, of the Greek Ministry, which has organized this pavilion and many successful events that are taking place here.
Thank you, Yorgos. On behalf of the Greek Ministry of Environment, I have the honor and the privilege. I have the honor and the privilege to welcome you all in this important event in our pavilion. And of
Recording
course,
in progress.
And of course, it was impossible to have a pavilion and not have an event for the issue of the protection of the cultural heritage of the world monuments. It is obvious to all of us that climate change is already happening. There are still some people that don't believe that it's humanly induced. However, even these people realize that there is climate change. So, in order to leave this, political debate, well, we all believe here that it's humanly induced, but it doesn't matter. Being humanly induced or not, climate change is here and we need to do something about it. We need to take measures to increase resilience of critical infrastructure, resilience of our societies, resilience of our culture, and part of our culture is also our monuments. It's a world treasure that we need to protect. I know Yorgos Kremlis since many years, more than 20. When he first introduced, together with Professor Zerefos, that idea, to tell you the truth, we were all a bit skeptical. We thought another initiative would be talking and doing nothing. And I have to congratulate all the team that has worked so far to bring us here, that managed to take a very general idea, good idea, but general, it's just a phrase, and transform it to something tangible. And this is a big success. This is something that is worth supporting. So, to be invited to speak in this event organized by the flexible mechanism of the Greek initiative addressing climate change impacts on natural and cultural heritage, that is composed by representatives from many different international organizations and countries. It's a great privilege, and it gives me great pleasure. The protection of natural heritage, of cultural heritage, has also direct economic impacts. Greece is a country where it makes its money by tourism. So tourism is greatly affected by any damage induced to the monuments. And the monuments are affected by sea level rise. We have the obvious example of Venice. Erosion. We have seen that happening in the past, and it's happening now in an accelerating pace, so this is a problem. We have forest fires that can destroy monuments that are in forest areas, and we have extreme floods that can also cause severe damages. So to protect the monuments is not an issue only, for the historians or for the sake of the memory of what we used to be and where we're going, but it's an economic issue as well. It has direct economic impacts. The fact that through this initiative, which is open to all countries and has been endorsed by many, many countries and many institutions, has managed to make a toolkit with indices, where through these indices we can see which areas are vulnerable, which monuments are vulnerable to climate change and which are less vulnerable. You have already made a significant contribution, a significant tangible contribution. So I hope you continue to do your good work, and you have all the support from the Greek government, and now that it's becoming more tangible what you do, our support needs also to become more tangible. And I promise that I will do everything in my small power to contribute to that. So good luck to the event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Petros, for your encouraging words. Indeed, we need encouragement in this initiative, which is an international initiative. More than 100 UN countries are supporting it. We have launched a questionnaire. We have received 36 replies from interested countries, which are extremely useful, and there will be a presentation at the end as regards the evaluation of the replies. I wanted to add something important. We are not covering only World Heritage monuments. It's not only an initiative related to what UNESCO is doing. They are doing a great job, but we have cultural and natural heritage everywhere, in our houses, in our villages, in our rural areas. Cultural heritage is our roots, our history, our tradition. And in that respect, it has to be conceived in the broadest possible sense. Antonio will say more about an event we have had recently in Mallorca on the land and the contribution of the land on cultural heritage as part of the cultural heritage. And in that respect, I want also to say that nature, Monuments of Nature, is not only the Natura 2000 network, is much more than that. The forests that have been affected or other green infrastructures, which are extremely important nowadays in terms of ecosystem services that they are providing. So the Greek initiative is very global in embracing all types of cultural and natural heritage. And in that respect, we are giving also a special emphasis to island states. We will have the Seychelles with us online. Island states are really threatened. Tuvalu and some other islands risk disappearing, and some people are moving already to Australia, and we know that. Therefore, it is extremely important, on the one hand, and we have here with us, and it's a great pleasure and privilege, Kurt van der Berg, the Director General of DG Climate, to boost mitigation, which is one of the pillars of the combat against the climate change. And on the other, to ensure resilience, as Petros has said. We need to make our islands resilient, our coasts resilient, and of course our cultural and natural heritage resilient. And in that respect, also the Acropolis is threatened, not but by the rise of the sea level, contrary to Delos, and we were with Nesca to Delos. You can see already the water which has entered the archaeological site of Delos, and of course Venice is strongly threatened, and Carlo will tell us more. Copernicus is following this very closely. So the rise of the sea level is a very worrying phenomenon, and in that case we need to combine very strong mitigation action, but resilience as well, to make, I'm using the words sometimes, waterproof our islands and our coasts, which are already suffering from erosion. We are very happy to have a prominent representative from the Ministry of Culture of UAE, Ms. Mahnaz Anwar Fancy. You are most welcome. We are very happy to have you with us. And I wanted to inform the audience that Mahnar is leading, is coordinating the high-level event with the culture ministers, which will take place here on the 8th of December, a very important one. We do hope that an important declaration and possibly a decision can be adopted in this COP, as things cannot wait. And we cannot postpone such an important decision on mainstreaming culture and climate action. And of course, Sneska will say more in a while on that. Now, Maria Gabriel, former Commissioner for Culture, education, sports, and a very prominent European personality, currently Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria and Minister of Foreign Affairs, wanted to be with us. Unfortunately, being a Deputy Prime Minister, you need to be at home or you have other international commitments. She has sent a message, a very short message, that I would like to read, to share with you, which is, dear all, Europe can be proud about our rich and diverse cultural heritage. We can be proud about our worldwide pioneering role in research and innovation to protect cultural heritage from the impacts of climate change. However, we must do more and quickly. With the help of cultural heritage, we can transform also our economic model to become a greener, sustainable, climate-resilient society, and I would add my word, circular society, as I'm passionate about circular economy. Sorry, Maria. There is the need of common strategy in order to highlight that cultural heritage needs to be considered in the fight against climate change. It is necessary that it is included in all mainstream policies. Improving heritage resilience to climate change involves a strategic shift towards investment in new forms of development. Awareness raising is needed at all levels of society of the vulnerability of cultural heritage and the increasing threats posed by climate change. And last but not least, need to further invest in research and education by systematically including cultural heritage in the national education systems and national research programs. Congratulations to Greece for its initiative and wishing you a lot of success to your event and to the follow-up steps of your initiative. Many thanks to Maria Gabriel. Now, I would like to give the floor to a dear former colleague, but a colleague once, colleague forever, and dear friend, Kurt Vandenberger, the Director General of DG Klima, a key personality in the combat against climate change, representing the European Commission. Without ado, Kurt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Yorgos. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by congratulating the flexible mechanism for all its activities and for organizing this side event today on a very important subject. I should say that I only know Yorgos since 15 years, not 20 years. And Yorgos has many, many qualities and assets, but passion and perseverance is definitely among them. So I really thank you for putting cultural heritage and the climate resilience of cultural heritage so high on the agenda. Petros, you were saying that climate change is happening. Actually, climate change is galloping. It is accelerating. We have heard from the World Meteorological Organization that this year, 2023, will most likely be the year when the global average warming will be 1.4 degrees since the industrial age. And we know from Copernicus that actually Europe is warming more than the rest of the world. Europe has already warmed at more than 2.2 degrees. The Arctic more than 3 degrees, by the way. So what this all means is not that this is a problem for the planet. The planet couldn't care less about warming. It's a problem and a threat to human civilization as we know it on this planet. And one of the biggest, most noteworthy expressions of human civilization is cultural heritage, and I'm happy you also add to this natural heritage, Yorgos. Cultural heritage is a cornerstone of our society, of our European society, and of our identity. And I personally believe if you lose history, you lose your identity, you lose your roots, as you say, but you also become very uncertain about your future. And so we really have to mind this. And we know that climate change is threatening culture and natural heritage because of extreme weather events, flash floods, heat, landslides. Greece has witnessed some of these events very recently, but there is more than extreme weather events. There's also slow onset climate change with rising sea levels, for example, and many other factors that compound all the other elements of climate change and impacts of climate change. And by the way, this is a universal phenomenon. It's not just Europe. I will quote from a title in The Guardian not later than 5 days ago, which said, "History fades as rising sea levels slowly destroy Thailand's temple murals." So this is happening all across the world, where our identity, our cultural identity and our history is slowly threatened and at risk of disappearance. So we really have a challenge here to make our culture and natural heritage much more climate change resilient. In doing so, avoid maladaptation, making sure that we do it in the right way, and also making sure that cultural heritage is in the most adequate way part of the whole mitigation strategy that we need, in a way that it respects our cultural heritage and cultural identity, because we have lots of historical buildings, for example, in Europe, that will need to become much more energy efficient. But how do we do this without threatening or destroying the identity of that cultural heritage? So this is a challenge, but also actually an opportunity for Europe to come with the right approaches, the right tools, the right solutions and technological developments. And again, I really would like to thank Greece for putting this so high on the agenda. From the European Union, we do our best to contribute to this. Since 2021, we have a European climate adaptation strategy, thanks to which all member states now have a national adaptation plan. In that strategy, we have definitely and very explicitly recognized the need to protect our cultural heritage against the impacts of climate change. You mentioned Maria Gabriel. We are funding quite a few projects, for example, through Horizon Europe, in projects in which Greece, but also Spain, Italy, Norway are participating, developing, for example, diagnostic tools to measure and monitor the impact of climate change, of cultural heritage, and many other of these examples. We are mainstreaming climate change and the impact of climate change in many of our legislative tools. As you know, Yorgos, we have the EU Floods Directive since 2007, which is obliging member states to report very regularly on all the cultural heritage sites that are at risk, at possible risk of climate change. We develop other activities like Copernicus, for example, the emergency management service that supports member states in managing natural and non-natural geohazards through satellite imagery, among other things. And that also helps member states to detect potential decline in cultural heritage sites. I would like to finish by saying that we have had a group of member states experts working on the climate change impacts on cultural heritage from 2019 to 2022. This group of experts brought up quite some good examples of best practices in dealing with the impact of climate change and making cultural heritage more climate resilient in many member states. But what they also showed is that member states very often lack proper policies and action plans to mitigate this impact. It's all a bit fragmentary, it's anecdotal, they're very good intentions, but it's not very structured. So we can do better in Europe to organize this effort. And there, again, from DG Klima, we will try to contribute to this. In March next year, in a couple of months, we come with the first ever European climate risk assessment, where we are working with the Environmental Agency in Copenhagen and many other organizations, including, I believe, Copernicus, to map and identify what are the main risks we will face from climate change in the years and decades to come. Identify these risks, then also make sure that there's ownership for these risks, that we don't leave these risks orphaned, that no one deals with it. So we will try to identify the owners for all these risks and then propose ways in how we can best deal together with these risks. And I would hope that this European Climate Risk Assessment, the first ever systematic exercise of this kind, will also be a moment to increase further the awareness of the importance of protecting cultural heritage and that we act on this as well. So thank you very much, Yorgos, for all your efforts.
Thank you very much, Kurt, for being with us. Your contribution is extremely precious, and of course, the news that you have announced are very promising. Let me say that we have been both in DG Environment. Some environmental directives need to be reviewed in the light of the climate crisis. We are now speaking about climate crisis. For example, the floods directive. It needs to be revamped because it was in reality mapping flooding areas, but flooding areas in Greece now are everywhere. The same in Italy, the same in Spain, etc. So we need a new generation directive. We also possibly need to review the Environmental Impact Assessment Directive. There is a reference to climate, but we need to boost that. And also climate proofing is extremely important in relation to taxonomy. You have referred to all that, but I do believe that we need some kind of screening of all our legislation to boost mitigation and resilience. Thank you very much. Kurt has a very important meeting with his commissioner, but before you go, let me say 2 words. The Greek initiative tries to combine ancestral intelligence. We need it. It is our roots. It is our history. Artificial intelligence. We need it. Copernicus. All the things that you have mentioned, how we can digitalize the monuments and follow their evolution. And of course, emotional intelligence. We need emotional intelligence. Europe needs emotional intelligence, and I hope the new Commission will have more emotional intelligence. You have it, we have it, but we need to boost that, of course.
Can I say something? I apologize for the protocol, but before you go, on behalf of the civil society, and Europa Nostra is the voice of civil society committed to cultural heritage and many more organizations here, we really find it important that the European Union, European Commission, for all the reasons that you have said, is attending in some representative. Perhaps you could represent the European Commission at the high-level ministerial meeting. European Union is an force for good in Europe and the world, and we know that the European Commissioner is in Brussels at the Council of Ministers meeting, so perhaps you could be there. I'm sure that our colleagues from the UAE government would be, and we would very much like to have a dialogue because we have a lot of messages for bringing that ancestral intelligence. We are not just at risk, we are part of the solution, and so we are your allies.
Thank you. Just a final word. I do believe that now we have a new mission for the chakras of the humanity. This is the expression that I would like to use, which is integrating culture in climate action. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like now to give the floor to the 3 key co-drivers of the Greek initiative, 3 extremely important organizations which are with us today, starting with UNESCO, with Dr. Yoti Hosagrahar, who is the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center of UNESCO. She will connect online from Paris. Yoti, can you hear us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent, excellent. We are very happy to see you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Let me just bring my screen on just a second, and I will be able to roll with it. Well, it is, sorry, I'm having a problem. I just had it fully set up, but
Jyoti, we can hear you very well. Yes,
just one second.
And we can see you very well. So please go on. Everything is perfect. You have to share your screen. Okay. Okay, wonderful.
Can you see it?
Wonderful, yes, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm very pleased to be here, dear Excellencies, dear Mr. Dr. Kremlis, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's really a very great pleasure for me to be here today on behalf of UNESCO to welcome you to this very important event of the Flexible Mechanism Initiative, that is a joint initiative that we are delighted to be part of and focused on how to promote the protection and resilience of cultural and natural heritage from climate change impacts. As you're all well aware, climate change is the defining issue of our time, and its impact on our shared heritage is apparently really one that is now of major concern. We have 1 in 3 natural heritage sites and 1 in 6 cultural heritage sites that are currently threatened by climate change. Increasing fires, floods, droughts, desertification, ocean acidification are all threatening both cultural and natural heritage. And while the uprooting of communities due to climate change is putting entire ways of life at risk, including the practice and transmission of living heritage, oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, and festival events. So I want to make clear right away that what we're working with from UNESCO is not only looking at the protection of World Heritage properties. Indeed, cultural heritage at UNESCO includes cultural and natural heritage to begin with. But World Heritage properties simply are the most visible, you might say, properties that are on the World Heritage list, but are really the tip of the iceberg, as you very nicely put it, Professor Kremlis, that it is about all natural and cultural heritage, and that is indeed the case. And it's not only about the sites, natural and cultural heritage sites, but also about practices, knowledges, traditional indigenous knowledges and practices, as well as properties that are threatened by all types of properties and movable and immovable properties that are threatened. The UNESCO World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development, Montreal 2022, encouraged UNESCO to develop operational guidelines on the subject in the framework of UNESCO conventions and recommendations in the field of culture, including the UNESCO 1972, 2001, 2003, and 2005 conventions, and the UNESCO 2011 and 2015 recommendations in synergy with relevant international organizations, frameworks, and mechanisms such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, the United Nations Agricultural Organization, UNEP, FAO, and the Environment Organization, UNEP, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, as well as, of course, working with the Flexible Mechanism Initiative for addressing the impacts of climate change on cultural and natural heritage, with the aim of assisting member states in the development of their policies and strategies to address extreme climate impacts affecting the entire culture sector. Climate change and rising sea levels greatly impact cultural heritage, Coastal erosion damages in a rapid speed sites and undermines their foundations. Sites such as Venice or Swahili, site of Kisimani Mafia in Tanzania, sink into the sea, and prehistoric sites and beaches are washed away as fast as they appear, liberated from sediment. Thus, underwater cultural heritage is also a valid indicator about the impact caused by erosion or the introduction of invasive species like the shipworm Teredo navalis caused by climate change. This cultural heritage, however, also needs urgent protection. So underwater and coastal heritage sites and artifacts have significant cultural and educational value, and they provide a tangible link to our past and can help promote cultural diversity, respect for climate adaptation and understanding, so that there's a greater appreciation of the richness of our heritage. So in the past few decades, we have seen an increase in the number of sites being affected by weather-induced disasters and climate change. Reports on the state of conservation of World Heritage Sites indicate that all types of World Heritage Sites are vulnerable to impacts of climate change in all regions of the world. However, while we see a growing trend in climate change being addressed in these reports, compared to what we know is happening on the ground, the issue is still underrepresented in the reporting and threat assessment for World Heritage Sites. So while many World Heritage Sites are impacted by climate change, there are also repositories of solutions with important options for society to mitigate and adapt to climate change, recognized in the 2015 World Heritage Policy on Climate Change. UNESCO is actively mobilized to address the impact of climate change on culture and to promote its role for climate action, building on its interdisciplinary mandate on culture, science, education, and based on its normative expertise, notably enshrined in its conventions and programs. On the strength of its experience in ethics and convinced that there is no common future without shared values, UNESCO took a further step forward in 2017, adopting a declaration of ethical principles in relation to climate change, which focuses specifically on the need to approach this struggle from an ethical point of view. This declaration sets out a short list of globally agreed ethical principles that should guide decision-making and policy-making at all levels and help mobilize people to address climate change. Joining forces with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, and the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, UNESCO organized the first ever international co-sponsored meeting on culture, heritage, and climate change in December 2021 to further integrate culture into the international climate agenda, including in future IPCC assessment reports. The final report of this meeting may serve as a resource during the 7th assessment cycle of the IPCC in order to further support the integration of culture into global climate action. And I'm going to take a moment here to go over some of the key messages here that came out of this report and the final conclusion of this meeting that was integrated into a major report. First, inclusive approaches to climate change are should be informed by culture and heritage, with holistic and inclusive approaches to culture and heritage that would help recognize the impact of climate change on culture and heritage, at the same time unlock their potential to help national and local governments, communities, and businesses leverage culture's contribution for a climate resilient future and a sustainable response to climate change. Secondly, better understanding the impacts of the risks of climate change is important, so that a better understanding of the relation of culture and heritage to climate impacts, exposure, and vulnerability would help to reduce risks to culture and heritage, as well as to better inform and enhance the role and action of culture and heritage in climate action. Third, culture and heritage for mitigation, where a better understanding of culture and heritage and the past can create opportunities to increase climate mitigation options and efficacy. Fourth, culture and heritage for adaptation, where a better understanding of culture, heritage, and the past can provide opportunities to introduce, develop, and enhance adaptation approaches and strategies. Fifth, artistic and creative approaches, those involved in culture and heritage, including understanding the past, can better inform how knowledge systems include coherent sets of knowledge, practices, and values. And finally, learning from the past, where historic places, their inherent knowledge, and intangible practices transmitted across generations offer solutions about factors that made past societies more resilient. So the 20th General Assembly of States Parties to the World Heritage Convention adopted just on the 19th of November in 2015 the policy on the integration of a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention as a guide to harness the potential of World Heritage properties and heritage in general to contribute to sustainable development and increase the effectiveness and relevance of the 1972 Convention. So when we're talking about implementing the 1972 Convention, it's important to consider that all of these concerns are addressed at the same time, contributing to the 2030 Agenda. And you can see these dimensions very clearly as environment and sustainability, inclusive social development, inclusive economic development, and the fostering of peace and security. UNESCO has been at the forefront of efforts to study and manage the impact of climate change on world heritage, and UNESCO has engaged in the updating of a policy document on climate action for world heritage in order to make available the latest knowledge and technology in this field and to guide the decisions and actions of the World Heritage community. After a drafting process that lasted several years and numerous meetings of international experts, the policy document was revised by an open-ended working group of states parties to the World Heritage Convention and adopted on the 24th session of the General Assembly of States Parties on the 23rd of November, just a week or so ago, in 2023. And it provides high-level guidance on enhancing the protection and conservation of heritage of outstanding universal value through comprehensive adoption of climate action measures, including climate adaptation, mitigation, resilience building, innovation and research, and in so doing create coherence with and takes advantage of the synergies with and the objectives and the processes of the World Heritage Convention and those of the UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, adopted under the UNFCCC. So this is the policy document that we just heard Mr. Kurt Baderberg talk about, that there is now guidance towards this. We are in the process of developing more detailed implementable actions based on this. Of the 1,199 World Heritage properties today, nearly 1/3 are World Heritage cities, and more than 70% of cultural properties are in urban areas, making them vulnerable to relentless pressures of urbanization and climate change. Historic cities and urban heritage are particularly at risk because many of them develop for historical reasons along the coast or along major rivers. Historic places, their inherent knowledge and intangible cultural practices transmitted across generations offer general lessons and factors that have made past societies more resilient, that would be more valuable today in the face of climate change, although each case may be understood in its particular context. The 7 themes that are visible on the slide, including climate change, form the themes of a tool that has been developed, which is a platform for innovative and good practices, the World Heritage Canopy platform that looks at and curates, brings together heritage-based local solutions for sustainable futures.
Dear Jyoti,
I'm going to wrap up very quickly.
Okay.
So I'm not going to go into the examples. You can go into the platform and see yourself. Projects in Belize, in Malawi, in any number of places. But I just want to wrap up with the idea of the protection of culture in emergency situations, looking at living heritage in providing a deep and ancient reservoir of practices, values, and knowledge that highlights the human-nature relationship. The Earth observation for World Heritage in times of climate change, that includes also the Urban Heritage Climate Observatory, that I think is very important to mention, which is a collaboration with the Group on Earth Observation along with the Greek Geo Office, are all examples that show how satellite data can be used to undertake global studies for World Heritage sites. And you can see this also with the very important paper that was published by UNESCO together with IUCN, the World Heritage Forests Carbon Sinks Under Pressure. That was the first global scientific assessment of greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration by forests in UNESCO World Heritage. So with that, I want to just recall the different World Heritage reviews that have focused on climate change and close. Thank you very much. Just to give you a quick overview of some of the different areas that we have been involved with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jyoti, for this very comprehensive presentation. I hope we could give you more time, but we are running out of time. We are grateful to UNESCO. We are grateful to your contribution to the Greek initiative. And of course, to you as you are broadening the scope of your activities to encompass culture, marine cultural heritage. And of course, another important thing is the consequences of the war, because the war is boosting the climate crisis, unfortunately, and it is affecting important monuments. And we are very happy that the Odessa Historic Center was declared a World Heritage. We have all contributed to that. Europa Nostra, Greece have been also voices towards this direction. Thank you very much again. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to the other key partner of the Greek initiative, represented here by Ms. Ina Lambert, Program Officer of the Adaptation Division of UNFCCC. The floor is yours, Ina, and I would like to ask the speakers to shorten as much as possible their presentations because of time constraints. Please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, I will be very close, like this. Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me. I will be brief for the simple reason that you are at our conference. We have 2 weeks and not just 5 minutes. So welcome to COP28, and thank you for inviting me to be here. For our part, I would just say a few words about what the UNFCCC does on the topics of culture and heritage. As you might be aware, we do not have culture and heritage as a dedicated agenda item yet. Who knows what is going to come if the initiative here rises. Exactly. Whatever parties bring to the table can grow, and we've seen initiatives grow. We have a very big Oceans initiative, Oceans Dialogue, that is getting more and more impact. And why should heritage and culture not go the same way? But this is not in the hands of the Secretariat. So what do we actually do in regards to culture and heritage? I would just like to highlight a few things that are related. For example, the protection and preservation of cultural values and systems through the protection and conservation of indigenous species and the preservation of cultural and heritage sites is actually one of the goals in guidelines that have been developed. So it is already quite far advanced. And what I'm talking about are the technical guidelines for national adaptation planning that you colleagues might be familiar with, and also other colleagues might have heard of. These guidelines were originally adopted for the least developed countries to make a first start on assessing their adaptation needs, but they have been recognized as very useful for all countries indeed. Then you might have heard of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform that give a voice to local and indigenous people. And while these are not being negotiated at this session, much more exciting things are going on. I think our colleagues and the groups are organizing 8 big events at this conference. So they are broadly advertised, they are open, and there is a lot to hear about strengthening, protecting, and preserving traditional knowledge and knowledge systems, and how these communities can contribute to what we are doing in our daily lives, actually. And also very strong, very politically charged, but very interesting, is our work on loss and damage. And in particular, there is one work stream on non-economic losses, which operates under something that's called the Warsaw Mechanism on loss and damage. And there, experts consider losses that are not measurable in financial terms and not commonly traded in markets. A charged debate, an interesting debate. I believe that UNESCO is actually part of it. It's a group that has rotating membership, but it's also considered during the negotiations. So the documents are interested to consult. And then, before coming to an end, I would just like to mention a few very hot topics that you might be following if you're following the negotiations. One is the newly established Santiago network that has just been agreed to catalyze technical assistance of relevant organizations, bodies, networks, and experts for the implementation of relevant approaches for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage at the local, national, and regional level. So again, particularly interesting to developing countries here in our UNFCCC negotiation process, but certainly elements that everybody can learn from it. Then we have the global goal on adaptation, very hotly debated. And there it is discussed how progress on adaptation can be measured, and indicators and targets are being discussed. And just looking through the current negotiation text, there is an example of a possible target that, for example, by a certain year, 100% of significant tangible heritage sites and cultural heritage are protected from climate change impacts through infrastructure development that promotes climate resilient developments to conserve tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And wouldn't that be a nice goal if this could at some point be reached? And lastly, on a very positive note, I want to highlight the big bang with which we opened our conference. At the opening plenary, a decision was adopted that has never happened before. Normally, decisions are adopted 2 days after the official end of the conference. That was yet another fund. And that is the new Loss and Damage Fund to assist vulnerable developing countries to respond to economic and non-economic losses and damages associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including extreme weather events, speaking about flooding and slow onset events that concern us all. So these are just a few examples. I'm going to keep it at this. Thank you very much for having us. We've been following this initiative over the last 2 years, and it's great to see the progress that you're making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Irina. You are a key player in our initiative together with UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization. We are grateful to you, and of course, as a host of all the COPs, you have to accommodate all the voices. All the humanity is here, and you have to hear the voices and to reflect on them and to accommodate them to the largest possible extent. And we are happy that culture is now on board. And hopefully, in the deliverables of this COP28, a declaration or a decision on an action plan on culture and climate would be a key milestone to be further developed in COP29. Thank you very much again. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker who will connect online, Dr. Professor Jörg Lutherbacher from the World Meteorological Organization. Jörg, do you hear us? Great.
Colleagues and participants, I'm very happy to welcome you also on behalf of the World Meteorological Organization. We are an important organization that can give insights into the interplay between meteorology, dynamics, climate and heritage resilience, guiding us towards effective strategies and also solutions. WMO facilitates the integration of meteorological insights into heritage resilience strategies. And also the emphasis is on the importance of weather and climate information in assessing risk to cultural and natural heritage sites and devising proactive measures to safeguard them. Through its global network of meteorological and climatological monitoring stations, the organization provides essential climate data and forecasting services. And these resources help heritage custodians and decision makers in understanding long-term climate trends, extreme events that might actually endanger cultural assets. I want to make it short, and I just have 2 or 3 more points. WMO also supports research initiatives that focus on understanding the intersection of climate change and heritage resilience, and it encourages innovation in predictive modeling, risk assessment methodologies, and technology application to better protect cultural assets from weather-related threats. And in this respect, the flexible mechanism is an important initiative that we just heard. We have also the activities of the WMO, which align very well with the Early Warnings for All initiative announced by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, to protect anyone with early warning services from climate change and extreme events. Finally, the WMO's approach, combining scientific expertise, advocacy, capacity building, and collaborative partnership, it contributes significantly to enhancing heritage resilience against the challenges posed by climate change and extreme weather events. Thus, it is committed to the strong support for the flexible mechanism of the initiative at UN level for the protection of cultural and natural heritage from climate change impact. So WMO is very happy to continue the successful work. Thanks very much to all of you. Back to you, George.
Thank you very much, Jörg, for being so concise and to the point. And thank you for the contribution of your organization to the protection of our planet and, of course, to the Greek initiative. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Konstantinos Kartalis, representing the Greek Ministry of Culture, who will share with us best practice that the Greek Ministry of Culture has developed in Greece. And in that respect, I would like also to underline the important role that Mr. Kartalis is undertaking in the context of the coordination unit of the Greek initiative at United Nations level. Mr. Kartalis, do you hear us? Yes.
I'll share my screen and I will try to be really brief also.
Yes, you can share your screen. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's very clear. We can see everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Ministry of Culture. Please accept the salute of Minister Lina Mendoni, who has been following all this initiative to enhance the resilience of the cultural heritage sites in Greece. I will speak about some initiatives and then the lessons learned so far. So the first initiative is to define the vulnerability of archaeological sites at the scale of the country, national scale. And all this, the vulnerability has been defined on the basis of a number of climate risks and dangers that have been identified, different for different sites. And the ministry has been committed to develop 19 adaptation plans by the end of 2025. You can see the red spots are the areas where the adaptation plans will be defined per archaeological site. The majority is in the southern part of the country, which we consider being more exposed to climate risk as compared to the northern part, but eventually there will be more archaeological sites included in the national adaptation planning at these specific plans. The second initiative is to promote technical works of proactive character for 5 archaeological sites following the funding from the Recovery Fund of the European Union. This is about Delphi, which has to do about counteracting with respect to the rockfalls that are being related to erosion and presumably geological structures changes. And another example is Dion, which is in the northern part of the country, which has been exposed to the climate risk of floods, and this is also something that goes on. Altogether, that these projects reflect an amount of 30 million euros. And then the next initiative has to do with UNESCO. It has to do with the management plans for the UNESCO sites, and we are trying to introduce the climate dimension. This is one of the recent results of the ministries, supported by 3 research entities in the country, the University of Athens, the National Research Foundation, and the National Observatory of Athens, about ancient Olympia. You can see the forest risk mapping for the future period, and this is supportive for the adaptation plans. Maps like this have been produced for all other 19 archaeological sites, also for some areas, archaeological sites which the Ministry of Culture is planning to submit to UNESCO in order to get the attention of future risks as related to climate change. And the fourth initiative has to do with a very solid collaboration between the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection for the implementation of proactive measures for 40 archaeological sites that demonstrate high climate risk for forest fires. And you can see the different actions that have been taking place. I would say that what is most important is to also use science in the proactive measures, for instance, fire propagation modeling and sensors in the visible and thermal infrared. But there have been also the preparation of evacuation plans for the archaeological sites in the event that the forest fire takes place at the vicinity of the archaeological site. And then the lessons learned. The first lesson has been said before by Professor Serefos in the beginning and Dr. Kremlis and many others, that there is a need to refine the criteria for ecosystems to also refer to the concentration, continuity, and integrity of the cultural heritage. The second one is that there's a strong variation with respect to climate vulnerability by location, and this requires a site-based analysis. In practical terms, this means that an adaptation plan cannot be applied indiscreetly at all sites. It has to be differentiated depending on the climate risk. The third lesson that has been learned from all this analysis that has been done by the ministry is to monitor how climate change and the socio-economic changes may impact the communities which support the conservation of cultural heritage. The next one is to exhaust all efforts to promote adaptation on site, to respect the immovable concept and avoid the loss of cultural memory, to consider the maladaptation risk, to communicate past or local knowledge in adaptation, and to take note that adaptation is not limitless, that whatever you can do for adaptation has always a limit. So there's a need for mitigation as well, as this Conference of Parties has been trying to do with respect to the mitigation of climate change. So this practically summarizes the presentation about the lessons learned. More are to be promoted. The whole situation with the advancement of cultural heritage and climate risk connection supports the efforts of the ministry. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Kornelis, for taking the lead.
Thank you very much, Professor Kartalis, for your contribution to the Greek initiative and for sharing with us the best practice that the Greek Ministry of Culture has developed and which we will share with all our counterparts in the framework of the Greek initiative at the United Nations level. Indeed, we need tailored solutions, as you have correctly pointed out. And of course, we need a lot of imagination. And let me say that we have seen great monuments presented. It's not only the outdoor cultural heritage, it is also the indoor cultural heritage. And we have a very precious indoor cultural heritage which suffers from humidity and from bad conservation conditions. In that respect, I would refer to the Parthenon marbles and to the need for their uranification. It's not the purpose of this meeting, but the purpose of our initiative is to preserve wherever they are our precious cultural and natural heritage. Thank you very much for being with us. I believe that we will have the opportunity to follow up on all these initiatives. Would you like to add something?
No, thank you. I think
Thank you very much, Professor Kartalis. I think without ado, as time is flying, I would like to give the floor to the voice of the citizens of Europe. My dear friend, Snežka Mihajlović, it's easier for me, the Mihajlović, we are neighbors, who will speak about Europa Nostra and all the important initiatives that Europa Nostra is launching, starting from a recent important event in Venice. You will tell us more. The floor is yours. And as I know that you are a Cascade and the Niagara Falls speaker, please try to be as short as possible.
You have the permission to cut me after 5 minutes.
No, I will not. I respect you.
First of all, thank you so much, George, for this initiative. It is a privilege to speak at this event, not just on behalf of Europa Nostra and also of the European Heritage Hub Consortium that we recently launched, but I would say on behalf of so many cultural heritage voices and cultural voices that have gathered here at COP28 to pass a strong message about the need for a culture-based climate action. And some of them are here in the audience. I see here Climate Heritage Network, Julie's Bicycle, IFLA, ICOMOS. We are all here. And George, sorry, I mean, you mentioned that we need emotion. I think they all deserve an applause. I'm only a spokesperson of all this huge power that has gathered here. And you spoke about the importance of emotion. I'm very emotional. George, this is the first time I am ever attending a COP meeting, and it's first time I'm speaking at a COP meeting, and I'm doing it at the Greek pavilion. I think it's very symbolic that this is happening. And if I'm here is also the emotion is because I feel that something is happening and momentum is gaining. It's here and now and this COP. There is an expectation at all levels. The Greek initiatives have immensely contributed for that momentum, and you have contributed together with a number of organizations, international, national, local, to show that there is an immense negative impact of climate change. But now, I think here and now at this COP, together, we are going to make history by showing that a cultural heritage, together with arts, together with creative sector, with culture in a vast area, we are part of the solution. And this is something which I think is a game changer, and it's happening now. And thanks to also very much Greece, and I think what happened during the World Leaders' Day, the Prime Ministers of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, he was the first prime minister, a first leader, who ended up his speech by talking about the importance of cultural heritage, but not just being threatened, but as being part of a solution, and the importance of that ancestral intelligence that you mentioned. And he did it during the World Leaders' Day. So something is happening, and we want many more world leaders to follow that. Something is missing. The humanity, spirituality, wisdom, ancestral intelligence, all that is conveyed by the world of cultural and natural heritage and something is missing. So yes, indeed, for the moment we still don't have an agenda within the UFCCC, but we are here to make this change. Like recently, I think agriculture became an important field. So we think that time has come to have a joint work on culture and climate action. We would, of course, have preferred that it's happening already here. But if it's not this year, it will happen next year. And this is what is included in our global call to action, to put culture, art, heritage at the heart of climate policy, planning, and action. And we did it. We launched it ahead of the COP. I think we'll have already 1,500 signatories from all over the world, European, global voices, individuals, organizations. They all said, yes, we need that joint work on culture and climate action, and we need a group of friends. We need everyone to be friends, because we heard from Kurt, said, climate change is galloping. So we have to gallop also as in climate action. And that's why history is happening here with the high-level ministerial meeting. We are really applauding that the government of the Emirates, together with the government of Brazil, convened that meeting. Greece will be there, a number of European countries, other countries will be there. We really see that, and also even the civil society. Thank you, Manas. Thank you, you have worked very hard, but from day one you involved the civil society. Now, give me just one last word. I want to say that among those who have signed a global call to action is the Venice. We have here the representative of the Venice Sustainability Foundation, because the whole mobilization also we initiated at our European Cultural Heritage Summit in Venice. You have been there, Professor Campostrini. You are here. Venice is important. You signed the global call to action, and World Human Forum, Alexandra Mitsotaki, she had a wonderful video, very inspirational video that we couldn't show, but I want on her behalf to say the message that she's also saying about this importance of bringing wisdom and sustainability and spirituality in our action. And thank you for bringing the European Union on board. It was music to our ear to hear the DG in charge of climate speaking in the way he spoke, not only in charge of culture. So this is this bridge between the world of culture and the world of climate policymakers and the cities. Last one, the cities. I saw the new mayor of Athens was here also. Again, Greece is leading, and I think with the champs, another thing that happened here, we need also to make this bridge, civil society, governments, researchers, and cultural heritage and cultural voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Snezka. Your enthusiasm is a driving force. And of course, we want the European citizens to become a driving force for a new era of culture-driven climate action, which we all need. I will not say more because
we can't make it without citizens.
We
and
are
culture
really
can help
late,
us to get the citizens
but,
on.
we need this bottom-up and top-bottom action to be combined. I would like now to give the floor to the three states here represented. Antonio, representing Spain, Jesus Antequera Delgado will present the best practice that Spain, which currently holds the presidency of the European Union, is doing. But please, we are already, our time has already expired. I'm a very bad moderator. I'm very sorry to say that. So I will try to to accommodate things as possibly. Please.
Thank you. Thank you to the flexible mechanism, and thank you to all the audience. I'm going to be very, very quick because time flies. So, in the Ministry of Culture of Spain, we have launched 2 initiatives due to the effects of climate change on our cultural heritage. As we have seen, we have droughts, we have floods, we have slice loss also. And as a response to these matters, the tropicalization of the water of the Mediterranean Sea, also the change of the salinity that are affecting the shipwrecks that are under the sea. We have several initiatives. For more information, you can contact the flexible mechanism and they will give our contact. And we have launched this paper, the Green Paper on the Sustainable Management of Cultural Heritage. This paper has an approach based on 3 axes: environmental, social, and economic. Is conceived as a compendium of best practices related to cultural heritage and sustainable management. And the tools used are financing, searching, innovation, how to face cultural tourism, the intangible heritage also, the use of technology, the dissemination, the information, etc. The other document is the protocol for the implementation of renewable energies in cultural assets. As we have seen, cultural heritage must contribute to the mitigation of climate change, but due to its fragility, its uniqueness also, we need to implement these energies in a proper way, in an adequate way, no? As the Commissioner says. So with this document, we are trying to give guidelines and considerations and so on to the technicians of the different administrations of Spain. And to sum up, I'm very, very, very quick. I'm going to talk a little bit about Alhambra. Alhambra is probably the most famous monument of Spain, and it has been selected in the EU MED 9 project for screening and monitoring the effects of climate change in this monument. But I have to say that more than a monument, is a cultural landscape, because it's full of architecture and also nature. We have to have in our mind that Alhambra has 130,000 square meters of forests only, almost 13 hectares. We have, from different times, from the Islamic period, the main of them. Also we have Generalife. Generalife was the summer house of the Nasrid governor. It comes from the Arabic, Jena al-Arif, the architect's garden. No? So you can imagine how important is water in Alhambra ecosystem. In this case, the Board of Trustees of La Alhambra, in which the Ministry of Culture is part of it, are implementing some measures like water recycling, the use of the responsible use of water, like the Court of the Lions, the restoration of canals, ditches, also with the recovering of traditional trades, or the ancestral wisdom that George said. So, if you are interested in some more information of the Green Paper, you can scan this code, or you can write to us at this mail. Thank you so much, and see you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for being concise. Indeed, the Green Paper and the protocol are best practice. There are copies of the Green Paper at the entrance, so please take one, and I'm looking to Mahnaz. Take one of the copies. They constitute really good practice. Now, without ado, I would like to move to the next speaker, Mr. Gabriel Ezak, who will connect online, who is technical advisor from the Seychelles National Institute for Culture, Heritage and Arts. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Seychelles thanks the Greek government for this initiative, aptly called the initiative. I will be as brief, as quick as possible. I hope you can see the screen. Seychelles is a very small country, relatively speaking, and it has around 100 people, and its main economy is tourism. And the average temperature is around 28 degrees Celsius, so it's a tropical weather. Now, most of the heritage in Seychelles is around the coastline, and around 60% of it is around the coastline, and it's very vulnerable. And but we've been trying to work with the World Bank with the mitigation plan and reduce our carbon footprint, everything. And we also have the right gas now we are using. We banned the plastic. We banned the importation of balloons. We are trying to limit the use of plastics. Actually, it's almost banned in Seychelles. So there's a huge effort trying to contribute towards the mitigation of this climate issue. Now, Seychelles has two World Heritage sites. They are the Aldabra Atoll and the Vallée de Mai. And this is the Aldabra Atoll. And they are both being affected to a certain extent by the climate change. There's a coral bleaching around the Aldabra Atoll, and there's sometimes a certain infestation in the Vallée de Mai. So what worries us is that this is the Vallée de Mai. What worries us is that they might lose their outstanding universal value, the OUV, if certain aspects, a certain feature of those two World Heritage sites are affected by climate change. We've already lost around 77% of our heritage, which are on the coastline. And some of those lighthouses and heritage sites which are further out have already been affected, impacted. Now, we worry that climate change, as it is, may affect the tourists coming into Seychelles. Now, this is an indirect effect of climate change on the cultural heritage of Seychelles. If the tourists come, and there's a decrease in tourists coming into Seychelles, this might affect the management of those heritage sites, as a large percentage of our economy depends on the tourism industry. So you see the indirect effect of climate change through the tourism industry and right on the sites. Now, also we have flooding of the national cultural infrastructures, like the museum sometimes, which are located on the low-lying areas. And you have those buildings, sometimes we use those historical buildings symbolically and aptly as some of the museums or whatever heritage programs we've got running. And these are old buildings, they are porous, with water coming in through the ground, etc. Due to floods and other forms of weathering and mold infestation. So this is an issue. And also the movable heritage, we're talking about museum objects here. And there's an increase in ultraviolet lights and humidity, and this has an impact. And then we have the social impact as a small island state of climate change. And then there's a tendency for people to try to move further inland and move from the coast, because it's relatively dangerous because the surges are becoming stronger. And this has an impact on nature reserve because almost 40% of the Seychelles is protected. And we are very, very strong in the environmental protection. But now there will be encroachment to those reserves if the climate change persists. And so there's also a significant decline in certain seaside activities like collection of clams, which was part of the Seychellois diet. So this is also changing. Now, part two is about how we we're trying to mitigate the issue. It's cultural education, transmission of traditional skills, because now there's a big awakening about traditional knowledge system. It used to be frowned upon. We believe in modern technology, but you know that the good stewardship of the land and most heritage assets were developed and carried out by the traditional knowledge holders in those communities. And we're also trying to digitalize as much as possible the heritage so that we can keep them. And in case we can't get them physically protected, at least we'll have records, proper records. That's some aspects. And also we have this monitoring and evaluation of the sites. And we're developing a comprehensive strategic plan, management plan for the sites. And also we are factoring climate change in new buildings in Seychelles. And also we are working toward risk aversions in new building. And also we are hoping that we could relocate certain heritage sites to higher ground. That's a very costly endeavor, but it's just an idea which is worth exploring, particularly heritage sites which are of national value. And also we're trying to collect statistics and strong evidence to build up our case with those who decide the fate of those heritage sites. And because, you know, sometimes cultural heritage is not of national importance in a lot of countries. You have, you know, certain sectors, economy, etc., which is given more national priority. So we need to convince the people deciding about how to allocate funds. And we are also working on barriers, seawalls, on vulnerable sites, but this also is very costly.
Yeah.
And we're also trying to invest in the training of specialists in risk management and mitigation and restoration technicians. And also trying to establish with the potential donors for funding for recovery. Also want to involve the local communities, as they are usually the knowledge holders, and they are the possibly the people who are the most suited to advise, because after all, it's the heritage, and we're also trying to network with our partners such as UNESCO in our mitigation effort in terms of sharing of knowledge, the sharing of the related sciences, which will help with the mitigation measures. Conclusion. Obviously, climate change is an obvious existential threat to humanity, particularly to countries like Seychelles, which are low-lying lands and small islands. And along with it, heritage memories are also vulnerable, small island state. We feel the brunt of it all through floods, surges, and sea rises. So there is a pressing need for us to preserve those cultural memories of humanity and prevent them from disappearing, as I believe that humanity will be poorer in the process if we lose all those heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zak. I can assure you that we are also the voice of island states. And thank you very much for being with us. Seychelles are part of our natural and cultural heritage, and we will do our best, all of us, joining our voices to preserve and protect this precious heritage. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to the last speaker. We thank you for being with us. Dr. Anthi Kaldeli from the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Cyprus. Can you hear us? Yes. And I would
hear you. Hello.
kindly ask you not to exceed the 2 minutes. What I wanted to say is that all the PowerPoint presentations will be uploaded on the website of the Greek initiatives, and we will make a link also to the Europa Nostra website and possibly the website of the Greek Ministry of Environment to ensure the broadest possible dissemination. So, please, the floor
Good
is
evening.
yours.
Yeah, I will try to be as brief as possible. Kalispera. Before I present this brief account of the actions undertaken by Cyprus to strengthen resilience, let me first express my gratitude to Dr. Kremlis for the invitation and the Greek initiative at the United Nations level. In times of crisis, the Greek initiative has played a vital role in bringing us all together, exchanging ideas and best practices. So Cyprus, as an island state in the Eastern Mediterranean, presents diverse geomorphological features and a range of environmental conditions which shaped its rich archaeological heritage. Current threats to heritage imposed by climate change are summarized as rising temperatures, rising sea level and coastal erosion, rainfall and extreme weather that may lead to fires, droughts and floods, soil erosion, desertification, and dwindling water resources and environmental pollution. These threats have been assessed by the Task Force on Cultural Heritage of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative proposed by the Republic of Cyprus as a response to the ongoing rapid climate change in this region of high vulnerability. They have also been assessed through our collaborative work with the Greek initiative and also as part of a high-level working group of the European Union. Following these frameworks and policies published by UNESCO and ICOMOS, a number of measures were proposed to meet the requirements of the Paris Agreement. Nevertheless, due to significant limitations, and the time does not permit to present them, these are not yet addressed in their totality, although they do comprise a priority of the newly established Deputy Ministry of Culture. Considering that climate is already unstable with abrupt changes, and that it is of utmost importance to act now, the Department of Antiquities applies certain strategies to identify potential damage and apply mitigation, adaptation, and preventive measures for archaeological sites and monuments. In particular, this involved a combination of actions included in management plans and synergies with other governmental departments and academic institutions, acknowledging that research and innovation are major drivers for protecting heritage from climate change. Space-based remote sensing technologies, for example, are more than useful in this effort. I would like to thank Dr. Agabiou from the Cyprus University of Technology for this collaboration. Given the rising temperatures and the island's geomorphology, fire hazards currently comprise the #1 threat. High-risk zones are identified based on the fire risk index of the fire services, while monuments and sites are included in national action plans in collaboration with the Forestry Department. Together with the fire services, we have begun to install fire extinguishers and alarm systems in monuments and sites. Satellite remote sensing is being used to monitor cultural heritage sites as part of a project undertaken by the Cyprus University of Technology. In the event of fire, satellite imagery provides timely, valuable information as thermal sensors detect the exact location and intensity of active fire. And actually, this technology was very useful in the case of fires 2 years ago, where monuments were threatened. Further major risks are these of earthquakes and landslides. For their evaluation, we collaborate with the Department of Geological Survey for georisk assessments, and the Department of Antiquities supports another project to correlate damage condition with historical seismic activity in underground monuments. And models have been developed to examine the stresses and their seismic behavior. Displacements in archaeological sites after earthquakes are also examined through cloud-based systems, and this is just to convey an idea of the project. While another project examines displacements and assesses deformation and rockfalls at the UNESCO site of Chirokidia, again by using such earth observation techniques. Cyprus, being an island, of course, faces risks of flooding resulting from heavy rainfall and rising sea level. To assess this threat, we have developed synergies with the Water Development Department as they monitor and map the dangers of flooding and rainfall, especially in coastal areas and close to rivers. The threats imposed to buried archaeological remains due to soil erosion by water are being examined by project using earth observation data to predict erosion rates within the spatial limits of a watershed basin. And this approach has been applied to the archaeological sites of Paphos and Amathos. Earth observation data are also used to monitor the urban sprawl in the boundaries of sites for insights into pollution, for example, while land surface temperatures are also estimated in historic centers. Now, the invaluable results of such collaborative research projects guide us towards a systematic monitoring and conservation, also based on condition and impact assessments, especially at sites and monuments at greater risk, the identification of mechanical damage and erosion. For the UNESCO side of Paphos, condition assessment results are entered in a GIS as part of the management plan. And 3D detailed models, mainly in collaboration with the Cyprus Institute, are being developed for monitoring and documentation purposes. Sensors are also being installed to monitor environmental conditions, like, for example, for the design of the mosaic shelters at the UNESCO site of Paphos. Now, finally, after assessing these dangers, we have realized the need to develop capacity building. And on the slide, we can see images of a workshop inaugurated this year for masonry conservation for Nea Paphos, and another workshop at the Tombs of the Kings for heritage practitioners. Now, these policies and activities, mainly building on synergies and interdisciplinary approaches, do strengthen resilience. However, a more concrete and holistic approach with a defined time frame and specific actions and a qualitative analysis on risks is needed in order to achieve sustainability and preserve the authenticity and integrity of archaeological sites, monuments, and cultural landscapes in conjunction with their natural settings. Climate adaptation frameworks must be established, bringing together tangible and intangible heritage and sites with their artifacts, of course. Climate science must be cross-linked with heritage. And undoubtedly, the updating of the policy document on climate action approved by the General Assembly of the World Heritage Convention last month is a cornerstone towards this direction. Now, along this line, and I finished here, small island states such as Cyprus, presenting multivariate geomorphological features and challenges, may potentially become hubs in our common efforts to safeguard heritage against such world-threatening conditions. And of course, in order to fully harness the power of culture and prevent damage and loss, such policy frameworks should follow a values-based approach, and we should mobilize local communities and raise awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Calvelli, for sharing with us your impressive best practice. And we are also very happy that your Minister of Culture will participate at the event on the 8th of December, as your voice is important to be heard. Now,
yes.
We were expecting the speech of Carlo Buontempo, the director of the Copernicus program, who will share with us the great work that Copernicus is doing in relation to our cultural heritage. Are you sure you don't want to present the overheads?
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be on this panel of distinguished personality. I am the one without the tie. I'm the scientist. And there are two things we are very good at. The first one is to put together very long and elaborated PowerPoint, but I think you had probably enough by then. So the second thing we are good at is to improvise and change plans. So I decided not to go through the PowerPoint, but just condense my speech in a few minutes. And I think this is actually part of the key message. So this year, as a Copernicus Climate Change Service, we put out information about the fact that we lived through the warmest July, which incidentally was also the warmest month on record, the warmest August, the warmest September, the warmest October, and in 2 days we'll publish the bulletin that will state that November has been the warmest on record. And all this data sums up to the fact that 2023 in no likelihood will be the warmest year on record by a very large margin and incredibly and uncomfortably close to the 1.5 degree. And this is, for me, is the key. A different way of looking at it is that, let's rephrase that statement. We can say that this year has been the warmest year on record, or we can say that our cities, as a concept, cities, have never seen a climate like that. Agriculture, not, today's agriculture. Agriculture as a human phenomena has ever lived through a climate like that. We are in truly unprecedented circumstances. And this points to another point, and actually I'm grateful to Eleni Mirivili who mentioned it to me. The word nostalgia. The word nostalgia actually condenses all we are discussing about today. It condenses two words, the word for return and the word for pain in a single word, right? It's the fact that there is a pain in coming back. And the pain of coming back for me is quite telling when you talk about cultural heritage. When you talk about cultural heritage beyond the monument, when you think about the ancestral knowledge, when you think about the species, you know, there is an olive tree there, and we know the olive oil this year at record price because of the drought, because of the condition we are living in. So for me, the essence of the discussion is this concept of the fact that our past is no longer achievable. It's not something we can go back to. And we have to reinvent our future. And in reinventing our future, we have an ally. So not all is lost. We have an ally, and the natural ally we have is the knowledge we have about the climate. We are not blind. We have plenty of knowledge. We have plenty of information. We have plenty of open and free data that we can use to inform our next decision. But these require a number of things, a couple of things. On the one hand, we need to treat climate information as a public good. It's something that is required by humanities and for humanities. And secondly, we need to care for the interface. It's not enough I put a slide out there. You can look at the slide if you want later, but a plot doesn't tell you the story. You need to engage, you need to speak, you need to understand what the sensitivity are and transform that data into something that is actionable and makes a difference on the ground. To paraphrase a famous quote from Linus Torvald, the inventor of Linux, the operating system, who said, you know, words are cheap, show me your code. I would say, you know, words are cheap, show me your data, and transform that data into something we can use. So I think this initiative is a splendid initiative, a really important initiative, and I'm very happy to have this link to George and to this initiative and ensure that the data that we produce operationally, freely and open for everyone to use, can find its way also in the direction of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlo. Very concise and very forward-looking. Nostalgia is a Greek word, nostalgia, and it refers to our emotional intelligence, but also to the ancestral intelligence. So thank you for that, and thank you for the data. We need your data. They are very important to guide us for the future. The last speaker, at last, is Dr. Gerasopoulos, who is the director of the Institute for Environment Research and Sustainable Development of the National Observatory of Athens. Κύριε Γερασόπουλε, είστε μαζί μας? Are you with us? Yes.
Χαίρετε, ναι. Με ακούτε?
Yes. Please do as Carlo, if possible.
Yeah. We have two commonalities, not I and the scientist, so I'll try my best as well.
Great.
So I assume you can see my full screen already. Yes. So with respect to nostalgia, there is also a very famous song coming from a Greek composer, Yannis Christomalis. So actually, Carlo, your very nice words should be embraced and, you know, accompanied by music as well. So I'm going to deliver to you a very quick evaluation of the replies that we have received to the questionnaire that was launched by the Flexible mechanism. This started 2 years ago into 2021, and up to now we have 31 countries that have been proposing 141 sites that they would like to prioritize for their preservation to climate change impacts. The scope of the questionnaire has been to collect all this information that is needed with respect to the hazards, the strategies, the measures, and the best practices, and identify policy gaps. In the pie charts, you can see that and the map that it is mostly the northern hemisphere that has replied to the questionnaire, and this is something to be resolved, and 60% of the questionnaires come from Europe. However, the fact that the respondees were from Ministries of Environment and Ministry of Culture actually concentrating a great deal of expertise makes all these replies well informed and competent for our conclusions. So here you can see a map with the number of sites proposed by each country. 64% has been of cultural heritage, and only 20% of natural heritage, which has already been commented by the panelists. And also the other important element has been that almost half of those sites do not belong in the World Heritage list of UNESCO, which means that the countries themselves already prioritize sites that they are not in the list, and we should really give a closer look at them. So in the questionnaire, we have been asking about the hazards. You can see in the graph here the different hazards that they were asked to mention, whether they expect to have some level of impact to their sites. We see that the prevalent hazards is changes in air, temperature, and humidity. We have actually tried to cluster all those hazards in order to start creating a picture and identify patterns around the world. However, the conclusion out of this diversity is that indeed we need to have some tailored strategic actions and solutions that can really help confronting specific cultural heritage, climate change hazards in specific areas. And also the fact that we have also slow onset events is something that has been mentioned, and it's quite positive as it shows some forward-looking and long-term visions by the countries that responded to the questionnaire. With respect to the impacts again, we have again the plot of the different types of impacts that the respondees have claimed either to have experienced in their sites or they are projected to facing problems due to those impacts. And again, the same map. It is worth noting that most of those impacts coming first have to do with economic ramifications, which actually highlights the fact that all countries somehow recognize the multidimensional and complicated nature of the impact that climate change has on cultural heritage. And direct environmental impacts come a little bit more back into this list. They are considered a little bit less impactful, which also raises to us the need to increase awareness on environmental issues, and even more important, to increase awareness on the nexus between environmental protection and climate change adaptation. Also, we draw a lot of conclusions with respect to the gaps and frames. Some of them have already been mentioned here. For example, the need for training and capacity building methods, good practices. Someone also mentioned about the existence of policies and legislation. So this is also very well reflected in the questionnaire and should be taken seriously into account in the respective actions. And getting back to the national climate change adaptation framework that was also mentioned, we see that even though 97% of the countries, of the respondees have mentioned the existence of such frames, only 60% of them have some dedicated mention or a chapter of cultural heritage inside. So this should also be something that we should pursue, and potentially specific guidances on how to use different tools for cultural heritage while drafting the national adaptation plans. It's part of our actions. So as I said, we have 31 countries contributing to the survey up to now. We would like to thank all of those countries for their contributions. And since this is a dynamic process, we expect more contributions coming, especially from the areas in the globe that we identified gaps. And the last slide is the next steps. I think the material that is coming out of the questionnaire will help us promote policy-oriented good practices in preserving cultural and natural heritage. It will somehow increase sharing of know-how and networking in different frames that we are doing this, climate change, Earth observation, but also in the frame of circular and digital economy, which is one of the priorities, one of the directions that also these initiatives wants to take, and will showcase successful initiatives that are already taking place. We have heard of some of them already. I would just very briefly mention a global initiative that is taken in the GEO, the Group on Earth Observation. It's called the Urban Heritage Climate Observatory, a collaboration between the Greek Geo Office and UNESCO's World Heritage Center. It's very relevant to what Carlo mentioned about the exploitation of Earth observation for cultural heritage. So many paths for collaboration are already open. Carlos knows about that, and we offer our help and a forum for further discussion into this. And I think with this last slide, Dr. Kremlis, I would like to thank you all for your attendance, and I hope I have been also brief enough.
Thank you very much, Evangelos. Just to mention that the questionnaire is available on the website of the Greek initiative for those countries that would wish to to fill in the questionnaire. Thank you for this presentation, Evangelos. And the GEO initiative is extremely important. The link is there. They can visit it and follow it up. Now, I would like to thank you all. There are no conclusions. I think we have drawn a lot of conclusions during this panel. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the audience. And have a nice evening. We are having another panel now, starting in 5 minutes, that I will have to moderate. So please wish me well. It is on the extreme weather that Greece has faced, an extremely interesting panel. So you are most welcome to stay. 5 minutes break.
Bravo, bravo. In front? Where do you want, in front? Or yeah, like that you can. Just a moment.
Mediterranean. 2023, a year to remember. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Zerefos for a few introductory remarks, and then we will follow the flow of the program. Professor Zerefos, are you with us? Okay. If Professor Zerefos is not with us, and as we have been late in starting this event, okay. Professor Zerefos, the floor is yours for a few introductory remarks on your panel.
Yes, hello. I think you have my PowerPoint?
You can share your
share,
screen
yes.
if you have a PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm. Hold on one sec. Okay. Can you listen my voice?
Yes, very well, very well. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So the summer 2023 is a summer to remember, and I will be as brief as possible by showing to you the anomalies in the Atlantic Ocean and in the Mediterranean, which are remarkable. They range from almost 1 degree to up to 3 degrees in occasionally. I don't know who is playing with the... I'm sorry. Something is wrong. I have to...
Yeah, it's okay. You have shared your screen now. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Great. So to start with, I don't know.
Recording in progress.
So what I want to show you is that the anomaly of this particular summer was as great as ever, from at least since the time when we are having records. You can see that sea surface temperatures here, they go up to 3 degrees above normal, and you can see that July and August are the warmest, as mentioned also in the previous panel. Now here it's a ranking of anomalies. You can see them in degrees centigrade, and practically all of the Mediterranean has been above normal, up to 3 or more degrees centigrade hotter. Air temperatures ranking of the records of July, August, and since the beginning of measurements in the Mediterranean, you can see that ranking number 1 or 2 in the whole record, it can be seen all over in the major portion of the Mediterranean, particularly in the west and in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. Now, if one compares the temperature anomalies over land and over the sea, in the sea surface temperatures, we can see that indeed that summer was exceptional. here one can identify the global dimming effect between the 60s and 80s and actually the brightening of the sun after the Clean Air Acts took place all over the globe. As a consequence, we got wildfires in Greece. These are two major wildfires, one in northern Greece, in Dadia, a Natura place, and the other in the island of Rhodes, both of natural heritage sites in the UNESCO catalog, and we have forecasted the threat that would affect them. Now, the flood was the other effect that dominated Greece. This is an omega blocking, so-called, during the Daniel, the worst tropical Mediterranean storm that we have ever encountered. And 3 years ago, it was another storm that was the worst case in 2021, but it was 5 times less than the water that fell during the Daniel so-called storm. What I want to mention in brief here is that these sites have been included, the ones that have been struck by Daniel have been included among the 13 most endangered sites in the UNESCO catalog of 240 heritage sites in the Mediterranean. Therefore, this actually points to the fact that since the time we have published a paper ranking the different sites, the UNESCO sites of cultural and natural heritage, 3 of them came up with this stormy and terrible situation that we encountered in the past summer. I have to stop to avoid having, if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zerefos, for your presentation. I don't know if there are any questions to be addressed to the professor who will be with us in the course of this panel. So I would like now to give the floor to the next speaker, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Mr. Petros Varilidis, to present us a very important Life Plus project, very much related to this initiative. The floor is yours.
Can we have the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you. First of all, let me say that indeed it was an unprecedented situation in Greece last summer and fall. Huge fires followed by huge floods. And also it was unprecedented that Professor Zerefos, because I've seen the presentation, managed to be so concise, knowing how much information there is in that presentation. So thank you. Yeah, thank you, Professor Zerifos, for that. The reality is that adaptation was a forgotten child in the policies of the environment ministry until we had the national strategy on adaptation that was prepared by the Greek National Academy. For historical reasons, let me also say that first it was proposed to be delivered as a project to the private sector with a preposterous price tag. And it was when we declined that, and I'm very proud that I contributed to that no in that project. It was done for free by the National Academy of Greece, and we're grateful to them. The second step was this Life IP project, where we have also here Ioanna Tsalakanidou with us, who is the heart and the brain of that project. So I'm trying to figure out how it moves. Okay. Okay, I managed. Okay. There are many partners. You see them here. We started. Okay. Okay. The project started in 2019. It has 8 years duration and a total cost of 14,200,000 euros. So it's a quite big, quite large project. Okay. As I said, it follows the national adaptation strategy that was delivered in 2016, where we have 15 priority sectors, and it's implemented through the 13 regions of Greece by means of 13 regional strategies that have been already adopted or are in the final stages of adoption. There are 5 objectives in this Life IP program: the systematization and improvement of short and long-term decision-making for climate change adaptation, practically more and better data, and more free data. Everybody talks about free data, but well, the truth is that most of the times they refer to the data of the others, not people from Copernicus, but many of the other institutions. Unfortunately, that's the reality of things. And
we are part of the Copernicus system.
Yes. I'm not referring to you, but it is clear after the flood events in Greece, everybody said about the data and how much data there are in Greece and why they don't ask us and where are all these data, and there are all this data. Well, there are. Indeed, there are. We have all this data, but we don't. I mean, somebody else has them in the country, maybe another public institution, but not. There aren't in one place all the data together. So when you need them, you cannot find them. So it's important to collect all the data and have as many data as possible in order to be able to make proper decisions. Second objective, to link climate change adaptation to sustainable development models through regional and local action plans. So the connection to the local level, which is important because adaptation might be, the needs of adaptation might be totally different in different areas. Third, promotion of action and adaptation policies in all sectors, and particularly the most vulnerable ones. Fourth, establishment of a monitoring mechanism for the evaluation and review of adaptation policies and actions. And fifth, strengthening the adaptive capacity of the Greek society through awareness raising and dissemination actions And this is something that has been done widely in many regions and in many different types of audience, being children or being professionals or being the administration. Okay. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. So that's about the data. There is a hub where all data can be accumulated there. And it's not something fictional, it's something that works better than the remote control here. Okay. Okay, so the second objective is the linking of climate change adaptation with the sustainable development model through regional and local action plans. And we have good practice examples. We have 3 sustainable energy and climate action plans developed by the LIFE IP project using climate projections. Of course, climate projections are not as accurate as I would like them to be, and we also work on that. We are planning something with Professor Zerfos. So hopefully next year we'll have a more detailed climate models in terms of a geographical area. Now, objective 3, the promotion of actions and adaptation policy in all sectors, and particularly the most vulnerable ones. It provides and replicates good practice examples. We have 12 pilot adaptation projects and 14 adaptation case studies across 7 priority sectors. We have 3 pilot projects for coastal zone management, 3 for flood risk management, 2 for urban planning, and so on and so forth. And for the pilot adaptation solution for flood risk reduction in urban areas, we see here the example of collecting storm waters to reduce flood risk in the area of Yerovno, where in practice the idea is to collect the extra water that comes from the sudden heavy rain in order to use it later on, well, prevent the flood because you built a dam and you collect it, a small dam and you collect it, or a reservoir, and then you can use it when there is drought and you need water for plants and stuff like that. Simple solutions, but however, okay. And yeah, another example is the integration of climate risk into forest fire prevention. So through LIFE IP project, a pilot forest fire prevention study was conducted in Peristeri and Geraki areas in order to integrate climate risk into the technical specification of this fire prevention study. That was the aim of the project. And a pilot fire yard office was constructed, equipped with macro weather stations, humidity sensors, and artificial intelligence cameras for wildfire detections. And I have to tell you that we are preparing something like that with wildfire detection cameras at a much greater scale through RRF program. It works. You were right. And another project is to improve thermal comfort conditions in public spaces. So regeneration of 6 urban slots using innovative material to improve thermal conditions and increase water permeability. and also a pilot project regarding ancient Messini to assess the vulnerability to climate change and suggest measures to adapt to it. As regard objective 3, we support sectoral government departments in adaptation mainstreaming, practically other ministries and also regional authorities. And for objective 4, we have the development of a national framework to monitor and assess the implementation of the national adaptation strategy and the regional adaptation strategies, well, those that are adopted. And we have a preliminary set of indicators that we use for that. And we have a national adaptation strategy where all these are gathered together, all this information is collected there. And for objective 5, which is raising awareness, there have been many workshops trying to educate young people, lots of workshops in schools, also the administration, also technical personnel, engineers. And I also have to say that since the adaptation aspect was recently included into the studies that have to be carried out in order for a project to be eligible for public funding, well, EU funding, climate proofing, that also has raised, helped to raise awareness, because people have to deal with it in practical terms, at least at the level of a study. So they have to know, they have to understand what they're talking about. And of course, the idea is that you know, what we do can be replicated also by other member states or other places in the world, and we are open to share our experience and our good practices with other countries, and also work together to build a more resilient world to the climate change. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, can I have the floor, please?
Of course, directly
Yes.
to you. Yes.
Well, here with us is the State Secretary for the Environment of Greece, and he was the last speaker, and I want to introduce all three of you newcomers, actually. Start with the two.
Recording in progress.
Jürgen Kropp from Potsdam, University of Potsdam. Jürgen Lutherbacher from the World Meteorological Organization, and Professor Guy Brasseur from the Max Planck Institute in Hamburg. There is only one missing, John Schellenhuber, whom I will see next Thursday in Athens on another occasion. And Your Excellency, these are most of all our external advisors in the program you mentioned before. Thank you so much for asking for expertise, and these people and the teams in Greece, they are all of high quality, as you know. Thank you so much.
As usual, thanks inter alia to the Academy of Athens. I would like to thank you, Professor Zerefos, and of course, thank very much Petros Varelidis for the presentation of this important Life Adapt project, which sets a good practice to be shared across the European Union, but also beyond. Without ado, I would like to give the floor now to Jürg Lutherbacher. You have referred to him. He's one of the partners to which you have referred. So, Jürg, the floor is yours for the Provisional State of the Climate 2023 Key Findings. This is the title of your presentation. And we are happy to have you again with us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you
yes, very
see
well.
the slides?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, then I will just go to the slides.
It's okay. You have shared your slides. It's okay.
Okay.
Jürg.
Okay, because I don't see them.
We can see it. You can proceed if you want.
We can see them too.
I'm sorry, I don't see them.
But
let me.
Okay. Try to share again your screen, but your presentation was on your screen. It was fine before. Yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
we
thanks.
get you very well.
Thanks very much. So thanks very much again for the invitation and give you a short overview of a provisional state of the climate of this year, some key findings. And this was a launch by the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization at COP a few days ago. And I will just like to summary a few highlights from this presentation, which was highly presented in media and everywhere. So the global temperature, I will start with temperature and then I will then put a bit of focus in terms of hydrological changes, hydrological observations. So the global temperature, as you can see, is measured here from 1850 up to 2023. And still we don't have finalized this year, but what we can say already that it's virtually certain that 2023 at the global scale will be the warmest year on record going back at least 150 years. And we heard from Copernicus already that most likely also November is the warmest. So it's really very virtually certain that this year what we have experienced is the warmest. And it is one year in a row of very warm conditions. So also the period from 2015 to 2023 were the 9 warmest years in the record. And as I said, this year was most likely going very close to the 1.5 degree of the Paris Agreement, with 1.5 degree warmer than the pre-industrial record. Here is a spatial map where we see the temperature of this year compared to previous years. And everything that is red or orange or yellow means that in these parts of the world in this year was extremely warm. We have multiple heat waves with record temperatures in different places in Europe, in Greece, across the Northern Hemisphere. We have an exceptionally hot summer also in parts of the US, in South America, in Antarctica, and in, for instance, the warmest sun, July, September on record, also in places of Australia. So the map is clear with a few exceptions. It was very warm across the world in the different areas and also the different months. It has also implications, the warmth, in terms of sea ice extent. Here we see the figure of Antarctica. And you see in red is the 2023 extent compared to the average between 1979 during or since the satellite period in million square kilometers. And you see the red curve is really almost through all the year below the average or even the extremes in previous years. So the ice extent was a record low from June onwards, and extreme low extents likely associated with the warming of the Southern Ocean. And we expect also record low Antarctic sea ice coverage with a new sea ice state. We can see a similar picture also in terms of Arctic sea ice, which was still below average, also here indicated in the red line. and the Arctic sea ice extent remained very below or well below the normal in 2023, and the annual minimum extent 4.23 million square kilometers, which was the 6th lowest on record. So also in the Arctic, an extreme event. We had also the greenhouse gas. The Greenland continues to lose ice. We see the Greenland melt extension in 2023 compared to other periods. And also in red, we see that melt percentage was extreme compared to previous extremes and also in terms of the average. If we shed some light in terms of hydrological extremes or hydrological conditions this year, we see in green the areas globally that were wetter than normal, and everything in brownish means they were drier. So you see different patterns across the world. We had the storm Daniel flooding in Italy, Croatia, Slovenia, Greece, and Libya. I will come back to that. But we had also multi-year drought in different areas of the world, and also widespread dry conditions in parts of the US, in Central and South America. So it's a very interesting pattern, but it is really associated also with a lot of dryness compared to previous years, but also in some areas with wetter conditions. We had, of course, also high impact events in 2023. We had wildfires in Hawaii, Canada, and Europe. We had floodings in Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, Libya. We had heat waves in different areas. We had droughts. We had also tropical cyclones. And I could go on with all these. But I just want to shed some light here on the storm Daniel. We had an omega situation in the atmosphere, which led to heavy rain in Spain and Southeast Europe, with the heat wave conditions further north. So this is an expected situation in the atmosphere, to have different extreme events over a short, in a small area. We had high totals flooding in Greece and Bulgaria and Turkey. The minister said already a few information about that. We had also storm reached Libya in early September that brought extreme rainfall, which affected the coast and nearby mountains. And it was also associated with extreme impacts on the city of Derna and the dams and failure of dams, and led to thousands of dead people. We had also socio-economic impacts, and the talk further on in this session will give a bit information on that. And what we can say so far, that the weather and climate hazards this year continue to exacerbate food insecurity, population displacement, impacts on vulnerable population, and also the global hunger levels unchanged from previous year, and still far above pre-pandemic levels in 2022. With this, I want to thank you very much and very happy to share with you other slides if you are interested, and giving back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Jörg, for this very comprehensive presentation. We had the hottest year with extreme weather. So one could assume that if the weather to come in 2024 is equally hot or even hotter, we will have more extreme weather. There is clearly a causal link between the temperature and the extreme weather. But as we don't have time, I wouldn't ask you to reply now. Probably you can reply later, or Professor Zerefos can reply. I would, without ado, give the floor to the next speaker, Guy Brasseur, head of the Environmental Modeling Group, Max Planck Institute for Meteorology, who will be speaking about the challenges facing climate services.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. And we heard quite a bit how climate is changing from Jörg Lautenbacher. And of course, climate is an issue that concerns the entire society. And so the information that is produced by the scientists needs to move into the different sectors of society, which is a very challenging activity. So I'm going to share my screen if I can. Can you see me? Or can you see my
presentation?
Yes, we can. Yeah, thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, so let me just indicate that there is what I call has been a global mobilization of the scientific community because of the realization that the key scientific progress made over the last decade was not sufficiently helping society to cope with the expected climate change and variation that we just heard from Jörg. And so, in particular, society needs to better assess its vulnerability to climate change and to develop a number of mitigation strategy, but also adaptation strategy more and more. Remember, we have reached about 1.4 degrees warming. And if we want to increase resilience, we need to take action relatively soon. But such action needs to be supported by the population, by the political system, but also by the economic system. And so clearly the information needs to flow in a clear and decisive way from the science community to society in general. And this is why climate services have been developed. And so the purpose of climate service is to provide now reliable, well-documented, authoritative, and easily accessible used information, and to develop the most effective approach towards the strategies that I mentioned, mitigation, adaptation. And so we need, of course, to develop some kind of interaction with users. They should be, of course, largely national, but also regional and even local. And they need to involve different political and economic sectors. I like to show this very complex sketch design because it shows you the difficulty we are facing. You see the science at the bottom of the house. The house is the building to address climate change. The science is there with modeling, with observation. We just heard about melting of glaciers, so it's there. We could talk about sea level rise, acidification of the ocean, deforestation. But that's really the base, and then we have to move up into the system. First of all, we have the economy, and the economy is business. There are a number of values there. There are system of exchanges. There are need for growth. There are different sectors that exist. Then we move higher up, looking at the social cost, which have, of course, all the issue of maybe even environmental justice, but certainly the social transformation that exists. And you see issue like food security, water probably also is an important aspect, to finally arrive at law and governments, which include, of course, a number of political process, but also fear, what it's called here, skepticism, fear, indifference, blame, and so on. So it is the role of the climate service to move the science from the bottom to the top, and this is a very difficult issue. So we need to look at different sectors, and I'm listing here different sectors that benefit from information that are, or from a dialogue with climate services. And you can see, I'm not going to read all of them. We start, of course, with energy, agriculture, but we finish with human health, financial services, and insurance. This is very important. The banks, the financial system is key in reconstructing a more sustainable planet. And of course, an issue like urban development is, of course, very important. Civil protection, environmental security. And so, essentially, we can take two approaches. Essentially, we will have to mix two approaches. First of all, let's talk about the top-down approach, where we look at the world development, we calculate the emission of greenhouse gases, we look at how climate responds to that, we can even look at climate impacts, and then we look at the physical vulnerability that results to this. This is the first approach that I would say the traditional climate institutions have been taking. They anticipate climate change,
while of course considering uncertainty. And now the communities involved are the climate science, the modeling, the data analysis, the hydrology, ecology, maybe human health, food security. On the other hand, we can look at the bottom-up approach, where now we start to look at society first and their institution, technology, infrastructure that exist, economic resources, to look at adaptive capability or capacity, and look now at the social vulnerability. And so analyze here how socioeconomic ecological system will be affected by climate change and interact with here. And so the professional communities are cited here, the impact community, the vulnerability community. And so you see a number of institutions that deal with that. And we have a representative from PIC here, and PIC is probably one of the key institutions that is looking at problem from that point of view, with economists, specialists of international negotiation. And of course, it links very much to the COP process, as you see here. But of course, in reality, what we need to do, and that's what the Climate Service is trying to do, is to optimize the top-down and the bottom-up approach to maximize the quality, the relevance on issue like vulnerability, impact, and adaptation. So we need to go from climate research to Earth system management. And you see here the arrow from the left to the right, starting with the Earth system modelers, going all the way to adaptation policies. You see climate modeling on the left, adaptation policy on the right, but you also see that as we move from left to right, we also move from top to bottom, from global to regional, and towards local. We also move from the pure public sphere into a sphere that is more complex because of an interplay between the public services and the private corporation. So what are important attributions of climate services? Well, as I said earlier, provide balanced, credible, cutting-edge scientific and technical information, engage a diversity of users in meaningful way to ensure that their needs are being met. So it's a dialogue here that is very important, time-consuming, and needs quite a bit of thought. Provide and contribute science-based products and services to minimize climate-related risk. We need to strengthen observation, standard, data stewardship, improve regional and local projection of climate change, and inform policy option. The dialogue with the stakeholders is a very important question. And of course, each case, each user, each potential user is different. And very often I hear to say, well, you should just promote a few things. But in reality, the needs of each group is very, very different, which makes the dialogue very complicated. The decision making needs to consider the context in which it is made. Climate is important, but there are many other things that are important around climate issue and for society in general. And so talking to a bank or talking to the mayor of a city is a very, very different exercise. And so we need sectoral foresight. By the way, we cannot assume that the users in society need or know their need a priori. And so very often I say we cannot just give them answers. We also need to help them posing the right questions that they have. And so these times are complex, time-consuming, but they are very important. And so at many places we see now more and more those services that are being developed. And it's a very difficult enterprise, but it's a very challenging enterprise. And it has to be done at the international level. It has to be done in conjunction with the decision makers and, for example, with international organization and non-NGO, private sector, public group, etc. So that's what we're trying to do in the climate services. Now, I'm not anymore the director of the climate service in Germany. Daniela Jakob is now playing that role very well, in fact. And but we created one, and we had to really face all these issues, and that was a very, very interesting experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gibran sir, for this very informative presentation. Indeed, we need a solid knowledge base and relevant data to be able to take informed decisions in this top-down and bottom-up process that you have so well explained. Thank you. Without ado, I would like to give the floor now to the next speaker, Mr. Jürgen Kropp, Deputy Chair, Department of Climate Resilience at PIC. The title of his presentation is a brief presentation of the Aquila report.
Very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So I hope you can also see the slides. I have to apologize that I changed the title a little bit.
Can you speak up? We cannot hear you very well now, just if you can increase the volume.
Here. Yes. Is it better now?
Yes, better.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Then again. So, that's already the second slide. Yeah. What I will do now in the next couple of minutes, I will share a few results of a study several colleagues did in the last year. Christos was also part of it. We did a study on solutions, more or less, because the root cause of climate change is well known. It's the use of fossil fuels, and we were forced a little bit by the Russian invasion, or the Aquila investor group was a little bit forced by the Russian invasion in the Ukraine. Namely, they were asking themselves whether it's possible within a couple of years until 2030 to make Europe energy self-sufficient, in particular for the electricity sector. And this is what we did in our study. So we looked a lot into literature, but we did also simulations, and a few of these results I will share with you now. Because there are some results which made us at the end very enthusiastic. Yeah, when we talk about renewable energy, we have also to talk about the available potential, so the capacities. And if you go into the details of the potential capacities, you see here that the technical capacity in Europe is quite big. So in principle, we can produce all the energy which we would need even on the planet. But there are certain limitations, namely that we have not always, or that we cannot always use the available land. So we have conflicts between forestry, agriculture, infrastructure, and so on. Therefore, we have a little bit the tendency that rooftops in cities could be used for photovoltaics, for instance. And even then, when we just consider the socio-technical capacities, we can produce around 50,000 terawatts of electric energy year by year. And that's much more than what we need in the moment. And this is, from my perspective, quite remarkable. When it comes to the different technologies, we were also relying on existing technology. So that was a precondition Aquila investors defined for us. So let's think about the potentials in terms of existing technologies. So, and when you look then now on the rooftops in cities, you can see that even the photovoltaics potential can make it alone. Can make alone Europe energy independent. So the greatest capacities we have in France and Germany, also in the United Kingdom, and also in Italy, of course. On average, we could produce around 3,600 terawatts on rooftops alone, and most of these rooftops are not in the big urban areas. Most of these rooftops are located in smaller cities across Europe. what are the investments? So that's always a big question. And after the start of the war in the Ukraine, we have to think also about the spendings into consumer protection. And we did a lot of surveys on this and found out that around 790 billion euros were spent into consumer protection alone, plus additional fossil subsidies of around 15 billion euros in the EU 27. So this is a remarkable number. And when we then were looking into our simulations, so we found out that year by year until 2030, we would need around 140 billion euros only for investment into solar, wind, and of course grid extension, and also the establishment of a hydrogen network.
Dear Jürgen, can you speak closer to the microphone? I mean, yeah.
I'm using headphones. I can speak up a little bit. So is it better now?
Now it is much better, much better. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Yes.
so yeah, what we found out that the number of, or the amount of money we would need to invest in solar, wind, and grid extension, and also the establishment of a hydrogen network will amount up to 140 billion euros until 2030 and beyond 100 billion euros.
Excuse me again. It was perfect when you removed your earphones. Yes. Can you go closer to your screen? Yeah,
So
and,
if I
and,
was
and
talking
speak up.
direct-
Yeah.
Is it better now? So I'm talking
Much
into my
better.
headset.
Yes, much better. Much
Okay,
better.
so sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. So just compare these numbers. Yeah. So these 790 billion euros we spend for consumer protection is a huge amount. And the question, of course, must be allowed to ask, okay, why we were not investing this amount into the extension of solar, wind, and also the grid extensions.
Yes, and can you move with your overheads? Because we are still with your first overhead. We have your first overhead on the screen. Are you still on your first overhead, or are you moving?
I'm moving.
Then we are stuck, because what we see on our screen is your very first overhead. Yes, now you have moved one further.
So then I will do it later. So that was the first slide. This was the second slide. So I'm sorry about that. So that this happened.
Jürgen, sorry, this is the first again. You're back to the first, to the second. So are you
This is
still?
second.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the second. This is the third. So this is the comparison of technical and socio-technical potential. So technical potential is in principle that what we can do in Europe, the socio-technical potential is defined by, let's say, land use conflicts. So we don't want to have photovoltaic plants everywhere. So we have
We cannot hear you at all now. I'm really very sorry. We have some technical problem.
don't know.
Yes. Can you try again, please?
Yeah, I'm very sorry about it. So
This is better now. Now it's better. Yeah.
Okay, I will try to do my best now. So, okay. So you see again, these numbers here, so in principle, we can produce the energy demand across Europe, only by renewables. And this is was really astonishing for us. Even when we constrain the land use, when it comes to conflicts about lands between forestry, agriculture, infrastructure, and so on. Here you see again the rooftop potential for Europe. So this shows us the capacity, so to say, and even when we use only the rooftop potential, we can produce. So now I have an additional voice on my headphone, but doesn't matter. So on average, we can produce 3,600 terawatts. So what is by far enough to satisfy the actual demand. In terms of the spendings, so this is the So that what we need to invest into the renewables and compare this again with a number, with the amount of euros we spent into the consumer protection in the year 2020, and also in comparison to the fossil subsidies we paid in the European Union alone. And then we did also some simulations. So we used different model approaches here, and you see what happens. So when we strictly would invest into renewable energy, you see that in 2030 we can phase out fossil fuels almost by 100%. Unfortunately, the nuclear game is reopened again, so that is also a big discussion at the moment on the COP. But anyway, so we can phase it out, and we can do it with the existing technologies. That's the good news. A few words are also needed in terms of grids and storage. So in order to do all this, we need to extend our grids. And you see that in some regions we have not very good connectivities. This holds here for the Iberian Peninsula, also for parts in Eastern Europe. So here we need also to invest, and we need to invest also in new storage technologies, so distributed storage technology, so that we can handle the excess electricity which will come in when we would completely rely on renewables. So we have to oversize a little bit the grid infrastructure for these purposes. Yeah, how this could look like in the future, you see by this example. So this is a supply and demand strength diagram for Germany, and you see that also for this case we are transforming in parallel more or less our whole industry. Here you see, for instance, the power demand from the electric vehicles. Here you see the power demand which is needed for the hydrogen electrolyzers, and here the power demand which is needed for combined heat and power for the district heatings. So this looks very similar for all European countries, except those who have other resources, for instance, a high amount of hydropower, like Norway. So for them, the cycle diagram looks a little bit different. Yeah, so what are the capacities needed until 2022? That's wrong, 2030. Sorry for the mistake. So we see an actual growth speed of around 18% in the wind capacity installations. For the solar capacity, the growth is even higher, so 47%. But when it comes to the overall growth rate, so when we really want to make it happen by 2030, we would need a growth rate in almost all sectors, which need to be higher than 20%. This is manageable, as the example in wind capacity and solar capacity shows that. But what we have to take into account as well is that we should be aware of new dependencies. And this is a nice graph I took from an IIA report, a recent IIA report, and it shows how dependent we are we are already on China, namely in around more than 50 sectors. China is the world market leader in the production of technologies. And if you look into the European labor markets, we can also see that the experts who have to do all these installations, that these experts are also not there. So that means, in other words, we have also to invest a huge amount of money into education and training of the younger people. And with this, I want to conclude now, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Extremely useful information, and of course your presentation will be uploaded on our website. And thank you for giving us all the trends and all the data about the energy transition, which is extremely important. I would like now to move to the next speaker, Professor Fivi Koundouri from the Athens University of Economics and Business, and also at the Technical University of Denmark, for her presentation. I understand we have here a PowerPoint or a
to fill up the time gap, George.
Yes, Professor, take the floor.
I would like to point out to the fact that the most recent calculations about the cost of doing nothing for the case of Greece until the end of the century will exceed 700 billion euros. Only Storm Daniel cost exceeded 3 billion euros. And if we adapt, this is divided by 2. So adaptation is one, and of course mitigation can be done because Europe can meet the Paris Agreement criteria for 2030. And if we can do that, Professor Krop, we can make it also to the 2050, which is the ultimate target.
Yes, which is the net zero target, yes. Yes. Professor Koundouri is with us now.
Great.
Good afternoon, everybody. And again, thanks to the Greek Pavilion and Professor Zerefos for inviting me to speak at this session on climate adaptation. I am in Abu Dhabi for a meeting with the Crown King, who is interested in supporting the United Nations Global Climate Hub that I chair. So I will be meeting him at the palace, and unfortunately this means that I might not make our session at the pavilion. Thank you again for accepting this video, and let me share my slides in order to go through our work on financing, mitigation, and adaptation solutions in order to achieve the transition to climate neutrality and climate resilience. And for this presentation, I will be focusing more on the climate adaptation aspect, on the resilience aspect. So as I've already discussed in previous session at this pavilion and many other pavilions in this COP, we are facing a multi-crisis, slow growth, slow economic growth, inflationary pressures, shrinking fiscal spaces, climate crisis, the biodiversity collapse, all of this leading to conflict that is aggravated by the population crisis and leading to huge inequalities between the global south and the developed world, but also within countries, huge inequalities within countries that threaten social cohesion. Our solution pathways have been agreed. They have been agreed in the SDGs, UN 2030 Agenda, 2015, New York. 163 states have committed to implementing 17 goals, 169 targets that are able to produce a sustainable interaction between the biosphere, society, and the economy. I lead this Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on IFORIA that brings together 200 researchers working on more than 100 multidisciplinary international projects with case studies in 120 countries, and basically trying to develop the transition pathways to sustainability. Our work focuses on ESG and SDG measurement, sustainable finance, sustainable pathways for climate neutrality and resilience, sustainable pathways for seas and oceans, sustainable pathways for land use and the water, food, energy nexus, and innovation acceleration, education, upskilling, and reskilling. And IFORIA brings together already a research and innovation center, innovation acceleration hubs, science policy networks, and scientific associations and academies that I lead or co-lead or chair in order to have the capacity to work on national, subnational, and regional detailed pathways for the transition to sustainability. As I said before, I chair this Global Climate Hub of UNSDSN. This is a global network that has hubs in each and every country of the world and is under the auspices of the General Secretary of the UN. And here we work with national stakeholders, politicians, policymakers, businesses, financial institutions, and NGOs to co-design the optimal mixture of technologies, policies, fiscal and financial instruments, and the socioeconomic narrative for the transition. The hub has 9 units. In this presentation, I will focus on the unit that is on the just transition and sustainable finance. But let me quickly tell you about the other units. The first unit is about climate data platforms and digital applications, which aims at collecting, aggregating, visualizing the geospatial and socioeconomic data that is needed to run our models. The second unit is atmospheric physics and climatology and is led by the moderator of this session, putting together scenarios for and projections of those scenarios for climatology on which our energy modeling, land use modeling is based. The third unit is climate and energy modeling. Here we use the Balmoral model, which is a huge energy and climate and transport optimization model that allows you to identify the optimal mixture of energy sources for each and every country in order to meet demand, and also the energy corridors within countries and between countries. The climate and land use unit works on decarbonization pathways for agriculture, forests, and marine use, and it using the FABLE calculator and works in more than 60 countries across the globe. Climate and health identifies and monetizes the effects of climate on mental and physical health, innovation acceleration. We incubate hundreds of startups on different angles of climate neutrality and climate resilience. The just transition, I'm going to come back to it, and then transformative participatory approaches, that is working with all stakeholders to co-design the solution pathways so that they become owners and at the same time shareholders of the pathways to transition. And finally, education, training, upskilling, and reskilling, which is basically empowering the labor force and all the stakeholders to actually have the knowledge that is needed and the skills that are needed to co-design the pathways and implement the pathways. With regards to the just transition unit, which is what I'm gonna focus on today, and what I will try to showcase is relevant to resilience management, climate resilience management. Let me first start by the fact that we measure the performance of SDGs in each and every state of the world, in each and every nation of the world. We have 250 KPIs, and we have been producing this report since 2015. We know how each country performs against each SDG and each target within each SDG. And we know the vulnerability of each and every country and each and every sub-region within the country and city with regards to climate extreme weather events. And we downscale to Europe, and we downscale to country level, and we even downscale to subnational level. Knowing the vulnerability is crucial, because then when we are going to decide on which infrastructural and other investments we are going to focus on in order to reduce the effects of climate extreme effects, we are able to monetize not just the produced capital of those investments, but also the natural capital of those investments, and of course the human capital. And it's the natural capital that is more difficult to monetize, and this is why we are well known in terms of developing a method that allows monetization of natural capital in quite some detail. First, we identify the footprint of any intervention on the different natural resources, water, climate, ecosystems, and all that. And then we evaluate these changes in this footprint that the investment is going to bring. So we evaluate the total economic value of provisioning, regulating cultural and habitat services. And we have a platform that does this in each and every continent in the world. This is the evaluation platform for the European ecosystem services. We have 14 biogeographical and marine regions, and we use meta-analysis in order to quantify across these regions the value of natural ecosystems, quantifying and monetizing in euros. At the end of the day, we can tell you how much each citizen in these countries is willing to pay for conserving the quality and the quantity of each and every ecosystem service for terrestrial, marine, and water ecosystems in each and every geospatial region of the world. And we also correlate the willingness to pay in each and every country, which is different, with the performance of each and every country against the biosphere SDGs, the natural resources SDGs, SDG 13, 14, and 15. And we find that there is a high correlation between performance and willingness to pay a monetary value to conserve the ecosystem services of the SDGs. And this is important because it recognizes at the country level awareness that the ecosystem services are crucial for our production and consumption systems. And unless you are able to do this monetization, and we can do this not just for natural ecosystems, but also for cultural ecosystems, which I'm not going to go through now, but it is very relevant to the UN initiative that Greece is leading on the effects of climate change on cultural heritage. But let me close by saying that any cost-benefit analysis that ignores the monetary value of natural ecosystems and all other non-marketable services like cultural services, it will be wrong in its allocation of resources. No investment decision can be made before you have an accurate measure of not just produce and human capital, but also natural capital. And this is something we should take into account. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much for having me.
Well, I would like to thank Professor
Good
Koundouri.
afternoon, everybody. And again, thanks to the Greek Pavilion and Professor.
Okay. I would like to thank Professor Koundouri for sharing with us this important presentation on the climate economics. We have now a short video before we close this important event, which was prepared by Mrs. Alexandra Mitsotaki of the World Human Forum.
Yeah, but excuse me, George.
Professor, you will take the floor to close the event.
There will be no. I think it would be better if the State Secretary for the Environment would like to make any comments or questions to the speakers.
Of course, I wanted.
And then we can have the video of Madame Mitsotakis at the end, at the very end.
Okay, I was thinking that you...
Because Professor Krop is in Kathmandu, so I don't know if he has time to stay with us.
No. The problem...
And we are all spread...
Yes. Professor Derefos, let me tell you the following. Unfortunately, for technical reasons, we have to leave the room in 5 minutes. The video of Madame Mitsotaki will not take more than 2 minutes. So I was thinking to play the video first and then to give you the floor for the closure. If Secretary General wants to say one word, he's also welcome to do so. But let's play the video first. Then Petros Varilidis will say a few words, and then you will close this panel. Thank you for your understanding.
Hello from Athens, hello from Greece. We believe that ancient cultural sites, as well as natural sites, have more to offer than just their beauty, their monuments, their history. They have a very special energy. They have what we call the spirit of a place. This is why we're convinced that we need to turn the problem around. It is not just what we can do to protect the sites, it's what they can do in order to inform the millions of visitors who visit them, to sensitize them, to mobilize them in order to protect life on our planet. This is why we have created Alpha Mission Delos. This small island in the middle of the Mediterranean is very much endangered by the rising Mediterranean, and it has a message to send to the world that we will not address the challenges we are facing as humanity today just with science and technology. We need something else. We need humanities, we need art, we need spirituality. We are talking about 2 AIs. If the first is obviously artificial intelligence, then let us remember the second AI, ancestral intelligence. It is all over our planet, but unless we combine it with artificial intelligence, we will not find the wisdom to address the huge challenges humanity is facing. David Attenborough tells us that we have enough of intelligence. What we lack is wisdom. And wisdom we will only find if we remember that there are different AIs. Join us. Join Delos for Alpha Mission Delos.
Now the floor to Petros Varilidis for 1 minute.
Just to say, we thank you very much for the presentations. I found very interesting that slide that was stuck on the screen that was referring to the need to where we can put the different renewables in theory with technical-economical parameters, but when you take into account the social parameters, how much this was diminished with the exception of the rooftops. I found that from a policy perspective that is very enlightening and very interesting. But I don't want to take up more time, but just say that I might have to come back on this via email or something. Thank you.
For sure, there will be other events, and the roof, the top roof solar panels will implement the prosumer concept, which is extremely important for the energy transition. Professor Zerefos, you have the final word.
Well, I think the speaker should have the final word, or the State Secretary for the Environment, if he has any questions or any other clarifications, because I really enjoyed having 3 international experts here with us, and I wish to thank you all. I know how difficult it was for you to find a time slot for us, and I speak Your Excellence, the Secretary, I think I speak also on behalf of you, that we are indebted so much for having you with us, and also I look forward to continue our collaborations with some of you. Guy, when we started collaborating, I forgot the year. So
there will be more to come, more to come.
I don't know. My memory is not good enough to remember. So
we grew up together. That's why. Anyhow, so it was such a nice information, and the gathering from actually the state of the art of the climate situation this particular year. I think this year would be, Jörg, as the year for Tambora, the year with summer, not without the summer. And actually, Jürgen, indeed, you have shown to us that it is feasible. We can do it, and we can actually implement the Paris Agreement if we, because the resources are here, the technology is here, we have everything. What we don't have, we don't seem to have, Your Excellence, the Secretary, is the will to do things. And I'm not talking of you, because I know you also for many years, and I know you how difficult job you are doing from the past to now. But I think that if we continue following, I forgot who said that, there is a will, there is a way. It was somewhere, it is not Shakespearean, it was more modern. So there is a will, there is a way, and here the way, even if you don't have the will, I mean, the way is there. This is my point, dear George Kremlis, my friend. I think I want to thank you for undertaking such a burden. Also, I think we all have to thank the secretaries that took so much burden to put all these things together without belly dancing and other exotic things that you have there in Dubai. And I have to wish you to enjoy your stay. Be careful with that stupid COVID, is still with us. And we all have to be careful. So thank you so much. And I look forward also to continue with the Ministry of the Environment of Greece and other ministries to continue serving the society like we have done for the past decades. I cannot say how many, but there were quite a few.
Thank you.
Next time we will do it also better with the technologies.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
So take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Kathy says, please stay on screen so we can take a photo.
So,
Okay, great.
No. Yes, on screen, one by one, or all of you, ideally, all of you,
Yeah,
if you
we
can
all
connect.
be together and
Yes, so we can take a photo with all of you.
do you say cheese or what?
This
No,
is
we don't.
perfect.
So you have everyone. Great.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Have a nice night and
have a good evening and good luck in Dubai.
back home. Well, we shall keep in touch anyhow. Great to see
Okay.
you.
Bye-bye,
You too.
Christos
Bye-bye
and
for now.
Jürgen, and both Jürgen, in fact. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
A biento.
Bientôt.
Auf Wiedersehen. Actually, you're all
Tschüss.
German-speaking guys, you know.
Yeah. Next time we'll do it in German. That's good.
Yeah. And the other time I'll do it in Greek.
Look, they're getting a nice picture again. So with us in the back. So
Yeah. Oh, they're getting, yeah, that's another, yeah.
you have to wait for a second.
Bye-bye.
Να είστε καλά.